Kudu smuggler. Tallin the dragon rider gazed out upon the death sands, arms folded across his chest. Even in the spring, the desert was a harsh place, but he loved its stark beauty. Dry scrub and tufts of stubborn yellow cactus peppered the landscape, and beyond the horizon there were endless tracts of gold-colored dunes. He could see a long way in the clear, dry air. The dawn had melted away into a dazzling noon, and it was already suffocatingly hot. Beads of perspiration stood upon his brow, matting wisps of red hair against his forehead. Scorching wind, laden with dust, eddied against the wall, leaving coppery grit everywhere. The cloudless sky was intensely blue, shimmering like a sea of cornflowers. Tallin was a dwarf halfling, born and raised with other dwarves at Mount Velik. Though he had spent his childhood with his own people, his adult years had brought him to the solitude of the desert, and he considered this place his home. An orange and blue pennant swayed lazily in the breeze, displaying the official colors of the realm. The colors were woven into Tallin's clothing, too, stitched into the sleeves of his tunic and wrapped around his waist in a belt of knotted leather. Tallin touched the ring on his finger with his thumb, a gift from the king some years ago. It was a band of gold crowned with a huge center sapphire. The center stone was surrounded by an intricate array of small citrines. A tiny black dragon was carved into the band, as well as embroidered on the corner of his left lapel, a symbol that stood for the United Kingdom of Parthos and Morholt. The land was at peace, at least for now. He leaned against the wall, looking out over the ramparts. A single road, edged with cobblestones, crested down from the dunes toward the main gate. The line of visitors stretched back a half-league, waiting to be searched in the long line that wound down to the gate. Each person, cart, and animal entering the city was subject to scrutiny. The soldiers at the gate did their job methodically, in silence. The guards searched the baskets of an older man, but let his young children pass through without question. Despite the weight and the oppressive heat, the travelers remained patient, and no one complained. Tallin watched the crowd with a careful eye. He was a mage and had been monitoring the city gates for days. Dusk Eye, his companion, was a sapphire-blue dragon, his enormous body resting underneath a fabric canopy nearby. Dusk Eye raised his long neck and blinked his good eye lazily, peering out over the barren landscape. Dusk Eye and Tallin were bound together as rider and dragon. The carved dragonstone that glittered at the base of their throats verified their permanent bond. Like all dragon riders, Tallin and Dusk Eye had pledged to defend this city, as well as the surrounding desert. Parthos was a magnificent keep, carved right into the mountain. The design was an impressive feat of engineering, built to withstand both siege and the threat of constant erosion from the harsh environment. A maze of covered aqueducts, fed by a deep underground spring, ensured that the city always had clean drinking water. Neat terraces of drought-resistant plants were cultivated up the craggy mountainside, maximizing arable land and reducing water loss. Camels grazed outside the walls, eating the thorny shrubs that sprouted up in the arid climate. Nomadic women followed behind the herds with straw baskets, collecting dung. The nomads pressed the dung into neat bricks and sold them in the street market to be used as an efficient cooking fuel. The bricks were slow-burning and virtually smokeless, making firewood unnecessary. Tallin turned his gaze to an old garrison outside the main wall, now doubling as a makeshift camp for foreign merchants who stayed here to trade. An array of tents and cookfires dotted the sand. Just then, there was a clamor at the city's entrance. An old man's voice shouted something unintelligible, and a hissing sound filled the air as one of the guards drew his sword. Dusk Eye looked out over the ramparts and pointed into the wind. "What is happening at the gate?" Tallin leaned over the wall for a better view. "Dusk Eye, let's go." "Something unusual is happening," said Tallin. Dusk Eye lowered his neck so Tallin could mount the leather saddle. The dragon took flight, circling down near the guard station. Dusk Eye landed with a loud thump, his body stirring up sand. The crowd quieted immediately, parting to let them through. Many people turned their heads in respect, and a few girls giggled nervously and waved, trying to catch the rider's eye. Tallin addressed a soldier at the gate. "What's going on?" Off to the side, the soldiers held a man under guard, a nervous merchant who smelled like sweat and dust. "This man is a smuggler, sir," said one of the guardsmen. "We searched him and found this." The ebony-skinned guard passed Tallin a glass vial. Tallin's eyebrows shot up. He recognized this type of glass. It was rare balberite crystal, exquisite in its beauty and resilience, designed to hold the deadliest of poisons. It was also illegal. Tallin accepted the vial from the guard and gripped it between his thumb and forefinger, holding it up to the sun. Light reflected off the oily liquid inside, which had a pearl-like sheen. He immediately knew what it was. Curious onlookers craned their necks to see, even as they maintained a prudent distance. One old woman caught a glimpse of the vial, and her eyes rounded with surprise. "It's kudu oil. They found kudu!" she cried, and a collective gasp went through the crowd. The woman was right, this was deadly kudu oil. A single drop was lethal, and a vial this large could kill 100 men. A murmur of excitement mixed with fear swept through the crowd. The accused man fell to his knees. I'm innocent, I'm innocent. I didn't do anything, I swear. He wailed. Tallin gave the order to close the city and seal the gates. Close the garrison doors. No one else may enter Parthos. Strip this merchant down, search his bags, and bring him inside the city. He is our prisoner now. What, but why? The man sputtered, and what about my camels? The captain gave the prisoner a withering look, then turned to the other guardsmen. Slaughter his camels and search the entrails for ampoules. My camels? You can't kill my camels. He protested. As you command, my lord, said the guardsman, ignoring the now hysterical prisoner. The guards sounded a small animal horn, and 4 more sentries materialized in an instant, dragging the struggling prisoner by his arms. The captain turned around to address the crowd. Citizens and guests, raise your tents if you wish, but no one else shall pass through these doors today. The gates will be reopened at dawn tomorrow. If you need water for your animals, a guard shall bring it to you outside. With a polite nod and a wave of dismissal, he sealed the doors. There were a few grumbles, but the waiting crowd dispersed quietly. Some unpacked their tents for the night, while others turned around to leave. Inside the city, the prisoner refused to be dragged away. 2 soldiers struggled to hold him as he fought. Stop this! He screamed. This is outrageous! I demand an audience with the regent. Keep quiet, said one of the guards, delivering a slap to the back of the man's head, which only made him fight harder. Don't touch me, you rotten blighters! Let me go! Let me go! He screamed over and over, struggling as he fought to break free. Be still, you idiot! Yelled the guard, but the man continued on as if he hadn't heard. Tallin had seen enough. Stop, he ordered, and the soldiers paused. I'll take care of him. He raised a glowing hand. The prisoner froze, his eyes rounding in alarm. What are you going to do to me? He stammered. Tallin ignored the question and flicked the man's ear. Hilfa Kuna, he said, uttering the simple spell. The prisoner went limp and toppled forward, striking his head against the curb. Each soldier grabbed one arm and dragged the unconscious man away, his toes scraping the ground. Tallin knew that the other dragon riders needed to be warned. Closing his eyes, Tallin reached out with his mind across the distance, attempting to link his thoughts with Sila Matu, the leader of the dragon riders. He found her patrolling the northern border with her female dragon, Brinsop. He touched her consciousness gently, prodding her with his own mind. She flinched, and Tallin immediately felt the drain on her power. Sila always struggled to link telepathically. He knew he would need to keep their communication brief. Sila, the guards caught another smuggler at the gate. Tallin sensed her alarm. Another kudu oil smuggler? That's the second one this month, Sila replied. That settles it. This can't be a coincidence. Someone is attempting to attack Parthos from within. Shall I contact the other riders? Asked Tallin. No, I'll contact them myself. Segregate this smuggler from the other prisoners, I will question him myself. I am near the dead forest, and I'll return to the city as quickly as I can. Sila abruptly ended the contact. The corners of Tallin's eyes wrinkled and dimples appeared on his cheeks. He chuckled, it was always like this with Sila. Despite any limitations she might have as a mage, she was the most commanding woman he knew. Her warmth and vitality inspired those around her, and her energy seemed boundless, even as she aged. Acting as the king's regent, Sila ruled in Parthos, while her adult son, King Rayleigh, ruled from the capital city of Morholt. Under their united leadership, Parthos and Morholt had experienced several years of peaceful, quiet rule. Unfortunately, after a few years of peace, things were rapidly changing for the worse. The dwarf kingdom was crumbling into chaos in the midst of the worst clan schism in 1,000 years. A single clan had already splintered off, abandoning their ancestral home on Mount Velik. The lowest caste of dwarves, the enormous Vargmiter clan, had departed Mount Velik for a new stronghold. Tallin, being half-dwarf, had tried to broker a treaty between the warring factions, but it seemed that the schism was now permanent, and with both kingdoms weakened by infighting, the entire dwarf race was vulnerable. The divided clans would never be able to defend against an attack, especially one from orcs in the west. Tallin could almost see King Inaar, the orc leader, rubbing his hands with glee as he planned his attack on the dwarves, his most hated and ancient foes. Things had changed in the city, too. For decades, Parthos had operated like a city under siege. After a few years of peace, the heightened sense of security was gone. People got complacent and lazy. Tallin saw carelessness everywhere, even the city's soldiers had grown lax in their duties. The number of foreign merchants had doubled. Dealer stalls were filled with merchandise from all over the continent. It was thrilling for some residents of Parthos, many of whom had never seen such exotic treasures. Where there had once been only one choice of fabric, now there were 20. Women could purchase silk gowns, lace, and jewels. Instead of just selling common food staples like camel butter and dried meat, there were colorful spices and rare fruit. Most disconcerting of all, some merchants had begun to sell vividly colored, iridescent glassware. When Tallin inquired about its origin, the merchants had been defensive and vague, or uncertain about such details, saying only that it was imported from the north. The glass looked suspiciously like balberite crystal, and although glass weapons were banned throughout the continent, it had been impossible to ban the sale of the glassware completely. The demand for the exquisite crystal was astounding. Even at extravagant prices, Parthenian women were desperate to own the delicate glass and use it in their homes. Tallin drew out the vial that he had taken from the merchant. He rolled it in his palm, eyeing the viscous fluid within. He didn't dare open the container, for the oil was dangerous even if it was not ingested. Dusky craned his neck and peered at the deadly liquid with his good eye. He sniffed the air and wrinkled his nose. Even inside that glass tube, I can still smell it, but... What does it smell like to you? Asked Tallin. Like spoiled fruit, but the odor is subtle. Kudu oil is poisonous for dragons, too. As soon as we can fly, our mothers train us to avoid the plant. My dam did the same, and I remember it well. Tallin nodded, intrigued. He hoped that Dusky would go on. Although they had been bound together for many years, Dusky rarely talked about his family, none of which had survived the dragon wars. For years, dragons and their riders had been slaughtered by the thousands, and now only a handful of either remained. Tell me about it, said Tallin softly. Dusky paused, staring out into the desert. His gravelly voice grew quiet. Let's see, when I was just a hatchling, my dam took me and my clutchmates outside the cave. She showed us the Kudwari plant, warning us never to touch it. A few plants grew wild at the very top of the mountain. The plant has waxy blue leaves and white flowers, shaped like little bells. One of my brothers disobeyed her, stomping the plant with his foot. He screamed like a frightened rabbit, for the oil stripped his foot scales right off. He ended up howling on the riverbank for over an hour, soaking his foot in running water. Luckily, he was able to rinse his foot before the oil reached his bloodstream. Our mother rapped him soundly for his stupidity, and the oil left a permanent scar. What was his name? Asked Tallin. Brundys, replied Dusky softly. He was a blue dragon, like me, but lighter in color. He was so headstrong and stubborn. But he was the handsomest of all of us, by far, which is why my mother allowed him so much latitude. His underbelly was multicolored, like a sea of wildflowers. My mother teased him that the great dragon of the sky had given him an excess of beauty but a scarcity of brains. What happened to him? Asked Tallin. Brundys was too proud to bind himself to a rider, even an elf, who once desired him for his beauty. He remained wild, chasing females and hunting prey. Mercenaries killed him during the war in the first wave of attacks. I searched for him, and found his body in the Elbergen Mountains. The dragon hunters cut all his claws as war trophies. I mourned him, built his funeral pyre, and burned his body using my dragon breath. Is that customary? I've never seen a dragon funeral. It's a death ceremony. Before the war, when a dragon died, the females, mothers and sisters, usually performed the death ceremony. The ritual was private and usually held at night. Dragons have their own customs, just like humans and dwarves, but there simply aren't enough of us to carry them on anymore. I wonder, has Brinsop ever performed a death ceremony? Wondered Tallin out loud. She's an alpha female, so I'm sure she has sometime in her past. How do you know that Brinsop is an alpha female? Dusky shrugged. I just know. Before the war, she-dragons organized their families into prides. The prides hunted and raised their hatchlings together. Males are forced out of the pride when they're old enough to mate. When a dragon dies, the body is burned by the pride, with the alpha female leading the ceremony. After the dragon wars, there were so few dragons left that the prides disbanded. Brinsop was the alpha female of the largest pride in the desert. That was a long time ago. Sela never mentioned it, said Tallin. That's not terribly surprising. Like me, Brinsop is the only survivor in her bloodline. The memory must be painful for her. It's possible that Brinsop never discussed it with Sela. It's a very private subject. Tallin waited for Dusky to continue his story, but he fell silent and did not speak again. The future of the dragon race was precarious. No one had discovered a wild dragon in years, and chances were slim that any other survivors remained. Tallin never stopped searching, but he was beginning to lose hope. During the Dragon Wars, thousands of dragons had been mercilessly slaughtered. Even if there were a wild dragon out there to be found, Tallin could not be sure that they would welcome contact with outsiders. In fact, they might be outright hostile, having learned to shun anyone who might cause them harm. Besides Tallin and Dusky, Parthos hosted 4 other dragon riders, Elias and Nightbeard, the only surviving white dragon, Gulti and Halfin their 2 black dragons, Orshek and Karela, and Sela and her carnelian dragon, Brinsop. There was 1 dragon rider in the east, Chua, and his dragon, Starclaw. They lived in quiet solitude in the Elder Willow, a mystical grove of trees. Both had survived horrific physical torture during the war, and as a result, they were both blind and disabled. Chua could not walk, and Starclaw would never fly again. A few dragons lived in Bright Hollow, the land of the elves. The elves refused to disclose how many dragons lived among them, but it wasn't more than a handful. Dragons were unable to reproduce in Bright Hollow, since the enchantments that pervaded the elvish lands suppressed dragon fertility. There would be no new hatchlings from there. Tallin's shoulders slumped. He had hoped that the dragons would begin their path to recovery by now. However, no female dragons had been willing to nest. Perhaps it was too soon, or they were still too uneasy. It weighed heavily on him. Tallin tucked the vial of kudu oil back into his pocket, pondering what its presence in Parthos could mean. Had it been intended for him? For one of the other riders? Or one of the dragons themselves? He could only speculate, and none of the options was at all pleasant. There were so few dragons left already. Tallin felt a sense of dread. Was it too late, he wondered, for these noble creatures to recover their numbers after such a catastrophic decline? Was it too late to save the dragons from extinction? Blood raven in the desert. Sela ended her telepathic contact with Tallin. Her eyes closed and her body went limp. She felt dizzy. "Are you all right?" asked Brinsop. The dragon's dark eyes showed concern. "I'm fine." Sela's eyes fluttered open, her vision returning slowly as the desert landscape swirled back to normal. "I just need a few moments to recover. You know that mind spells are difficult for me." "There's no need to worry. You push yourself too much," said Brinsop. "So do you," Sela shot back. "Humph." Brinsop grunted. "Do we have to return?" "We just got here." She tried not to sound disappointed. They had taken a few days' vacation, relaxing in the north where it was cooler. As usual, their holiday was cut short. "I'm sorry, we must go back to the city." Tallin discovered another kudu smuggler. "That's the second one this month. We cannot ignore it. The gatekeepers can't catch everything, and it's possible there are several vials inside the city already. I've got to return and interrogate the prisoner." "Can't you force the truth from him?" Sela shook her head. "It's not that easy. Truth spells are a powerful weapon, but they're tricky and unpredictable, so they're often ineffective. I could brew a truth serum, which usually has better results than a spell, but it would take weeks to prepare. There's no simple solution. Sometimes I wish I had been born an elf. It's easy for them to coerce mortals to do almost anything." She hoped that the upcoming interrogation would go more smoothly than the previous one. She had used magical techniques when questioning the last smuggler, who had been uncooperative from the beginning. She brewed a truth potion in advance of the interrogation, but as with any magical spell, each individual can have a different reaction. Even though she had brewed it with great care, the results had been abysmal. The man had broken immediately and had told them everything, every single thing, about his life, starting with his infancy and continuing with his childhood, teen years, and on and on. No amount of redirection helped. Days later, the prisoner still hadn't slept or stopped talking. In the end, the smuggler was so exhausted that he couldn't recall who had given him the vial, or even what he was doing in Parthos to begin with. She had wasted several days and gained no useful information. Brinsop scratched her ear. "So, who do you suspect?" "I'm not sure who was behind this, but several possibilities come to mind," said Sela thoughtfully. "The Balberites use kudu oil all the time, but blaming them would be the most obvious choice. If someone wanted to cast suspicion on them, using kudu oil would be the easiest way. If not the Balberites, then who?" She breathed a deep sigh and reflected for a few moments. "I really don't know. It's an odd case, because we don't have a motive yet. Why smuggle enough poison to kill 100 men? A few drops is enough to kill a man, and that would have been much easier to hide. Who needs a whole vial of the stuff? And for what purpose? The oil may not have been intended for someone in Parthos. Kudu oil is illegal everywhere, and Parthos is a busy trading post. Many merchants stop before heading onward to other cities. The poison may just be swapping hands, the final buyer could be somewhere else along the trade route. That's even more worrisome. What about the dwarves? They're at war with each other. Yes, I've thought of that. The animosity between the dwarf clans has really intensified lately. Dwarves are not known for letting go of their grudges, but would they stoop to mass murder and poison their own people? I don't believe they are capable of such atrocities. How about the greenskins? They're a possibility, too. The orcs have been getting bolder at the northern border as of late. They would love to see all of the dragon riders dead. But poison seems almost too sophisticated for them. Orcs are much happier swinging an axe at someone's head, rather than taking the time to poison their food. It's just not their nature. Brinsop wrinkled her snout in disgust. Those filthy greenskins, she spat. I'd sooner roast a few with my fire breath. Then she leaned forward and said, "Come now, let's stop this troublesome chatter. We are spoiling our fun, and I would prefer to enjoy these last few hours of our holiday." Fancy a rabbit hunt? Brinsop grinned, her red lips peeling back to expose rows of razor-sharp teeth. That sounds lovely. Sela hopped on Brinsop's back, and they took to the air. She knew of a small creek that had attracted a colony of rabbits. The creek was merely a trickle of brown water, fed by a larger river up north, which twisted down onto the desert plateau. The water was brackish, but clean enough to entice animals to drink, and in the case of dune rabbits, to breed prodigiously. Dune rabbits typically came out at dusk, emerging from their burrow holes to forage through the desert shrub. They ate whatever vegetation they could find, while keeping a watchful eye out for the brown kit foxes and hawks that hunted them. Hundreds had already emerged to feed, scrabbling about on the sandy soil, eating their fill of the bright green stubble that had sprouted from a recent rain. Sela inhaled deeply and smiled. The air was crisp and carried the faint scent of blooming cactus flowers. Duskeye landed downwind and kept her distance so as not to frighten their prey. Sela dismounted and gathered her hunting bow. Look at all those fat rabbits. We're going to eat well today. She walked slowly toward the dunes, her feet whispering across the sand. When she was close enough, she reached up and drew an arrow from her quiver, knocking it carefully. No magic today, eh? You're doing this the old-fashioned way, said Brinsop. It's good practice for me, I hardly ever get to use my weapons anymore. Plus, I feel the creatures suffer less, when my aim is true. Sela squeezed the shaft between her thumb and index finger, focusing her good eye on the horizon. Her first target was a large male, his back rigid atop the highest dune. Sela drew back and loosed the first shot. The black-feathered arrow found its mark, and the rabbit collapsed in the sand. The sudden movement startled the other rabbits, and they scattered. Even so, Sela was able to hit 3 more before the frightened creatures disappeared into their burrows. She recovered her arrows and collected her game, tying their necks together with a dry palm leaf. Sela kept the smallest rabbit for herself, and sat down on a rock to dress it in the field. The rest she gave to Brinsop to enjoy. Only 4 today? Bow hunting is fine sport, but this is enough food for me. If you're still hungry, you can search for larger prey. There are great horned sheep 6 leagues to the east, and if you fancy a boar, we could go north. There are always wild pigs at the edges of the dead forest. This will satisfy my hunger for now. Brinsop gulped the rabbits down without chewing. Sela gutted her kill with her boot knife, expertly removing the skin and internal organs. She walked over to the creek and rinsed off the carcass before skewering it on a stick. Please roast this for me, she said, handing the skewered rabbit to Brinsop. The dragon held it daintily, like a kebab, while breathing a low flame across its surface. The meat sizzled, filling the air with the heavenly aroma of cooked rabbit. That smells delightful, said Sela, smiling. I need to get some water. She walked back over to the creek and filled a large metal cup, wrinkling her nose up at the smell. The water was barely suitable for drinking, and she would need to boil it first. She threw the entrails across the water so they wouldn't attract flies, and rejoined Brinsop with her meal. There was a single tree on the dunes, a scraggly palm that offered some shade. They both walked beneath its canopy, watching as the sunset filled the sky with brilliant color. Sela sat beside her dragon, tearing cooked rabbit from the skewer with her teeth, savoring each bite. Brinsop boiled the water for Sela using her fire breath, and Sela brewed some loose tea to enjoy along the rabbit. It's beautiful here. The air began to cool, and the rabbits ventured again from their burrows, their earlier scare already forgotten. It warms my heart to see you so content, Ryder. I've lived in the Death Sands for a long time, and I'll never tire of it, Sela murmured as she pointed her face toward the sun. In the distance, the sandstone plateaus turned orange against the gathering dusk. Purple shadows played along the dimpled surface of the landscape. It's a shame we can't enjoy it longer. Duty calls, so we should get going. She stood up and dusted off her breeches. A shadow in the sky caught her attention. Sela glanced up and spotted a large bird flying in their direction, silhouetted against the setting sun. She tried to ignore it, but couldn't help but look up again. The bird was much larger than a crow or the white-tailed hawks that were common in this part of the desert. That's odd. Look at that bird in the distance. She pointed to the sky. It's enormous, and I don't recognize the species. It's flying from the east. The bird continued in their direction before finally slowing down. She could see it clearly now. The bird had a distinctive tuft of crimson feathers on its head. Brinsop, look. Sela gasped. I can see a red crest on its head. It's a blood raven, a balberite messenger bird. The raven began circling overhead. It spotted the rabbit entrails by the creek, Sela whispered frantically. She hoped the bird was hungry. Blood ravens were greedy scavengers and seldom resisted the temptation of an easy meal. Brinsop crouched low behind the palm. We can't let it escape. Shall I kill it? I could bring it down with my fire breath. Sela shook her head. No, please wait. I would prefer to capture it alive. The bird swooped down and hopped over to the bloody mass, gorging itself on the rabbit scraps. Sela stood motionless underneath the tree. She tilted her head and caught a glimpse of the scroll tied to one of its brown legs. Look at its foot, there's a tiny scroll on it. I can see it from here. Someone is expecting this message. I need to intercept it without the receiver knowing. Sela's brow furrowed as she struggled to remember the spell that would lull an animal to sleep without injuring it. It had been so long since she'd used it. The bird finished its meal and waddled down to the creek, splashing around in the muddy water to cool itself. Let's see, it's something like. It's getting ready to fly away. Hurry, Sela. Okay. I hope this works. Sela's hands began to glow faintly. Sofnafuggle. At first, nothing happened. The bird tottered back up the riverbank, cawed loudly, then spread its wings to fly away. Sela wondered if the spell had misfired. It didn't work, said Brinsop. Wait. Sela was frozen in place. Wait a second. The raven opened its beak to caw again, but the cry tapered off into a whine. The bird stumbled, blinked twice, and collapsed. Yes. Sela shouted, pumping her fist into the air. She rushed over and turned the bird on its side, snapping the thread binding the scroll to its leg. The scroll was protected, sealed with a glamour so that it could not be opened improperly. Sela easily deactivated the spell, and runes materialized on the parchment. What does it say? Sela drew the scroll close to her eyes and squinted, struggling to decipher the symbols. Rubbish. The writing is so crude, like that of a first-year mage. She cleared her throat and read the scroll aloud. It says, the last oil smuggler has left our fortress. Make your final arrangements with the priests. I agree that the dwarf rider and his dragon must die. She looked at Brinsop. The dwarf rider could only be Tallin. There is no other dragon rider with dwarvish blood. Can you tell who sent it? No, there's no signature and no seal. But that isn't surprising, considering the content of the message. This bird wasn't flying from Balber. This must be a response to an earlier message. Whoever wrote this is in the northeast. I recognize the rune patterns. There is a specific northern dialect in the spoken and written forms. I was trained to recognize the difference during my apprentice training. Sela bent over the bird and replaced the tiny scroll on its foot. Then she and Brinsop went back to the tree and crouched down. Stefna Logertrost, she said, and the bird woke up. It stood and shook its head, bewildered. Seconds later, it spread its wings and continued its westward flight. Well, that answers one question, at least. Now I know why they're smuggling kudu oil into Parthos. Someone wants to kill Tallin and Dusk Eye. Cursed Shadow Woman. Skirakina approached the foggy shore, maneuvering her little sailboat to a flat point on the beach. As the murky shoreline came into view, she knew that she had arrived at the shores of Dead Man's Pass. Mount Heldiafol was just a few leagues away. Few dared to venture so close to Orc territory. She preferred to come ashore near this ghostly place, knowing that she could be safe from the prying eyes of the mainlanders. As she stared out into the mist, she wondered how anything could survive here. Day and night, the orcs burned black shale. Plumes of black smoke wafted up from their caverns, darkening the sky with a permanent haze. A foul breeze, laced with ash, carried the burning stench of their smelting pits for hundreds of leagues. The hillside was dotted with lifeless trees, choked by hanging moss, their trunks darkened by the contaminated air. A few diseased saplings struggled to take root, each of them reaching their skinny branches up into the gray sky. Most of the native animals had left the region, driven off long ago by the noxious air and blighted landscape. The beach was littered with decomposing seaweed and dead fish, the result of tainted runoff from the orc caves. There were no birds and no butterflies here, the only flying creatures were bloodthirsty clouds of mosquitoes and biting black flies. Orcs destroyed everything. The only beasts that remained were feral hogs, resilient scavengers that reproduced quickly and destroyed the natural landscape. The boars ate any rubbish they could find, and damage to the remaining vegetation was considerable. Grassy meadowland had been replaced by vast expanses of stinging nettle and thorny hornweed, a tangled mess that choked any other plants that attempted to grow in the blighted topsoil. No cultivation was possible, any good farmland had long ago been destroyed. The eroded earth, laced with coal soot from the orc caves, fell into the sea and left an oily scum upon the water. This year, the winter storms had been extraordinarily violent. The Black Sea hammered the shoreline so viciously that the bluffs had been stripped away, exposing dark bands of weathered rock spreading from the shoreline down into the ocean. The snarling thicket of brush meant there was no place to hide or make camp, and any paths through the area were narrow and full of danger. Any human, dwarf, or elf unlucky enough to be captured here would be dragged back to the orc's lair, where they would be put up for ransom, made a slave, or worse. Still, none of that worried Skirakina as her boat hit the sandy beach. She tried to survey the coastline before jumping out of the boat, but thick fog obscured anything in the distance. Nothing was visible beyond the bluffs. She put 2 fingers in her mouth and whistled sharply. Moments later, a huge blood raven answered her call, circling down to land on her forearm. She caressed the bird's head with her finger. "Did you see anything, my pet?" The raven squawked its reply, and she understood his primitive bird language. Orcs are near. She might enjoy some blood sport after all, but even this knowledge did not lift her spirits. She despised this place, hated this continent. She longed to return to her home in Balber, to a life of meditation and quiet study. She had recently acquired an ancient grimoire of elvish spells, the rarest she had ever seen. She didn't have the chance to begin studying the book before being called by the priests. Even a high-ranking blood master like herself was still subservient to the high priest. She chafed at his commands, but was forced to obey them. For the 100th time, Skirakina was ordered to the mainland, to be surrounded again by mortal weaklings. She loathed everything about this place. The noise, the filth, and especially the wretched mainlanders. She tried to set aside her displeasure long enough to complete her obligations to the temple. 5 years of peace had reduced the number of assassinations she was asked to perform. Her missions now involved political machinations and scheming, things which bored her. Her tasks had become tedious, and she seethed at having to play nursemaid to the spies and bounty hunters who worked for the priests. She had no patience for such trivialities, and yearned for the day that her obligations to the temple would be finished. She picked up a small rucksack, removed her boots and jumped out of the boat. She tethered the boat by hooking its anchor around the trunk of a dead tree. Then, with a wave of her hand, she summoned a glamour to conceal the craft. Only a mageborn would be able to see the boat upon the shore now. The simple effort tired her. She hadn't slept in 2 days, and she still had at least a fortnight of hard travel ahead. She would travel north up through Dead Man's Pass, into Everwood Forest, and finally, across the icy landscape of the frigid waste. The last leg of her journey would test her survival abilities. She would not be able to secure a horse until she left orc territory, so the next few days would be on foot. The assassin drew her thick cloak around her body, but didn't bother to raise the hood or conceal her heavily tattooed face. No enchantment could hide her rune-marked flesh, for her markings had power and blocked any spell that would disguise her appearance. But here, there was no reason to hide. Only orcs lived in this place, and without magical abilities, none of them could survive an encounter with her. She wouldn't need to cover her face until she left this region. The raven cawed again. Caution. The greenskins approach. Skirakina raised her face to the sky and inhaled. Yes, the scent was unmistakable. The greasy smell of lizard flesh wafted through the air. The fetid odor was so familiar, like a perfume that had turned in the heat. A shiver of excitement shot through her. Invigorated by the possibility of combat, the fatigue melted from her bones. The priests hadn't ordered any killings on this journey, but they couldn't possibly object if she dispatched a few greenskins. "Stay close, my beloved pet, for his eyes shall be yours," she whispered, kissing the raven's red-crested head before she released it. The raven shrieked in delight and took flight, landing in a nearby tree. The bird had participated in this scene many times before. Although scavengers would be quick to descend upon the carcass, gorging themselves on the orc's flesh, the blood raven was Skirakina's personal pet, and he knew that the best parts of the kill would be saved for him. Skirakina ducked behind a tree and drew a pair of exquisite glass knives from her belt. She forced herself to relax. Her heartbeat slowed as her training took over, and she felt a dark calm settle over her body. The sensation brought back memories of her youth, from when she was a child slave. She remembered standing on the front steps of the Temple of Blood, where she was pledged to servitude. Despite the frequent beatings she had endured, her position had been desirable for a slave, as it had afforded her opportunities to learn. She even taught herself to read by listening and watching the other students. She had been fearless in her youth, even daring to steal books from the temple's library, which were restricted to everyone but the priests. After 4 years as a temple servant, it all came to an end one day when she was caught stealing. She had snatched a small prayer book, and just as she was tucking it into her tunic, a young man entered the library. He was a student, just a teen, and not yet a priest. His eyes flashed from shock to contempt as he watched Skirakina hide the book. The boy leered at her, and then ran to report the theft to the temple priests. She would never forget his face. His hair was black, and his skin was the color of a chestnut. His cheeks were round, and he had a mole under his left eye, the exact shape and size of a lentil. As an acolyte, he was subject to frequent beatings himself, but Skirakina was a slave, her status lower than an animal. Even a water buffalo toiling in the fields had greater rights than she did, because no priest would ever beat a water buffalo for disobedience. The punishment for theft was severe, and since the acolyte had discovered the theft, by rights, he was allowed to meet her punishment. The boy dragged Skirakina into the middle of the courtyard. She remembered squinting in the bright sunlight, and then looking up at the boy's face. He was smiling. He laughed and kicked her down. He beat her savagely, raining down blows with his fists on every inch of her body. When she raised her arm to defend against the blows, he beat her even harder. When his hands grew tired, the acolyte fetched a wire whip and struck her so viciously that she collapsed, her back flayed open like a tattered curtain. He stopped only when the dinner bell rang, flinging down the whip to wash his bloodied hands in a nearby fountain. Then he ran off to eat his supper in the dining commons. Skirakina was left in the courtyard, broken and bloodied. A temple servant finally took pity on her and wrapped her body in a sheet. She was carried back to her master's home to die, but Skirakina's master was a practical man, and he valued his slaves at least as much as he valued his livestock. The master ordered a healer, paying for the service from his own purse. The healer saved Skirakina's life. She was even permitted to recover from her injuries inside the house, rather than in the barn with the other animals. The master's private servants changed her bandages, and gave her strained fruit and watered wine while her jaw healed, for even with the healing spell, she was unable to chew solid food for a month. The master had been a dispassionate man, but he was pleased that Skirakina was saved, for he felt that she was a clever and useful slave, if somewhat mischievous. The priests did not allow her to return to her old position at the temple, so her master put her to work in his fields. To his credit, the master did not punish her any further for the theft. Years later, Skirakina's magical powers were discovered by a traveling seeker priest, those sent out to find mageborns. The priests restored her to temple service once her mageborn gifts were measured and found to be promising. As the seasons passed, the priests saw Skirakina's powers grow, and they negotiated a price for her freedom with her master. She was released from his ownership and placed into permanent service at the temple, where she swore fealty before the holy altar, consecrating the oath in her own blood. Many years later, after she had finished her apprenticeship, she went to visit her old master. He told her, half smiling, that he had negotiated an extravagant price for her, on account of the whipping she had endured. After all, he had been forced to pay a healer, a fact that he had never forgotten. Skirakina was an exceptional student, learning all her spells at an accelerated rate. She memorized the 5 points of a blood master's core training: spellcasting, semantics, resistance, combat, and stealth. As the priests realized the extent of her powers, they became enthusiastic about her progress and granted her many privileges. All the while, she felt nothing but emptiness, saved for a single tiny spark. She never forgot that battered slave girl, never forgot the face of her aggressor, nor the vicious beating that left her fighting for her life. The childhood memory of that public humiliation seethed inside her, like a slow ember, whispering for retribution. She waited for her chance at revenge. The time passed quickly, and as she advanced, the acolyte eventually studied in the same classes with her. She observed him daily while he trained, catching glimpses of his face, now with a sparse beard on his chin, but still chubby and round like a melon. On many occasions, she looked directly into his eyes, and there was never a shadow of recognition, for in his mind, she had been nothing more than a nameless slave. Who could fathom that Skirakina would ever rise above slavery, much less study beside him in the great temple? Sometimes, they fought side by side in the temple's practice rings. When they did, the acolyte offered her a shy smile, which she returned. She watched him patiently, with dead eyes like a shark, knowing that vengeance was near. Then one day, it came time for the acolyte to take his final vows and become a temple priest. The month prior to the ceremony was reserved for deep meditation. The acolyte entered the men's sweat lodge where he would pray for days and eventually call his spirit totem. She knew that this time would be her best chance for revenge, while he was isolated and weak from fasting. With each passing day, her anticipation grew. Skirakina waited until the coming of the new moon. On that night, the acolytes emerged from the sweat lodge to go into the forest and call their spirit totem. It was the final step before their ordination. Silently she left her sleeping quarters and went into the wood. It was a dark, windless night, and she only had the stars to guide her. She searched the woods for over an hour before she found the sweat lodge, concealed behind a high fence. She waited in the darkness and overheard the priests sending the acolytes out toward the final stage of their training. Carefully, silently, she followed behind the boys, making sure that she stayed hidden in the shadows. Her target was at the front of the line, walking slowly into the forest with the others. When they reached the tree line, the round-faced teen ventured out on his own. The final ritual called for isolation, which would leave the boy vulnerable. Skirakina circled him in the darkness, dizzy with anticipation. "Hello," she whispered, drawing up behind him. The acolyte tensed, and Skirakina placed her fingers on his lips. "No, do not speak. Tomorrow, you shall become a priest, but for now, you are still free. I have watched you for many moons, wishing for things I could not bring myself to describe." She stepped back, and the boy turned to face her. His eyes shone with a mixture of confusion and excitement. "Do you feel the same as I do? The same burning desire?" The acolyte nodded dumbly, his lips spreading out into an eager grin. Skirakina chuckled quietly and straddled his body, slipping her hands behind his neck. "Then let me touch you and share your mind and heart, that I might know you better." She felt his pulse quicken. "Are you ready?" "Yes," he said shyly. Skirakina leaned down and brushed her lips against his face, stopping near his ear. She drew a single breath and whispered the ancient curse she had practiced for so long. "Ai me now, Lena, Ni. The walking death." The boy's eyes grew wide, and the blood drained from his face. An eerie glow encircled the pair, and a terror unlike any the boy had experienced coursed through his veins. Enveloped in silence, he tried to scream, but couldn't cry out. Her grip on his neck tightened, and she pushed her finger into his temple, striking a pressure point there. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. Then he fell to the ground and lay writhing there, foaming at the mouth and convulsing. She hadn't killed him. No, it was a fate worse than death. Skirakina had shattered his soul. The boy was found lying on the grass the following morning, motionless as a statue, his eyes open and staring at nothing. The priests decided that the communion with his totem had overwhelmed him. He would never recover. The priests considered his condition a result of weakness, and they placed him in the servants' quarters. He did not regain his speech, the servants would forget to feed him, sometimes for several days. Eventually he was moved into the stables, where he slept with the animals. Sometimes Skirakina would take a break from her training and visit him in the stables, where he sat alone on a stool in a dark corner. She looked into his eyes and smiled. He never responded. The flesh wasted from his bones, and he became little more than a skeleton. He died a year later. Since he never took his final vows, the priests gave him a servant's funeral. No final prayers were said, and his body was wrapped in brown paper and thrown from the cliffs. A shiver went through her body as she recalled that memory. She had brought many to their end since that day, but no kill could ever compare to her first. Her upcoming fight with the orcs was trivial in comparison. Several seconds later, a group of orcs came into view, 3 males silhouetted against the setting sun. Their green skin gleamed with rancid animal fat. One dragged a wild hog carcass on a litter, his axe still embedded in the animal's skull. They laughed and punched each other, snorting and grunting in their guttural language as they congratulated themselves on their successful hunt. She understood some of their harsh orc language, but not all. Skirakina watched them with narrowed eyes, and right before they passed, she jumped from her hiding place. The laughing stopped and the orcs froze. A shadow of recognition crossed their faces, and the largest male ordered the other 2 to stand behind him. Then he stepped forward and raised his weapon. That's curious, Skirakina thought. In past encounters, the orcs taunted and mocked her, believing her easy prey. Over the last few years, she had slaughtered dozens of orcs, and their initial reaction to her presence had always been the same. This was different. The 3 males observed her warily, their eyes narrowed into slits, as they waited for her to make the first move. With a voice like thunder, the largest male spoke. "Olakanga Marl," he said. "Cursed Shadow Woman." The orcs had given her a name. Skirakina marveled at this realization. It was a rare honor as well as a warning. Orcs did not grant formal names to other races. If the orcs had gone through the trouble of granting her a name, they knew who she was, and they were showing respect. It meant that she was now part of their myth stories, and also, that she was marked for death. She was surprisingly pleased. For this, she would fight this creature with honor, without magic or trickery. The largest male raised his axe and shouted his challenge, a hoarse cry that echoed across the bluffs. He pounded his chest twice, so hard that his spiked bracelets drew blood. The black liquid oozed from 2 shallow punctures near his sternum. The other 2 orcs followed suit, screaming their names, but only pounded their chests once. She understood now. This was an introduction. The larger male was the dominant male, and the smaller orcs were his blood sons. Skirakina stepped back and took a wide stance, arching her back slightly to mimic the ceremonial Nikutiksa, the orc's challenge position. She lowered the timbre of her voice and issued the formal response to her opponent, her words stilted as she struggled to speak in the greenskin's primitive language. "You battle me." She struck her chest, spat on the ground, then drew a circle in the dirt and stepped inside. "Round fight, ring fight, circle fight," she cried, challenging the large male to formal combat. She spun her fists and crouched low, ready to battle. The male nodded and ordered the smaller males to drop their weapons. They obeyed immediately, lowering themselves to a kneeling position, their backs rigid, enormous hands splayed out on their thighs. They lay their axes in front of them and faced the circle. If Skirakina won this battle and killed their father, each one was permitted to request a revenge match, either until a victor prevailed or until each of them were dead, whichever came first. The largest orc stripped down and stepped into the circle without any weapons. He wore only a small leather thong, fitted with a rigid wooden cup to protect his manhood. He was easily twice Skirakina's size, both in weight and bulk. His hairless chest, heavily muscled, was covered with thick scars. Skirakina shrugged off her cloak and tossed it aside. The dark tattoos that covered her entire body were all visible now. Her skin gleamed, moistened by the foggy air, the sharp lines of the rune markings fresh and dark. She removed her sword and placed it outside the circle with her throwing knives. This was a sacred ceremony, a fight without weapons. Just 2 bodies, face to face, measuring themselves against one another. The orc could not refuse her challenge, they would fight to the death. The scent gland underneath the orc's armpit dripped oil. The stench hung heavy in the air. The orc dragged one palm across the gland and rubbed his hands together, then smeared the rank musk all over his chest and arms. The odor was nauseating, and Skirakina fought to keep from gagging. She made a mental note to avoid the gland. If the orc somehow managed to trap her head underneath his arm, it was possible that she could lose the fight. The musk oil of male orcs was mildly toxic and could even cause hallucinations. Moreover, if she touched the gland, no amount of bathing would remove the odor, and the stink would stick to her for several days. She wouldn't use any spells during this match, but her tattoos would automatically block sharp objects. Any attempt to puncture or slice her skin would fail. In order to kill her, the orc would need to break her neck or suffocate her. The orc shouted his first battle insult. "Fight, fight, cursed shadow woman. You are small and ugly like a beetle, and I shall crush you underneath my heel." The other 2 orcs whistled and howled, clapping their hands and throwing dust, though they remained seated on the sidelines. Skirakina returned his taunts. "You are slow and weak like a river turtle, and I shall break your bones like twigs." The other 2 orcs jeered. The orc stamped his foot. "I am strong like a bear, and I shall squeeze your skinny neck." More chest pounding from the other 2. Her lips peeled back in a wicked leer. "Your manhood is shriveled, and you are impotent and weak like an old she-goat." It was a terrible slur, and the orc's face contorted with rage. He crouched into fighting position. The battle was on. The 2 adversaries circled each other for a few moments. All the while, Skirakina hissed and spat like a viper. Her tattooed tongue darted between her lips. Neither combatant was permitted to leave the ring during the fight, and no other fighter could enter, or the battle was forfeited. Suddenly, the orc lunged forward. He swung a meaty fist at Skirakina's head, but she sidestepped easily. If the punch had connected, she would be dead or unconscious, but he moved slowly. She shot her fist at the orc's chin. Her punch connected, but the orc was unfazed. She twisted her spine like a cat, and her foot shot out in a solid blur, striking the orc's wrist with a loud crack. He gasped and drew back, shocked by her speed and strength. The orc swung his fist again, but missed completely when she ducked. The orc turned around, and Skirakina slipped behind him. Before he could react, she kicked out both of his knees with 2 quick motions of her foot. The orc howled and fell backward. He scrambled to flip himself over and get back to his feet. Before he could rise, something in his leg spasmed, and she kicked his knee again, this time from the side. Skirakina smiled as she heard a crack. The orc groaned in pain and collapsed forward, landing on his chest. She stepped back and waited, allowing him to rise. One knee was badly injured, but it was too late for him to withdraw from the fight. The orc tried to prop himself on his good leg but was unable to regain his prior fighting stance. His breathing accelerated, and Skirakina's gaze fastened on his face. Skirakina realized he was afraid. The orc's shoulders bunched with tension, and he sprung again, leaping forward with his good leg. Skirakina toppled back, kicking the orc in the jaw as she flipped. The orc spat out teeth and blood. Before he could regain his bearings, Skirakina's hand shot out, and with nails like spikes, she gouged at her opponent's eyes. The orc shrieked and fell, momentarily blinded. Skirakina sprang like a cat, smashing both her heels down on the orc's injured leg. She heard a pop as the knee was crushed. The orc roared, thrashing about in pain and frustration. The other two males outside the circle sat shock-still, immobilized by fear. They had never seen anything like this. The orc never even touched her. Skirakina stood over the injured male and spoke, her expression hardening. A noble attempt, she thought, but the outcome was never in dispute. As the orc's ancient language flowed from her lips, she felt a shiver of euphoria. She said in a slow, grave voice, "I am the Lady of Death, Devourer and Destroyer. When the final battle comes to pass, I shall bring ruin and devastation upon this land. It is the law of nature that the weak shall fall before the strong. I am the winner, and your life is mine." The orcs paused, frozen in fear. The foggy air carried the rasping echo of Skirakina's voice, and the sound reverberated across the sea like the tolling of a great bell. She leaned down near the orc's face and asked, "Ugan ne Ibixtuk, do you choose life or death?" "Ibixtuk," he spat. "I choose death." Skirakina nodded gravely, then stepped outside the circle and recovered the orc's axe from the dirt. There was really no other choice, but if he had shown fear and pleaded for his life, she would have slaughtered them all. As it was, she would allow the other two males to live, and they would carry this story back to their elders. She lifted the weapon above her head, and the orc snarled at her with steely hate. Skirakina nodded in satisfaction. He was unflinching and defiant to the end, a worthy adversary. This orc had fought well and deserved an honorable death. As the axe came down, she happily granted it. Bolreiki returns. Hundreds of leagues from Parthos, the dwarf clans were arguing. Two opposing factions had formed within Mount Velik, one faction calling for a new king, the other supporting the ailing King Hergung, bedridden and sickly. The Vardmiter clan, led by the rebel leader Uten, had broken off and left Mount Velik for good, relocating to the Highport Mountains. They would not return. For centuries, the Vardmiter clan had been treated like outcasts, performing all of the other clans' undesirable jobs, the cleaning of sewers, butchering animals, garbage pickup, preparing the dead for burial, to name a few. The jobs were unpleasant, but they were necessary, and when the Vardmiters left, the largest segment of the dwarves' manual labor force had vanished. None of the other clans wanted to do these dirty jobs, and Mount Velik had descended into chaos. Despite several attempts, the dragon riders had failed to negotiate a peaceful settlement between the clans. Today, the Dwarf Council would meet again to discuss the reinstatement of a clan leader to her former position. Bolreiki was the former leader of Chlorokanna, the wealthy jewel-cutters clan. Even after being stripped of her office several years ago, she had remained defiant. She simply refused to abandon her authority, staying the de facto leader for her clan. A replacement for her office had never been elected, and she continued to rule through her advisors. It was evident that a majority supported her return to leadership, and a few even supported her bid for complete control over all the clans. An arrogant smile crossed Bolreiki's lips as she strutted into Mount Velik's vast atrium, where the Dwarf Council waited for her to arrive. The council had been formed recently, with the oldest and most powerful families coming together to establish law and settle disputes. Members included heads of each of the powerful dwarf families, but King Hergung was conspicuously absent, represented only by his bitter-faced counselor. The council members all sat at a long wooden table in the middle of the hall, each doing little to hide their mistrust of one another. Bolreiki plopped down, adjusting her vast bulk in an ornate gilded chair. She was surrounded by dozens of supporters and several advisors with whom she traded conspiratorial whispers. Today, the members would vote on her official reinstatement. She suppressed a smile as she eyed the assembly. She knew exactly what would happen. Behind closed doors, the council argued as they pretended to consider her petition. Then, they would unanimously approve her reinstatement. She had paid hefty bribes to ensure it. She looked smugly around the table. There were a few council members that she had been unable to bribe, but they were powerless by themselves. The king hadn't even bothered to attend the meeting. King Hergung had become a recluse, agoraphobic and sealed away in his private rooms. He was the weakest dwarf king in 1,000 years. There would be no opposition from him, especially since she had already bribed Hergung's closest staff. Now that Jotun was gone, along with his raggedy group of Vardmitre outcasts, her only real adversary was Skempton, the leader of Maritila, the miners' clan. The dwarves who remained at Mount Velik had chosen sides, with a third supporting their ever-weakening king, a third supporting Skempton, and the remainder supporting Bolreki. It was only a matter of time before the balance of power tipped in her favor. Councilmember Pilfney Grinderies rose from the table and cleared his throat. "Attention, everyone! Attention!" He rapped his gavel and motioned for his guards to quiet the crowd. "Please settle down, folks. We have a lot to do today." The chatter died down slowly. First on the agenda, we will revisit the issue of Bolreki Shalevault's reinstatement as the clan leader for Chlorokonna. A cheer went up from the crowd gathered behind Bolreki's seat. Her expression remained somber, but her eyes were smiling. "Before we take our vote, Ms. Shalevault will make an official statement." Bolreki stood up, her face a picture of contrite apology. She clasped her hands in front of her. "My brothers and sisters, thank you so much for coming today. I know that I've made mistakes in the past, but please believe me when I say that I always acted with the best interests of our people in mind. I'll never stop fighting for all the dwarf clans. I hope that everyone recognizes that and votes accordingly. I sincerely appreciate your support." She bowed her head and returned to her seat. "Thank you, Bolreki. That was a very nice sentiment," said Pilfney. He pounded his gavel on the table 3 times. "Now we shall vote. All in favor of Bolreki's reinstatement say aye." "Aye," shouted the crowd. Pilfney waited for the noise to die down before speaking again. "And those opposed?" Silence dominated the hall. Skempton frowned, shaking his head in disgust, but remained quiet. He knew that he was outnumbered. The clans have spoken, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. "Congratulations, Bolreki, you are officially reinstated." Cheers rose up from the crowd. Bolreki grinned as she spoke. "Thank you, my friends. I'm pleased for this opportunity to serve my clan again. Tonight there will be feasting in Chlorokonna's mead hall, and all of the clans are invited. Please, join us and partake of my clan's hospitality." "Thank you for the invitation, Bolreki," Pilfney answered. "I'm sure everyone will do their best to attend." King Hergung's counselor remained silent during the meeting. He left without saying a word, returning to the king's private chambers. The other council members offered their congratulations to Bolreki, shaking hands, sometimes with a knowing wink in her direction. Most of them left the table to mill with the crowd, and eventually, only Skempton and Bolreki remained seated. Skempton had not spoken a single word, and now the aged clan leader stared across the table at his rival. His voice was a whisper. "I never thought I would see the day where you returned to power." Bolreki offered him a patronizing smile. "How could you not? Hergung's madness is incurable, and he will be gone soon. My clan will not tolerate another year of chaos. Our people need a reliable leader, a pure blood who acts in their best interests. It's only a matter of time before everybody realizes that I'm the best one for the job." "Buying votes on the council doesn't make you a strong leader," said Skempton. "It makes you a nothing more than a crooked politician. What do you know, old man?" Bolreki's lips stretched into a steely grin, but the smile did not reach her eyes. "In just a few generations, you've steered your mining clan into financial ruin. Your power grows weaker with each passing year. And now, with the Vardmiters gone, your clan has the lowest standing in our society. Mount Velik needs more nether workers, and it is your clan that will take over the lowly jobs the Vardmiters used to do." His eyes blazed with fury. "How dare you? My clan isn't going to clean sewers or sweep up trash. My clan has been mining this mountain for generations, and our numbers are greater than yours. Why don't you order your people to do those jobs?" Bolreki leaned in and crooned, "Silly old goat. While it's true that my clan isn't the largest, we are the wealthiest. And unlike yours, my workers are skilled craftsmen. From the fairy folk to the humans, all the races of Dern want my magnificent gems. My jewel cutters make money for me all over the continent. I profit in peace and war. I care not which races are fighting, or even why. Let the humans or the orcs slaughter one another, it makes no difference to me. There will always be a market for my stones. You don't have enough money or power to stop me. Bah! My people will never consent to this. This is an injustice." He sat back down, turning his face away. "Wrong, Skempton. You have no choice but to follow me." "Where can you go?" Utin and his rebel Vardmiters have already left. They are comfortably entrenched in the Highport Mountains, and your opportunity to join their little ragtag rebellion has passed. When the Vardmiters were still here, they asked for your help and you were too afraid to take sides. Your own clan members lost respect for you for that, and the Vardmiters hated you for it. You're a coward, and you've been sitting on the fence for a long time, but now I'm forcing you off of it. Be quiet, you arrogant witch. As long as I have breath in my body, I'll never bow to your demands. A strange smile split Bolraki's round face. You have no choice. Do you truly believe that the clans will remain faithful to a king that sits in his chambers like a frightened rabbit while his kingdom crumbles into anarchy? Hergung's physicians hover around him like bees, but even they know his days are numbered. Hergung shall not live to rule another summer, and he has no heir who is experienced enough to replace him. The selection of his successor will fall to the council. Silence fell in the room. I am a loyal subject of King Hergung, and I support his rule. You speak treason, woman. I speak truth. Bolraki slammed her fist on the table. Igulka, you are a greater fool than I thought. Are you really loyal to the king? Because he's going to die, and everyone knows it. Eventually, Chloricana will become the most powerful clan on the mountain, and I shall become queen. I am highborn, and no one else has the resources or the power to challenge me. You are not fit to be the queen. You have neither the strength nor the wisdom. Skempton crossed his arms in front of his chest and glared. Believe what you will, your opinion matters not. I shall be the queen, a queen of legend. All your sour apples shall not sway the clans against me. And what about the Vardmiter rebels? Utin and his people will never follow you. How will you include them in your deceitful plans? Bolraki waved her hand indifferently. May. To me, the Vardmiters are less than nothing. Those lowly traitors shall bow to me yet. Ha! Such confidence. What if Utin does not agree to your demands? His numbers are greater than any other clan. Her stony gaze fixed on him. Once I become queen, I'll raise 10 legions to march against the Vardmiters. Utin will have no choice but to accept my judgment. The rebels shall surrender, or else I shall slaughter them all down to the last man. Skempton's mouth dropped open in shock. You cannot mean this. Bolraki leaned forward and stabbed her finger in the air. Yes, I do, every word of it. Do not misunderstand me, Skempton. I shall assign workers as I see fit, and your clan shall become the lowest caste. However, fear not. There will always be dwarves below you. After I crush the rebellion, the Vardmiters will return to Mount Velik in chains. They shall be our slaves, stripped of all their rights and privileges. They shall not be allowed to vote, own property, or even choose their own mates. That is their punishment for the havoc they have wrought. You are despicable, he said. Bolraki's cold eyes met his, and Skempton saw that she was deadly serious. Skempton could not even respond. He rose from his chair, turned on his heel, and left the table. Moments later, he looked back over his shoulder and noticed that several of his own clan members had stayed behind to congratulate his rival. One dwarf even kissed Bolraki's ring. As Skempton walked away, he was overcome by a great weariness. His anger fell away, leaving only sadness. He reached his quarters and sank down into an old chair. When he glanced up, a shift of light caught his eye. A huge bronze mirror stood in the corner, and Skempton stared at the old man looking back at him from its reflection. The lines on his face had grown deeper, and a scraggly beard had turned from brown to gray. His hooded eyes revealed deep fatigue and something else, the impotence of his anger. His clan had been mining this mountain for thousands of years. Most were still dedicated to their ancestral jobs, but some of the clan had already started to clean sewage and pick up garbage. Skempton had told himself that it was only temporary, but as the seasons passed and fewer men chose the mining pick, he had begun to fear that the tools of the Maritila would soon be the mop and bucket. Was Bolraki right? Would his clan become the new outcasts? He felt the walls of Bolraki's trap falling all around him. Would his people be shunned and displaced, treated like outsiders? Bolraki was right about one thing: with the Vardmiters gone, the lowest clan was now Maritila, and he had neither the energy nor the resources to challenge her. Skempton set his teeth grimly. He knew, in the deepest part of his soul, there was nothing he could do to stop her. Endril the smuggler. Sela and Brinsop flew through the night. The northern winds blew strong and carried them faster through the desert. By sunrise, they were within sight of the city. They spiraled down to land on the palace rooftop, where Tallin and Dusky were already waiting for them. The dragons exchanged pleasantries, and then both lay down on the warm cobblestones and went to sleep. Sela and Tallin greeted each other briefly. Hello, Tallin. Sela nodded politely. Good day, Sela, he replied, raising his hand to his collarbone as a gesture of respect. Is the prisoner ready for questioning? I prepped him, but he refuses to cooperate. Other than the kudu oil, we found nothing else of interest in his belongings. I saved his saddlebags in case you wanted to check them yourself. No, that won't be necessary. I have everything I need. Please lead the way. Sela grabbed her dusty rucksack and flung it over her shoulder. Before we go, are you hungry? The prisoner can wait if you would prefer to rest a little and eat, said Tallin. She shook her head. I could certainly use a hot meal and a bath, but no. I'll interrogate him first. Tallin nodded. Follow me, then. The smuggler is being held under guard in my private quarters. I kept him separated from the other prisoners, as you requested. The two dragon riders left the ramparts together, walking into the castle through the rooftop entrance. Although he preferred sleeping outside in the desert, as Tallin's official duties had increased, he stayed more often inside the city walls. He now had a permanent suite near the roof, with a giant open window so he and Dusky could leave directly from their quarters. As the pair passed through the hallways, servants stopped what they were doing and bowed respectfully. Two guards stood watch at the door to Tallin's room. They opened it as Tallin and Sela approached, closing it firmly once the riders had passed inside. Sela looked around, taking in the room. It was the first time she had been inside Tallin's new quarters. They were huge, spotless, and sparsely furnished. A sheepskin bedroll lay in one corner, tied neatly with a length of twine. There was a table in the center of the room, along with two wooden stools. A clay pitcher and bowl for washing sat on the ground. In one corner, there was a workbench with the beginnings of a rough wood carving. The floor underneath the bench was littered with shavings, but otherwise the space was immaculately clean. No pictures hung on the walls, and there were no draperies, none of the luxuries that were common throughout the rest of the keep. Due to his status, Tallin could have ordered anything he wanted to decorate his rooms, and the king's finance ministers would have paid. Despite this, he chose to keep his rooms devoid of any ornament. Decades ago, in the midst of the Dragon Wars, Sela had discovered Tallin and Dusky hiding in the desert, living an ascetic life. Tallin had joined the Dragon Riders willingly, and fought to protect Parthos during the war, but he never expressed desire for any spoils. He had always seemed content with so little, and had always preferred his solitude. In all the years he'd lived in Parthos, Tallin had never taken a mate, even though there were plenty of women who would have happily shared his bed. He was a handsome man, and his dwarvish blood kept him looking youthful. Sela wondered if he would ever accept a partner into his life. Tallin never discussed anything personal with her, he was intensely private and had always been so. She walked over to the bench and picked up the carving. It was the sun lion, a creature of legend. Under its right paw, there was a radiant globe. Under the other paw, a dragon's egg. The back remained unfinished. The myth of the sun lion was an ancient legend, and one she had heard countless times when she was a child. Before the war, her extended family would gather by the fireside. The storytellers would come forward and tell their tales. Even the smallest children knew the legend of the sun lion. The great sun lion dwelt in the heavens, creating light by pushing the sun across the horizon with his mighty paw. In the evenings, the sun lion covered the sun disk with the blanket of the night sky. Then he would rest. At the beginning, mankind was happy and offered sacrifices and gifts to the sun lion. However, the races of Dern grew greedy and restless. They wanted more light than the sun could give, and they stopped worshipping the sun lion. The sun lion grew angry, so he covered the sun, and the land was left in total darkness for 5 days. People panicked in the endless night. Plants withered and died. Dragons' eggs remained unhatched in their desert caves. Entire clutches were lost to the freezing cold. Orcs ravaged the countryside, no longer bothered by the light of the sun. The darkness continued for 13 days. Eventually, a wise old she-dragon, distressed by the situation, decided to talk to the sun lion. The dragon flew high into the sky, arriving at the sun lion's castle. She entered the castle with her head bowed low, and with great reverence. "Oh, beloved sun lion, why do you keep the world in darkness?" she asked, her voice respectful. "I am weary," said the sun lion. "The sun disk is heavy, and the mortals below do not appreciate my hard work. Then let me carry your burden for a day. I shall push the sun disk across the sky for you." The sun lion agreed and uncovered the sun. Dazzled by the light, the dragon was blinded, but she picked up the sun disk anyway and flew courageously into the sky. The people rejoiced when they saw the sun's return. Plants bloomed, dragon eggs hatched, and the orcs retreated back to their caves. As the day wore on, the dragon grew tired. She struggled to keep the heavy sun aloft. By midday, her strength faltered, and she dropped the sun disk, scorching the earth. The place where the disc touched the land became a great desert, and that was how the death sands were formed. The dragon knew that she had erred, so she picked up the sun disk with renewed vigor, but then she rose too high, and the world hardened into ice. That was how the frigid waste was formed. The dragon struggled on, her strength weakening with every minute. Eventually, she could hold the sun disk no longer, and she collapsed in front of the Sun Lion's castle and died. When the Sun Lion came out to collect the sun disk, he saw the she-dragon lying there, dead from exhaustion, and he felt ashamed, for he had shirked his duties and she had died for it. The Sun Lion promised to honor the dragon for her courage and placed 6 stars in the sky in the shape of a dragon. And so the dragon's chain is the constellation that rises first in the evening and glitters the longest through the night. That is why the Sun Lion is always depicted holding a dragon's egg in one hand and the sun disk in another. Seela smiled, remembering the old fable. She traced the carving with her thumb. The wood was beautiful and exquisite knotted hardwood from Redmore. This wood must have cost you a few silver crowns. It's lovely, Tallin. Is this a new hobby? No, an old one, really. Something I picked up from the nomads. It's a warding figurine, he said. They're enchanted objects. A shaman places a small glamour on the statue, and it glows when there is malicious magic about. Anyone can carve the figure and then take it to the shaman. The nomads place them in front of their tents at night. It took me a long time to get the spell, though it's not information that the nomads share freely. Seems like a useful bit of magic, said Seela. I've seen these carvings outside their tents, but I just assumed that they were decorations. Object enchantments weren't part of my regular training. I only learned how to enchant runestones, very basic stuff. I studied enchantments quite a bit. Dwarves are known for forging enchanted weaponry, so that was part of my apprentice training, but I've never seen dwarf spellcasters add enchantments to common objects such as this. Nomadic shaman are very proficient at enchanting objects for some reason. Even their weakest mageborns are highly skilled in this respect. That's surprising. It takes a fair amount of magical ability to enchant an object, at least that's what I've always been told. The elders at Miklagard don't even bother to teach enchantments to mageborns that test below level 4. Maybe it's time to rethink that policy and start teaching enchantments to all the apprentices. Perhaps. Tallin shrugged. He didn't really care what the elders at Miklagard thought. I've tried to learn as much as I can about the nomads, because their magic is different than ours in many ways. It's useful for us to learn. The main problem is that shamans jealously guard their spells, only teaching them to bound apprentices. What little I have learned has come from eavesdropping, unfortunately. Do they have any grimoires that we could borrow? No, the nomads have no formal writing system, they have an oral tradition instead. They also have distinct teachings for male and female mageborns. There is a set of magical rules for each gender. Men become shamans, and females become medicine women. I've never been permitted to speak with a medicine woman alone. It isn't allowed. Said Seela absently. Her voice trailed off while she looked out into the distance. Tallin realized that she wasn't listening. He took the half-carved statuette from Seela's hand and placed it back on the table with a loud tap. Seela? Are you all right? I've been speaking to you, and you haven't answered. Seela jolted out of her contemplation. Sorry, Tallin. My mind wandered for a moment. She rubbed her temples. I haven't slept much. Brinsop and I had a long flight from the northern border. I understand, he replied. We should get started then. The sooner we finish, the sooner you can rest. Just one thing, do you know if the prisoner smokes? Tallin looked surprised by the question and nodded. Yes, I assume so. I found some cheap smoke leaf and an old pipe among his things. Why do you ask? I have an idea I want to try, she said. Let's go. He led the way through several more corridors, finally heading down a flight of stairs to a windowless cellar. There was no natural light here, so Tallin had embedded several light crystals into the wall. He touched each crystal with a fingertip as he passed, and their light flared brightly as his magic recharged them. At the end of the corridor, Tallin drew back a heavy curtain, revealing a wooden door with iron hinges. Are you going to use a truth spell on this one? No, I'm going to try something different today. Just watch me and follow my lead. Tallin twisted the doorknob and nudged the door open. A uniformed guard went inside the cell with them, and the door was closed and locked behind them. Inside the darkened room, the prisoner waited in silence, his hands tied in front of him. The prisoner wore only his breeches. He had curled himself into a ball in the corner, with his back facing the wall. There was a cup filled with water near the man's feet and 2 stools near the door, but otherwise the room was empty. A white crystal, hung from a leather string, glowed in the center of the room. There was no other source of light. Inside this room, it would be impossible to track the time, or even know if it was day or night. Sela dragged a stool over to where the prisoner was seated. Tallin stepped back into the shadows near the door. She stared at the man for a moment, then sat down, pulling a smokeleaf pouch out of her pocket. "What's your name, brother?" she asked, offering the pouch to the man. He eyed her warily for a moment, then reached out and grabbed the pouch. "Endrol. My name's Endrol." He opened it and inhaled deeply. The air in the cell was hot and musty, and the fragrant smokeleaf smelled wonderful. That's nice." He dug inside the pouch with his index finger and grabbed a pinch, rubbing it into his nose. "By Gulka, that smells so good. Sweeter than perfume. You enjoy a good smoke?" said Sela. Who doesn't? Been smoking since I was a young pup, but I never could afford this expensive stuff. See those flecks of blue willow bark? That's how ye know it's high quality. This is a dwarvish blend, the mayor of Starryford smokes it. He's downright stingy if you try to bum a pipeful for yourself. I've seen it in the fancy smoke shops, but I can't afford it." Endrol's nose was buried so deep in the pouch that he jumped when Sela snatched it back. Sela opened the pouch and inhaled deeply. "You're right, that does smell good. Those dwarves certainly know how to grow some premium smokeleaf." Endrol looked confused. He had believed Sela was planning to share. "Well, can I have some?" "Well," Sela paused, seeming to think it over. The seconds ticked by, and the sweet aroma filled the room. She held the pouch open, but just beyond Endrol's reach. Endrol fidgeted, keenly eyeing the pouch. "Oh, sure," she said. "I guess it couldn't hurt." Endrol's face cracked into a delighted grin. "Yippee!" Tallin observed the unfolding scene with amusement, covering his mouth with his hand to hide his smile. Already, Endrol was doing everything Sela asked, and all for a little bag of smokeleaf. Sela leaned forward, offering the pouch again. Endrol licked his lips, reaching out with his bound hands. When the pouch was just within his reach, Sela jerked it back again. "Oh, wait!" she cried. Endrol stumbled forward, losing his balance. With his hands still tied, he landed hard on his elbows. Sela seemed not to notice. "Ladies first, you know. Just let me find my pipe. I'm always misplacing the darn thing, you know." She made a grand show of searching every pocket. When her search came up empty, she patted one boot, then the other, a quizzical look on her face. "I have it here somewhere," she mumbled softly to herself, but everything she said was loud enough for everyone in the room to hear. She sighed, digging through her pockets a second time. Finally, her eyes lit up. "I found it!" she exclaimed, pulling the pipe out of her boot. Endrol expelled a huge breath. Incredibly, he had been holding his breath the whole time. Sela packed the bowl with smokeleaf unhurriedly. Once she was done, she held the pipe right under Endrol's nose. "Isn't it lovely? This pipe was carved for me by dwarvish artisans. None can match their pipe-making skills, don't you agree?" Endrol bobbed his head in agreement. Yes, it's lovely." "Yes, it is." He licked his lips. Sela lit the bowl using a firestick, struck fast against her boot heel. The smoke smelled heavy and sweet and a little lemony. "I'm happy to share," she said. "Do you have your own pipe? I'll pack and light it for you, since, you know, your hands are tied." "Yes, ma'am, I do," he said enthusiastically. He patted his front pockets, then he remembered. He lifted a trembling finger into the air, pointing at Tallin accusingly. "I did have a pipe. I always carry it in my breeches, but all my stuff was pinched at the gate," his eyes shot daggers, "by that rotten bugger." The man's overreaction was absurd, and this time, Tallin turned around and coughed, biting his tongue to suppress his laughter. Feeling defeated, Endrol scowled and pouted. Sela waited for a moment, and then an idea seemed to dawn on her. She turned around and smiled. "Tallin, don't you have an extra pipe you could spare?" Her voice sounded almost pleading. Endrol's eyes lit up, the possibility once again within his grasp. Tallin knew this was all part of the act, so he rolled his eyes, trying to look exasperated. "I doubt I have a spare, but I'll go look," he said, leaving the room. Sela swiveled around to face Endrol and smiled. "I'm sure he'll be able to find something." Endrol focused all his helpless anger at Tallin's retreating back. "That mean bugger. I've been cooped up in air forever. He could-a left my pipe. What harm could come from that?" Sela nodded her head sympathetically. The minutes ticked by. Tallin eventually returned, holding an old corncob pipe. "Here," said Tallin. "You can use this one. His voice was laced with disdain as he threw the pipe on the ground between them. Androl snatched it up gleefully and reached out again for the smoke leaf. But Sela didn't offer him the pouch as she had before. Instead, she reached over and removed the old pipe from Androl's hand. Then she grabbed the tiniest pinch of smoke leaf, not even enough to fill the bowl. She filled the pipe slowly, methodically. And instead of using a fire stick, she lit the bowl with a tap of her finger. "Incendio," she whispered, and a spark flared up. Androl gasped. "Yuri a sorceress?" Finally, he understood who was before him. "More than that," she said, folding back her lapel to expose her neckline and the carved dragonstone that hung there, glinting in the light. Androl's eyes rounded. "Yuri Sela? The dragon rider witch?" "Yes. I am she." The smile never left her lips, but now her voice was like ice. The light in the room seemed to dim, and she leaned back in her chair, her face a shadowy mask. What are you going to do to me?" he whispered. Sela ignored the question. "Where do you hail from, Androl?" "I'm from, up north," he sputtered, flushing deeply. "Up north, eh? That's odd, especially since you seem to know so much about the smoking habits of Starryford's mayor." Her voice lowered menacingly. "Are you absolutely sure of that?" Androl's voice trembled. "Ye don't understand. I can't tell ye nothin'. I can't. I can't," he cried. "They'll kill my whole family. I know they will." Sela glanced over her shoulder at Tallin, and he nodded imperceptibly. "Androl, I realize you're afraid, but you must tell me what you know. There are other lives at stake here, and I will extract the truth from you, whether you cooperate or not. If you force me to use magical questioning, I can guarantee that you will suffer a great deal." She spread her hands, waiting for a response. "The choice is yours." Androl slumped back against the wall. "I guess it doesn't matter, I'm dead anyway. I'll tell you what I know. But ye have to promise me one thing first. Ye must save my wife and son. Druckner has spies everywhere, and I'm sure he knows I was captured. My wife and son are probably at Whit Rock. That's where the Outlanders take all their bounties. They hold their captured fugitives there. I need ye to go get them, ye must save them." "Perhaps," said Sela. "Once we hear what you have to say." "No!" Androl shouted, "Ye must promise beforehand. They need safe harbor. You are in no position to make demands." She said angrily. "My wife and son are innocent." He barked, neck veins bulging. "Neither of them is involved in this mess. I don't care what ye do to me, but you've got to save em, or I ain't tellin' ye nothin', ye can do what ye will." He sat back, his fists clenched in his lap. Sela frowned. "All right," she agreed, nodding slowly. "I'll help them if I can. Take the oath." "I want to hear it with my own ears. My son's name is Marin and my wife's name is Pinda." Sela sighed. "Fine." She reached up and touched the dragonstone at her throat. "On my honor, by my stone, I swear to help your wife and son, Marin and Pinda." A glowing spark flared up. "Satisfied?" Androl nodded and sat back. "What did ye want to know?" "Who hired you?" asked Sela. "Druckner. He handed me the money yourself." "Druckner Theorik? The constable of Sudbur?" she asked, somewhat surprised. She knew about Druckner. He was a bit of a crook, but he had never given them any major problems. "Yep, that's him. He paid me to carry the vial through the Death Sands and into Parthos. I haven't heard anything from Druckner in years. Why would he risk his position smuggling something so dangerous?" Androl shrugged. "There must have been some profit in it for him, I guess. I wasn't paid to ask questions, and nobody told me what the oil was for. They just told me where to deliver it." "What were you told to do with the vial when you got here?" "I was supposed to leave it at the cathedral, on the first level of the city. I was meant to wrap it up in colored parchment, like a prayer scroll, and leave it at the altar, disguised as an offering to the goddess." Out of the corner of her eye, Sela caught Tallin's worried gaze. They were both thinking the same thing. If the cathedral priests were complicit in the smuggling, it was bad news indeed. The priests operated with almost as much freedom and impunity as the dragon riders, and it would be devastating for the citizenry's morale if any of them were found guilty of high treason. "How much did Druckner pay you to smuggle the kudu?" she asked. 50 silver crowns, half when I left and half on delivery." Tallin whistled softly. "That's a princely sum, more than a journeyman earns in a year." "Yes, I was thinking the same thing. 50 crowns is a small fortune, said Sela. Endrol shrugged. I wouldn't have risked such a dangerous journey for less. Sela sat back, a bit puzzled. Druckner's fortress was a little thing, a mere speck on the northern horizon. It seemed inconceivable that he could be behind this. How can Druckner possibly afford to pay so much? Endrol grunted. Are ye serious? When Sela did not respond, Endrol snorted with disdain. You really have no idea what's happening in the north, do ye? Druckner said as much, and I thought him a braggart, but he spoke truly then. Ye people are fools. Calm yourself, said Sela quietly. She didn't appreciate Endrol's tone, but the man was speaking freely now, and she allowed him to continue. Druckner's smart. He keeps quiet and doesn't ruffle any feathers, so everybody leaves him alone, said Endrol. He's very good at using his connections to his advantage, and he bribes everybody. He's the biggest slaver on the continent. He's just gotten better at hiding his routes. He smuggles people and goods right up through the frigid waste, even in winter. A lot of the slaves die on the route, but he don't care. I see. So Druckner's a slaver and a smuggler? Yes, and he's smuggling more than ever. He never stopped smuggling, he just got smarter. Druckner smuggles everything. Valparite glass, silks, poison, slaves, gemstones, anything that makes a profit. It's freezing in Sutber most of the year, and the roads are in terrible shape. Druckner keeps them that way on purpose. Nobody likes how cold it is up there, so he just goes on doing whatever he likes. How does he do it? Asked Sela. How does he transport goods and slaves through the frigid waste? Those precious sled dogs of his. There are more dogs than people in Sutber. Druckner breeds them, and he's got dozens. Everyone is expendable to him, except those damn dogs. He likes them more than people. Endrol paused to wipe his nose on his sleeve. Miklagard is near the frigid waste. How come the High Council never mentioned anything about this? I've never heard anything about Druckner smuggling from them. They must have noticed something. Endrol scratched his stubbly chin for a moment. Well, rumor is that Druckner's paid off the High Council, so they turn a blind eye to his shenanigans up north. Not sure if there's any truth to it, and I've never been to Miklagard myself, but Druckner can afford to bribe just about anybody. Always has. Ye may think he's just some little nobody, but in the frigid waste, he's a king. I see. Tell me about the other smugglers. How many of you were hired to transport kudu oil into Parthos? Not sure how many were hired altogether, but there were 5 men in our group. We weren't allowed to talk with each other while we were inside the keep, but I saw him waiting there, like me, so I figured we were all there for the same job. Druckner talked to me first and gave me the money. Then, an old man handed me a leather pouch with a drawstring. He never told me what it was, but I knew as soon as I opened it. I got 1 vial, but I saw dozens more in that room. Druckner has a little stockpile. The old man gave me a map, told me what to do, then sent me back outside to wait with the others. Did all of you travel together? We left Sutber at the same time, but separated pretty early on. As soon as the road cleared, we went our separate ways. I started with cart horses, 3 were on horseback, and 1 was on foot. Tallin spoke up from the shadows. On foot? Only a fool dares to cross the death sands on foot. Endrol shrugged. He was an outlander, so I didn't ask any questions. They're liable to gut ye for looking at 'em sideways. Anyhow, I don't know how he fared against the sands, but he was bloody confident in himself. Which route did you take? Asked Sela. I chose the Spice Road overland. Took longer, but it's safer. I wasn't robbed, although a few ruffians tested my mettle. I'm not a young man anymore, but I'm still handy with an axe. I put 'em back in their place. Endrol smiled smugly, then continued his story. I traded my cart horses for camels at the desert border and crossed using a dune map. I tried to follow along with another caravan, but left them midway through. I moved as fast as I could. Druckner promised me 5 extra crowns if I made it to Parthos before the new moon, but I got delayed. One of my beasts got sick and died. I tried to rest for a few days so she could recover, but once she was down, she never got back up again. I couldn't save her. It slowed me up a bit. Did a vial break inside the animal? Asked Sela. Tell us the truth. Nah, nothing like that. Orandi fungus dropped her right after I bought her. I got a great bargain, and I should have known it was too good to be true. She was already infected when the merchant sold her to me. The sores were underneath her belly. I just didn't check her well enough. Why did you take this job? Asked Sela. Was it just the money? Endrol shook his head. I didn't have any other choice. I did it to save my wife. Pinda's sick, she's got wastin' sickness. She ain't got much time left. There's a special healer in Malagate who said he could save her, but his healin' potion costs a lot o' money. My son can't do nothin' for her, he's simple, he almost drowned hisself when he was a tot and he's not quite right in his head. Seela understood. It was a common story. There were always unscrupulous healers who claimed to have a cure for the wasting sickness. A well-crafted potion could extend a person's life by a few months, or maybe even a year, but in the end, it was hopeless. If Endrel's wife had the sickness, she would be dead soon. People get desperate when their loved ones are dying and will grasp at anything that gives them a shred of hope. Thank you, Endrel. That's all I needed to know. She rose from her chair. But what about me? Endrel sat up, suddenly anxious. And what about my family? The dragon riders will take care of it, Seela replied evenly. But when? I need to know. I didn't finish the contract. I have to pay Druckner back, with interest. If he can't get the money out of me, he'll just kill Pinda and Marin instead. You've got to help them. Seela frowned. We shall, Endrel. I have given you my word. She turned to leave. Wait, stop. Endrel cried. Are ye leavin' to go get them now? I need to know. I'm desperate. You need to help them. That's enough, said Tallin, emerging from the shadows, his mouth set in a grim line. He reached forward and grabbed the old man by the shoulder. You have brought this calamity upon yourself, old man. Know your place, traitor, Tallin spat the last word through gritted teeth. Endrel flinched as if he had been burned. The insult deflated him, and he sat down. Is there anything else you want to tell me before I go? Asked Seela. Tallin had already opened the door so she could exit. Please, there's no way I can pay Druckner back. The money's already spent. He'll have a bounty on my head. Druckner's bounty hunters will be waiting for me to pay it. If I don't pay, they'll kill my family, and then come after me. Druckner can't harm you while you're in our custody. And we will do our best to save your family. The man gulped. What happens now? Your punishment will be decided by the king. He's not overly fond of traitors, though, so I doubt you'll be enjoying your sentence. Your family is another matter. I took an oath, so we'll search for them, but if Druckner's as bad as you describe, they're probably dead already. This interrogation is over. Thank you for your cooperation. Seela tossed Endrel the pouch of smokeleaf, then turned and left. Endrel hung his head. He knew Seela was right. Tallin nodded at the guardsman, jerking his thumb at the door. The heavy curtains closed, and the silent guard returned to his post outside the door. As Seela and Tallin walked away, they heard the old man sobbing. Sheisha. The following morning, Tallin found Seela on the rooftop, staring off into the desert. Except for the palace sentries, she was alone, sipping tea from her favorite mug. He walked over and stood beside her at the rampart's edge. The sky was an electric shade of pink. It had rained a little the night before, and the air was still moist, the early morning breeze blessedly cool. Seela's brown hair was loose, twirling around her face like a veil. You're up early, he said. Seela nodded, not taking her eyes off the horizon. I woke before dawn to watch the sunrise. The air smells so clean. Look at all those colors, it's so lovely out here. As if on cue, a pair of amethyst-colored dragonflies flew past them, locked in a feverish embrace, a final mating before the summer months arrived. I don't get to enjoy the desert scenery as much I'd like to. Nor do I, said Tallin quietly. Seela looked down at her cup. The tea had cooled, and she swirled it around absently. Do you believe the prisoner? I'm not sure whether to believe him or not. His story is certainly plausible. Right now there's no reason not to believe him, but then again, we shouldn't forget that he's a criminal. I agree. A certain amount of skepticism is good, but I suspect he's telling the truth. She paused before continuing. Tallin, I must tell you. Bryn Sop and I discovered a blood raven in the desert. That's an ill-fated omen. Was it carrying a scroll? Yes. Seela nodded. I captured it alive and decoded the message. There wasn't much information on the scroll, but I discovered that there's a bounty on your head. The kudu oil was meant for you and Dusk Eye, to poison you both. I see, murmured Tallin. This isn't the first time someone has tried to kill me, and it won't be the last. It was a Belberite messenger for sure. Their assassins have made several attempts on your life, so I'm not surprised that they would make another. But how is Druckner involved in this? Coupled with the prisoner's confession, this all implicates him, but I can't fathom why he would be involved. Is he targeting you specifically? What motive could Druckner possibly have to kill you? It doesn't make any sense. Druckner wasn't pleased when we closed down his labor camps, said Tallin. I was the one who notified him of the order. Maybe it's petty revenge. Maybe, she admitted. When the king signed the order to close the labor camps permanently, Druckner grumbled a bit, but the camps closed without incident. Druckner even sent some of his own men to help clean up after the closure. Druckner never complained, not formally, anyway. Remember, Druckner's labor camps weren't illegal, even the king sent prisoners there to work. Perhaps Druckner isn't involved at all, said Tallin. Maybe the prisoner is lying about everything. Beyond the prisoner's confession, we don't have any hard evidence linking Druckner to the Balberites, or even to the smuggling. It's all circumstantial. But then how do you explain the blood raven? Those birds are native to Balber, they aren't seen on the mainland unless they're delivering messages for the priests. That's true, Tallin agreed. Blood ravens are only used by the Balberites. I've never seen one on the mainland unless there also happened to be an assassin nearby, usually trying to kill me. I spoke with Druckner last spring when I visited Miklagard. He was there, petitioning the High Council about some trivial issue, logging on his territory or something like that. He was polite but rather crude. I thought him a bit odd, but he seemed harmless enough. To be honest, I found him a bit slow. Maybe it was all an act. He's smarter than we realized, apparently. Look, Druckner dabbled in smuggled merchandise, but so do half the other magistrates in the north. A little smuggling really doesn't surprise me, but secret alliances with Balber? Slave trading? Murder for hire? Said Tallin. It sounds unbelievable. How did we miss all this? Sela was quick to respond. It's unfortunate, but we can't change that now. We have to deal with the problem. I don't know how all the pieces all fit together, there's no clear pattern yet. Once we find out who's behind all this, we will have a better idea of what's going on. We should start looking in the north. The scroll was real, I know that for sure. It sounds silly, but it was the quality of the writing that convinced me it was too sloppy to be a fake. The glamour was remedial, at best. The runes were barely legible. A first-year mage would have done a better job. The message I intercepted was written by a spellcaster with no formal training, and it was a response to an earlier message. Of this, I'm certain. Tallin sighed. No Balberite priest would ever transcribe a messy scroll. Druckner doesn't have any powers, but he has enough money to afford a personal spellcaster. Plenty of low-level mages are peddling their services these days. You can thank the Shadow Grid for that, their guilds accept any mageborn, no matter how marginal their powers, and take a cut of the profits in exchange for training. Even so, it's unlikely the Balberites would form an alliance with Druckner. What other explanation could there possibly be? For whatever reason, the Balberites have allied themselves with Druckner. Now we need to find out why. Tallin's expression turned dark. This is our fault, Sela. If all this information is true, we should have taken care of Druckner long ago. Sela considered for a moment. There's no sense in arguing over what we should have done. What should we do now? Even if Druckner is involved in this treachery, I'm not convinced that he's smart enough to be the mastermind. You're probably right. Druckner's the key, he's merely a puppet in this stage play, not the puppeteer. I need to investigate this further, said Sela. I have friends on the High Council in Miklagard. I'll contact them and do some digging. I need to find out Druckner's connection to Balber. As for you and Duskai, I want both of you to leave the Death Sands until I give notice for you to return. How long should I remain outside the desert? Asked Tallin, somewhat surprised. I know almost nothing of the countryside. He rarely traveled outside the desert, except on official missions. The desert had been his home for decades. Sela bowed her head briefly. You cannot return until I find out why Druckner is targeting you and Duskai specifically. But I could help you. I could interrogate people, search for clues. I'm concerned for your safety here. You must leave Parthos, especially since we cannot even trust our cathedral priests. Tallin tightened his lips. I want to stay and help. She caught something defensive in his tone. Do not question my authority, Tallin. It's too risky for you to remain in the city. I'm your leader, and you shall obey my orders. There's probably an assassin in Parthos already, just waiting for an opportunity to kill you. I'll not have your death on my conscience. But how will you protect the city by yourself? Tallin persisted. I'm totally capable of protecting this city by myself, without your help, she said firmly. Her eyes were flinty and proud. Look, let me find out who's trying to kill you. It's my responsibility to keep all the dragon riders safe. He gazed at the crisscross of faint scars on her cheeks and remembered that like him she bore the evidence of countless battles. The scars had faded with time, but they would always be there, a lingering reminder of what she had endured. Tallin lowered his eyes. Seela was right, she was capable of protecting this city on her own, as she had for years. During the Dragon Wars, her friends and family were slaughtered, but she continued to fight bravely, inspiring all those around her. I am a fool, he thought to himself. For years, Seela protected this desert without my help. Who am I to question her judgment? Fine. I'll go. Tallin capitulated, and Seela seemed pleased. Should I fly to Mount Velik, then? I could try negotiating another truce between the dwarves. The peace talks between the clans are stalled again. No, don't go to Mount Velik, she responded. Trying to broker peace between the dwarf clans is a waste of time, you've tried to help them before, to no avail. Perhaps it would be best for you to go south. You can go to Whitrock to rescue Endrel's family. I thought you said Endrel's family was dead. They probably are, but I made a promise to that poor wretch, and I'm a woman of my word. Go to Whitrock and see if you can find them. Offer them safe passage. Assuming they're still alive, should I bring them to Parthos? No, you can't bring them back to the desert. Druckner will be expecting that. The Shadow Grid will shelter them for us. Tallin frowned. The Shadow Grid, eh? I don't fancy having to seek favors from them. The Shadow Grid, a loose society of mageborns, had rebuilt its ranks after the war. There was a guild chapter in every major city, and free mages roamed the countryside selling questionable potions, honey traps, and other spells. Grid spellcasters usually lacked formal training, and the guilds rejected any governance from the Miklagard Council. They were starting to become a problem. Seela nodded her understanding. I'm not fond of the Grid, either, but Falenrith owes me a good turn. He's the guildmaster in the south, and despite any difficulties we've had with his spellcasters, Falenrith himself is an honorable man. Seela knew that the Shadow Grid would eventually cause problems for the Dragon Riders, but for now, she would use her guild connections to their advantage. I haven't been past the Elbergen Mountains in years. Since I'm going to Whitrock, I may as well visit Chua and Starclaw, since they live nearby. That's a good idea. I haven't spoken with Chua in ages. He has the gift of sight, so perhaps he'll offer you a divination on how we should deal with Druckner. All right, Duskeye, and I will leave tonight. Almost as an afterthought, Tallin asked, shall I bring you anything from the south? Seela was taken aback by the request. Well, sure, on your way back, pick a few of those giant cactus flowers for me, if they're still in bloom when you return. The large purple ones only grow in the south. I used to gather them for my chambers, and I miss the perfume of those desert blooms. Tallin glanced over at her, thinking that perhaps she might be jesting with such a frivolous request, but she was not. Seela stepped back from the wall and tripped on the cobblestones, still slippery from the previous night's rain. Tallin grabbed her arm to steady her. Seela lifted her head and their eyes met. Despite her scars, Seela was still a very attractive woman, and the magic that bound her to Brinsop kept her looking young. The years had not touched her. Their brief contact made his heart pound. He suppressed the urge to tuck a loose strand of her chestnut hair behind her ear. Seela felt the heat of Tallin's hands, and her breath caught in her throat. Then it came a blush, and her face grew hot. She wanted to look away, but she felt transfixed. It had been years since she had known the touch of a man, and a sudden stab of longing came to her unbidden. Tallin leaned his head down but heard a sound at the doorway and pulled away. Good day, sir. Your dragon has been fed and groomed as you wished, said the stable manager, and your saddlebags have been stocked with provisions for your journey. Tallin nodded at him. Thank you, Jeanbran. He dismissed the man with a wave of his hand. Seela pulled her arm away abruptly, unable to bear his touch another instant. She was shaking with the rush of emotion. I should go, she said breathlessly. Then she turned and fled, the heels of her boots clicking over the stone floor. She left Tallin alone on the rooftop, leaving him to stare after her in shock. Hours later, Tallin and Duskeye met in his private chambers to prepare for the long journey. Tallin put his unease to the back of his mind and finished packing his belongings, intent on leaving Parthos before nightfall. He tightened the straps on Duskeye's new saddle, which was larger and designed for long-distance travel. Ouch, said Duskeye, squirming and scratching at the straps. Have a care, Tallin. That iron frame is biting into my side. Sorry, chum, said Tallin. This saddle is heavier than your usual one. I need to make sure the straps are secure, otherwise I might go tumbling down onto the dunes, and you'll be searching for a new partner. As they were getting ready to leave, Sela entered his room carrying a tray of honeyed seed cakes. Here, put these in your bags. They're fresh from the palace bakery. Her expression was cool, her face unreadable. Thank you, he said, with a slight nod. He cleared his throat and looked out the window briefly before meeting her eyes again. When shall the other dragon riders return? I've called them all back. Elias and Nydeard should arrive in a few days. Galti and Half are in Redmoor, visiting their grandfather. They will take longer to return. Elias has been working in Highmill since last summer, helping the workers in the copper mines. Tallin remembered his old friend. Since becoming a dragon rider 5 years ago, Elias had matured into a powerful spellcaster, choosing to focus almost exclusively on the healing arts. It was an unusual choice for a male spellcaster, but he was now the most sought-after healer on the continent. It's his nature. He'd turned down the king himself in order to continue working with the poor. Elias prefers hopeless causes, she said. He insisted on this assignment, you know. While I respect his motives, I question his judgment. He has noble intentions, but his gifts are being wasted. Elias spends his days and nights healing diseased lungs and shattered bones, only to see the same men return to the copper mines the next day. It's an endless cycle. He knows as well as everybody else that those mines are a death trap. But you know how stubborn he is. He could travel around healing wealthy nobles, but that's not his style. Wealth and prestige don't interest him. I know. She lifted her hands in exasperation. I just wish he'd put his gifts to better use. Did you know that he was ambushed by a pack of orcs last winter? They trapped him, tried to kill Nydeard, and threatened to skin him alive. Elias defeated them in battle and then healed their injuries before letting them go. Tallin knew the story, which had become a bit of a legend. You know. I could stay until Elias gets here. The shadows deepened on his face. I appreciate the offer, but that won't be necessary. Tallin opened his mouth to protest, but Sela held her hand up. Stop, I don't want to hear another word. I'll be fine on my own. All right, then, Tallin said. He let the matter drop. Contact me if you need anything. I will. May Bagra guide your flight path. Sela reached up and scratched the dragon's soft underbelly. He purred softly. Take care of him for me, Dusk Eye. I know how much Tallin likes to get into trouble. I promise, rider friend, said Dusk Eye, nuzzling Sela with his snout. I'll contact you when I cross the southern border, said Tallin, mounting the saddle. He checked his water supply one last time and tapped Dusk Eye on the shoulder. Let's go, Dusk Eye. The dragon spread his cobalt wings and took flight, exiting from the large open window in the room. With a mixture of worry and relief, Sela watched Tallin leave, gazing ahead until his silhouette disappeared on the horizon. She glanced over at his work table and saw that he had finished the lion carving. She picked it up and traced it with her thumb, as she had before. Tallin had rubbed it with oil. The surface gleamed. It was smooth and beautifully polished, like carved. The little sculpture reminded her of him. I need to stop thinking of him this way, she told herself firmly. She set it down with a trembling hand and left the room. Tallin and Dusk Eye flew onward in silence. Parthos became smaller and smaller and eventually disappeared behind them. Tallin felt strangely uncomfortable. He had flown outside the desert countless times in the last few years, but never for more than a few weeks at a time. This was the first time he'd left Parthos without immediate plans to return. Dusk Eye sensed his unease. Come now, let us enjoy this journey. We've stayed in the desert so long, this is our chance to explore the beauty of this land. Tallin smiled. You're right. If we travel at an even pace, we can enjoy the desert in bloom. Our private time is precious, I'll try to enjoy it. Perhaps they could even spend a day at the Southern Refuge, an oasis that had been created by Fëanor the elf years ago. Time slipped by, and the clouds vanished away, replaced by the colors of dusk. As evening drew near, they flew on, enjoying the gorgeous landscape. Eventually the sky darkened and the moon rose in the sky, its silver light illuminating the vast southern plain before them, a seemingly unending stretch of sand and rock. Brightly colored sandstone rose up into majestic plateaus, peppered with caverns that had once been the mating caves for hundreds of dragon females. Now the caves lay empty, some of them filled with the oxidizing bones of dragons, slaughtered by dragon hunters years ago. They flew through the night, taking advantage of the cooler temperatures. Just before dawn, they stopped to rest at a high plateau. Several abandoned caves faced the desert, and Tallin dismounted to explore each cave individually. Dusk Eye remained outside, waiting for Tallin to give him the signal. He was looking for a cave that didn't have any dragon bones. Tallin stepped inside the first cave and stopped short. The bleached bones of a long-dead she-dragon lay inside, partially buried in the sand. The jaws were wide open in a silent scream. Near the skeleton, Tallin saw the remains of a ravaged nest, 5 tiny skeletons, their wing bones still unfurled. These hatchlings were mere days old when they were slaughtered. "Not that one," said Tallin quietly, stepping outside. Dusky looked down at his feet and didn't respond. They both knew the reason. Tallin walked into the second cave and breathed a sigh of relief. No bones, and the interior of the cave was spacious enough for them to sleep comfortably side by side. "This cave is clear," he called out, and Dusky followed him inside. The two relaxed in the sandy nook and settled down to sleep. Dusky nodded off quickly, but Tallin remained awake. The image of the bones inside the first cave hung heavy on his mind. Tallin had discovered identical scenes many times, but it always left him feeling dejected and sad. When he finally fell asleep, his dreams were unpleasant. They awoke together in the early afternoon and took off again. The heat was suffocating, but they soon acclimated to the temperature. The southern desert was hotter than the north, so there were fewer obvious signs of life, but within the caves and burrows there teemed a myriad of life. Dune rabbits, lizards, snakes, and other creatures thrived here without any human interference. Shrub vegetation grew across the land, stubbornly laying deep roots despite the inhospitable heat. Large areas of bare soil competed with low vegetation cover. Here and there, a solitary palm offered meager shade. Tallin and Dusky flew past an immense shield of black crystalline rock, hardened over the centuries, its surface radiating waves of heat, the evidence of some ancient catastrophe. A few days later, through a swirling cloud of dust, the southern oasis came into view. "Dusky, will you look at that?" Tallin exclaimed. "The oasis has tripled in size. There's even a small village." The palm trees were quite dense now, the area was bursting with lush vegetation and flowering date palms. The oasis was occupied by nomads and their camel herds. Below them, brightly colored tents dotted the desert floor. From the sky, the tents looked like jewels upon the yellow sand. People milled around, building their campfires or working in small groups. In the center of the village, groups of women sat outside their tents, gossiping while they worked. One group prepared fresh dates for drying. Others shelled jindi nuts, separating the greasy nut from the fibrous husk, setting it aside to use later. The nut fibers were stripped out for use in various handicrafts, including baskets, rope, hammocks, and clothing. Dark-skinned children laughed in the shade, playing near the sparkling pool water in the center. Date palms grew everywhere, their branches laden with ripened fruit. A ring of drought-resistant grass radiated outward from the oasis for several leagues, and camels grazed lazily. One of the tribesmen spotted Dusky in the sky and shouted, "Salalima! Salalima!" which meant dragon rider. Others began yelling and waving. Tallin recognized his friend, Sadun, signaling from the crowd below. "Let's stop," said Tallin. "I see my old friend, and I could use a bath and a hot meal." Dusky circled down and landed near a pool of clear water. Several muscled warriors guarded the oasis, their wrists, ankles, and necks tattooed with swooping runes. The nomads applied the runes during their manhood ceremony, and the markings doubled as protective wards. The guards stepped back, allowing Dusky to drink from the spring, but they did not leave their posts. Tallin leaned down and drank a handful of water. It was cool and tasted mildly sweet. Tallin dismounted, feeling his feet sink into the warm sand. Young people immediately surrounded the two as they walked into the center of the village. A ring of jindi nut trees circled the oasis. Tallin reached up, grabbing a ripe nut from a tree. The seed pod was enormous, and when he split the husk apart, the fruit inside was the largest that he'd ever seen. The magic of this place affected everything, even the size of the plants. "Rider friend!" Sadun shouted, walking over to Tallin, both hands held up in greeting. He flashed a dazzling white smile, his dark cheeks plump and rosy. Sadun had never been thin, but Tallin noticed that his friend had gained weight and was now quite heavy. "Greetings, Sadun," said Tallin. They clasped hands briefly. "You've been eating well, I see." Sadun laughed, patting his round belly. "You are right. I am so joyful and fat. And my wives and children are all healthy, praise Galka." Although it was not customary for ordinary tribesmen to introduce their wives, Sadun was now a tribal chief, so he gestured toward 2 women behind him. "These are my wives." A male nomad was allowed up to 3 wives, as long as he could prove to the elders that he could support them. That number was increased to 4 if at least one of the women was a widow. "This is Mirram, my senior wife. She is the mother of my 5 sons." Mirram bowed slightly, standing behind Sadun with 5 young boys. She opened her arms proudly, touching each boy's head. The children chattered with excitement, all trying to get a closer look at Dusky. Miriam's face was concealed by her karthan, a long outer garment, but Tallin could see creases around her eyes. She was smiling. Tallin smiled and crossed his hands in front of him in a gesture of greeting. He could tell this woman was Sadun's first wife by the number of rings on her fingers. The other woman, crouched behind Mir-Ram, had a baby in her arms. She kept her eyes focused on the ground. Sadun took her arm gently and led her forward. This is Amphila, my second wife. She is timid, but she is a fine helpmate and a good mother. Please forgive her nervousness, she has never seen a dragon rider before. Sadun whispered something in her ear, and the woman looked up, meeting Tallin's eyes for a few seconds before looking away. She stepped forward quietly and lifted a corner of the blanket, presenting her chubby infant for a blessing. Sadun's eyes softened as he looked at the child with pride. This is Emi Emengwa. She is my first daughter. I have 5 handsome sons, and for that, I am grateful. But I prayed to the gods for a daughter, and finally they have seen fit to grant me one. Look how beautiful and round she is. She is a treasure. Sadun reached out and caressed the baby's head with his calloused hand. To a father growing old, nothing is dearer than a daughter. You have been blessed with an abundance of sturdy children, my friend. Tallin tickled the baby's plump foot, and she giggled. He whispered a short protection prayer and covered the baby back up. The woman made a deep curtsy and stepped back behind Mir-Ram. It was obvious that Sadun doted on his growing family. Children are the anchors of a father's life. Walk with me, I want to show you what we have created here. He escorted Tallin around the oasis, pointing out different plants and fruits that grew in abundance. Years ago, there was much famine, and many infants were lost. But after this oasis was created, everything changed. Magic lingers everywhere in this place, and the trees bear fruit year-round. The water from the spring is always cool and clean. Our children are healthy, and our camel herds have doubled in size. We have enough food to feed all our people and improve our herds. And the other tribes, do you have news of them? Sadun went on, chattering excitedly. The tribe of Akhtar moved to the south last year, and we helped them with their relocation efforts. Akhtar is my kinsman, he is married to my half-sister, Emira. The men of that tribe searched for a suitable location while their women and children stayed here. Akhtar succeeded in finding an underground spring a few leagues away. The water was deep below the soil, but our shaman, Haluk, was able to fetch it forth from the earth using magical spells. As Finor, the elf did here, said Tallin. Yes, although our shaman cannot match the elf's abilities. It took Haluk many days to create the well. Finor created this oasis in a matter of hours. Sadun's expression grew wistful. Oh, if only you could have seen it, my friend. The elf was amazing. His skin was so white and smooth, like a sea pearl. And when he reached out with his finger, it glowed. Everything he touched flowered and grew right before my eyes. Sadun's eyes gleamed. Tallin knew the story. The desert tribes considered Finor a hero, believing that the elf had created the oasis out of compassion, but the opposite was true. Finor had only created the oasis after Elias forced him to help a group of starving nomads. Like most elves, Finor was indifferent to mortals and cared little if they lived or died. Finor and Tallin knew each other, but they were not friends. Finor was arrogant and selfish, he barely tolerated humans and dwarves, but reserved his strongest hostility for halflings, whose mere existence he considered an affront to the natural order. Still, Tallin didn't want to offend Sadun, so he replied cautiously, all elves are powerful spellcasters who can manipulate plants and animals. It's good that the elf helped you create this place. Is the second oasis ready yet? Almost, but not quite. Akhtar's men planted many date palms, and Haluk fortified them with growing spells. The trees are already in flower, and once they bear fruit, the men will take their wives and children to their new home. Our shaman Haluk returned from there only yesterday. He is resting now. So you've made this place your permanent home, he said with genuine admiration. Yes. The elders chose my family to safeguard the oasis. It is a great honor for my family. My brother moved here with his 2 wives, and my youngest sister and her husband, too. We have many children between us, as you can see. Sadun pointed at dozens of youngsters frolicking nearby. The elders made their choice official during the tribal fair last spring. Tallin nodded. He knew about the tribal fair, he had attended one several years ago, on the desert's eastern border. It was a grand affair, with nightly dances, wedding celebrations, and lots of native food. All the tribes sent their own representatives to exchange goods, arrange marriages, and settle any treaty differences. Sadun continued. So many blessings have rained down on our brethren. We have so much now that it costs us nothing to share. We exchange our food and water for handicrafts and leathers. Look here, he said, pointing to a group of ornate baskets. See this pattern? These were made by the western tribes, they are gifted basket makers. The weave is so tight that the basket can hold water without spilling a single drop. We have many goods from the other tribes here. This place has become a sanctuary as well as a trading post. That's great news, Tallin said. He meant it. The southern desert was hotter than the north and had once been an inhospitable place, but these hard-working people had transformed this region into their new home. Although the oasis had been created by an elf, any success that they had now they made for themselves. Tallin looked over Sadun's shoulder and saw a brightly colored tent, decorated with elaborate runes. That must be Haluk's tent, he thought. Tallin knew that nomadic spellcasters usually lived solitary lives, like hermits. It was rare to find one staying with a tribe. Sadun, is that your shaman's tent? I would like to speak with him. Haluk meditates during the day and prefers to be left alone, but I'm sure he would make an exception for you, Dragon Rider. Does he speak the common language? Asked Tallin. No, he does not. Haluk is descended from the Delvishi tribe, and their elders believe that the common language is impure, and therefore do not teach it to their people. However, Haluk converses easily with animals, and they say he even speaks dragon tongue. Your dragon may translate for you, or you may communicate with him using dragon language, if you are fluent in it yourself. Tallin's eyes widened with surprise. Fluency in dragon tongue is a rare gift, especially for someone who was not a dragon rider. Sadun nodded. Haluk is gifted in many ways. Why don't you go speak with him, and then return later to share our evening meal? Tallin agreed, then called Dusky over, and they walked together to Haluk's tent. The tent was farther out on the dunes, a fair distance away from the other families. From a distance, the runes on the tent looked painted on, but upon closer inspection, Tallin realized that the patterns were embroidered. He reached out and touched the delicate thread. Look at this needlework, Dusky. It must have taken an age to complete. The rune work is exquisite, the shapes are perfect. A prayer flag fluttered at the entrance, and there were small piles of camel dung drying outside, used as fuel for cooking. As they approached, they heard soft chanting from inside. Dusky, please announce our presence, said Tallin. With pleasure. One moment please. Dusky poked his snout into the tent and grunted loudly. The chanting stopped and seconds later an ebony-skinned man stepped out. Haluk was tall and very thin and looked to be in his late 40s. His curly black hair was cropped short, except for a single, twisted lock that was pinned across his brow. Haluk wore a leather tunic, with patterned runes identical to the ones on his tent. A single line, drawn in white clay, ran down the center of his forehead. Haluk said something in the nomadic language, and Tallin shook his head, letting him know that he did not understand. Haluk reached out to touch Dusky's dragonstone, rubbing it lightly with his finger. Greetings, dragon brother, grunted Haluk. Tallin was shocked. Haluk spoke flawless dragon tongue. All the guttural snorts sounded perfect. He bowed his head and opened his arms wide in greeting, the same posture that dragons used when they welcomed each other. Greetings, flesh friend, replied Dusky, who also bowed his head and spread his wings in greeting. Tallin glanced over his shoulder and saw a crowd of children gathering behind them, watching the exchange with curious stares. I welcome you to my humble dwelling, dragon brother, said Haluk. I have fresh camel meat. I offer it to you. I must decline with thanks, said Dusky. Your leader Sadun has offered us a seat at your evening meal, and we have accepted his invitation. Haluk bowed again. Of course, dragon brother. It will be an honor for us to share our hospitality with you this evening. Tallin watched their exchange with growing fascination. Haluk wasn't just speaking dragon tongue, he was also mimicking the formal mannerisms of dragons when they spoke to each other. Haluk, how did you learn to speak to dragons so well? Asked Tallin in dragon tongue. Haluk addressed Tallin politely, although without the same deference that he had shown Dusky. The tribal elders discovered my mageborn gift early. As far back as I can remember, I could speak with lower animals, like birds and mice. Dragon tongue was more difficult for me to learn, but I eventually mastered it. I also have an enchanted object that assists me. May I see the object? Asked Tallin. Haluk nodded, reaching into a wool pouch on his hip. He withdrew a small leather strip and handed it to Tallin. It's a dragon charm. The stones amplify my powers. It was gifted to me during my manhood ceremony. Tallin rubbed his fingers over the leather's knobby surface, which felt like sandpaper. He brought it closer to his face to examine it more closely and discovered that the leather was embedded with dozens of tiny gemstones. There were sapphires, carnelians, emeralds, onyx, and even tiny diamonds, the same color as dragon stones. The leather looked like ordinary cowhide, but the gemstones, although small, were of high quality. Tallin wrapped the strip around his knuckles and squeezed firmly. He felt a tingling sensation. How did Haluk come into possession of such a thing? He wondered. I've seen plenty of enchanted weapons, but I've never seen an object such as this. Do you know its origin? Are these gems enchanted? He asked. It is a fragment of an ancient artifact, crafted eons ago, said Haluk. Before me, it was owned by a powerful medicine woman. She lived to be very old, and when she died, it passed to me. Does any other shaman speak dragon tongue like you? Asked Tallin. No, he replied. I am the only shaman with this gift. However, I have been told that several of our medicine women can speak to animals. It is a rare gift among my people, but more frequently found in our women. Our male and female spellcasters do not mix, so I am uncertain how many of our women have the gift. The nomads had female spellcasters, but they were trained separately. Female mageborns become medicine women or powerful midwives, and cater exclusively to women. Tallin handed the item back to Haluk. Thank you for letting me see it. Duskeye moved forward to examine Haluk more closely. Flesh friend, you move like a dragon. How did you learn to move in this fashion? From a she-dragon in the desert, she taught me her ways, which were the ways of a female, not of a male, but I was pleased to learn, nonetheless. Talon's eyes popped with astonishment. You found a female dragon in the desert? How long ago was this? What was her name? Her name was Shisha. She was dark red, the color of a blood cactus. She lived far away from here at the southern edge of the desert. I used to visit her in the winter, when the days cooled. We meditated together, sometimes for days. She was very wise. Duskeye and Tallin stared at each other. Could there be another surviving female somewhere in the desert? How did you find her? Duskeye asked. After my manhood ceremony, I went into the desert for my spirit journey. I prayed to the gods while carrying the leather strip. The magic of the object drew me to her secret cave. I stopped there to meditate, and I discovered her outside. What happened when you found her? Asked Duskeye. At first, she was afraid. She reared up upon her hind legs and roared at me. But I simply sat down and offered her some dried camel meat from my pack. She looked at me oddly, but didn't flee. But neither did she accept food from me. After a while, I greeted her, and she understood me, although my speech was poor. Every year thereafter, I would visit her during my spirit journey. We talked and enjoyed our meals together. Her dragon stone was not like yours. It was uncarved, smooth and round, like a river pebble. That means she was always wild, never bound to a rider, said Duskeye. Yes, I suspected so, said Haluk. She did not speak very highly of humans. She was afraid of them. I explored that area of the desert 100 times and never saw any evidence of a dragon living there. How did I miss her presence? Said Tallin. Shisha rarely left her cave, said Haluk. There was a sulfur mudhole nearby, and the stink kept animals away. She smeared mud on her scent glands to mask her pheromone. It worked, for she told me that I was her only visitor. I wonder how she survived the war. Wondered Tallin out loud. Shisha told me that dragon hunters attacked her once during her first mating season. She played dead and barely escaped with her life. The hunters destroyed her nest and slaughtered her hatchlings. After the hunters left the cave, she sat and wept, embracing one of her hatchlings, a little emerald male. His heart was still beating, and she tried to save him, but he died in her arms. She carried a great heaviness in her heart. Please, can you tell us how to find her? Asked Duskeye. I'm sorry, my friend. I would help you if I could, but I do not know where she is now. On my last spirit journey, I sought her out, but she was no longer at the mudhole. I waited several days, and she did not return to the cave. But she left me a gift sitting on the floor of her cave, a marble of glass surrounded by a ring of polished stones. A fire breath circle, said Duskeye, his voice catching in his throat. May we see the marble? Haluk nodded, slipping back inside his tent. He returned a few minutes later with a black pouch. He undid the strings carefully and a tiny glass sphere fell out, about the size of a cow's eye. Haluk handed it to Tallin, who accepted it carefully, grasping it between his thumb and forefinger. In the center of the sphere, there was a tiny, round emerald. Duskeye, what is this? Asked Tallin. Duskeye was silent for a moment. He touched the stone with his snout, and it began to glow faintly. That is the soul stone of a newborn dragon, preserved in fire breath glass. Tallin's heart pounded in his chest. What ghastly sorcery is this? He whispered. Duskeye sighed. It's difficult to explain to humans. When a dragon dies, his soul light extinguishes forever, and his dragon stone crumbles to dust. Duskeye paused, and when he continued, his voice was sad. But there are rumors among my kind of females who preserve the stones of their dying hatchlings. They cut the tiny dragon stone from them as they are dying, and preserve the hatchling's dragon stone using magic. Then they keep the soul stone with them always, and they continue to mourn. Tallin looked shocked. But why would they do such a thing? I don't know, said Dusky sadly. Perhaps they believe it will soothe their torment. In an indirect way, it does, because a soulstone will suppress any future pregnancies. The magic in the soulstone inhibits fertility and will prevent a female from nesting indefinitely. Creating a soulstone leaves the surviving mother in agony, both mentally and physically. Before the war, soulstones were just a myth, but after the dragon hunters started raiding their birthing caves, many females started making them. Tallin stared disbelievingly at the circle of glass. Inside, the tiny emerald pulsed, and Tallin imagined that he could hear the cries of a weeping hatchling. He suppressed his shudder. Do the soulstones have any power? Asked Tallin. Do they strengthen the female somehow? Dusky shook his head. No, exactly the opposite. It will only compound the mother's pain and misery. She becomes frozen in grief, unable to move on. A female dragon with a soulstone will often starve herself to death. Well, perhaps Shisha abandoned her soulstone because she wanted to live, said Tallin. His voice was hopeful. It's unlikely, said Dusky sadly. Females with a soulstone implant will usually remove it just before they die. That's horrifying, said Tallin quietly. I never knew about this. It's not something that we dragons discuss freely, and a female will never admit that she has a soulstone, even to her own bloodkin. She-dragons have many private rituals, secrets that they never divulge to anyone. Shisha left the stone for Huluk to find. Why would she give a soulstone to a human? Asked Tallin. I do not know, said Dusky. Perhaps Huluk was the only friend she had. Her despair must have been unbearable. Dusky turned away from them, and Tallin knew that his friend would discuss the subject no further. Thank you, said Tallin, handing the stone back to Huluk. The shaman put the little marble up to his lips and kissed it before returning it to the pouch, then nodded politely before retreating into his tent. Moments later, his quiet chanting resumed. Dusky wanted to be left alone, so Tallin walked off by himself to a secluded place on the dunes. Dusky eventually joined him, and they sat in silence for a long time, watching the moon rise in the sky. From the village behind them, someone called out that it was time for dinner. Finally, Tallin said, I'm sure I could find that sulfur mudhole, if it's as foul-smelling as Huluk described. What purpose would that serve, said Dusky. I doubt that Shisha is alive. And even if she is, she doesn't wish to be found. Tallin fell silent, watching the yellow moon. When he spoke again, his voice was pleading. We must try, Dusky, he said quietly. We must try and find her. Dusky sighed. I knew you would say that. Druckner Theoric. The ground in Sutber was blanketed in snow. A sticky, thick powder had fallen the night before, followed by a sleeting rain that made the surface as slick as grease. The hills were gleaming white and the trees glittered with icicles. An ornate slaver's coach crawled slowly along the road, its wheels slithering back and forth. The rain had turned the road into a quagmire of mud and ice. It was dark when the coach finally reached the outer walls of Druckner's fortress. In the gathering twilight, the air grew colder. There was a dead stillness in the air here. No birds or animals could be heard. Only the sound of the wind accompanied the party as they approached the keep. There were no trees for leagues, either; they had been cleared long ago, leaving only a vast plain of snow and ice, so there was no cover for anyone on foot, and no obvious place to hide. The lay of the land was such that the only way to approach the fortress was via a single, twisted road. 4 men accompanied the coach on foot, 1 man following behind each tire. Heavy fur parkas kept the men warm, despite the freezing temperatures. Their clothing was caked with blood and filth, evidence of an animal hunt along the way. The carcass of a half-eaten seal was tied to the back of the coach with ropes. Every few hours, the men sliced a chunk of frozen meat to chew as they walked. The coach rarely stopped, even during the night, and they had been traveling for several days. The exhausted men plodded on, knowing they would not rest until they reached the safety of their master's keep. The men all knew that their passenger had no need of additional security. Scattered moonlight reflected off the walls of the fortress, built entirely of white stone. From a distance, the keep looked almost invisible, its walls melting into the snowy landscape. There was only a white gleam, the snow surrounded the fortress like layers of cotton upon the plain. At first glance, there didn't appear to be any guards on duty. But the doors creaked open, and the coach moved forward into the ivory fortress. Despite the cold, people milled around outside, engaged in various activities. Inside the doors, 3 men were butchering a large animal. The men paused for a moment to watch the coach come through the doors, but they quickly resumed their work. Even in terrible weather, the workers were accustomed to watching people come and go, and it was best not appear too curious. The gate shut behind the coach, and the 4 men in dirty parkas melted away silently, going directly to their quarters. Their charge had arrived safely, and their task was over. The coach was dirty, covered with mud from the roads, and the horses were spent. Attendants materialized immediately, jumping forward to clean and prepare the coach for its next use. A footman, smartly dressed and enormously fat, waddled up to the door with an umbrella. He placed a stool by the coach door and opened it with flourish, extending his hand to the woman inside. "Greetings, my lady," said the footman. "I am Anat, Duke Theoric's personal assistant. Welcome to our glorious keep." Anat bowed so deeply that his beard touched the ground. A hooded figure stepped out of the coach and into the moonlight, ignoring the man's outstretched hand. Anat retracted his hand awkwardly, but continued to smile. Druckner has yet another lady caller this week, he thought. Druckner was charming and wealthy, so despite his advancing age, he never had any difficulty attracting women. "Take me to Druckner now," the figure said hoarsely. It was a woman's voice, but deep and menacing. "Of course, my lady." "Of course," said Anat, with forced cheerfulness. She hissed, and he felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. This woman's behavior seemed extremely peculiar. "Ah, my lady, it's my pleasure to accompany you to the Duke's home, please follow me." He bowed again. This time, he tried sneaking a glimpse under the woman's hood, but her face was cloaked in shadow. Anat hummed while he walked, leading the woman toward a huge black edifice in the center of the keep. Druckner's home looked like a miniature castle, its spires rising up to the sky. The building itself was smaller than a cathedral, and had been constructed without any windows. Roaming freely about the fortress were Druckner's prized sled dogs, enormous wolf hybrids, bred to thrive in the harsh conditions of the frigid waste. Trained to attack on command, the dogs could kill a grown man in seconds. A man in a brown uniform walked around, gathering up dog excrement in a wooden bucket. When the bucket was almost overflowing, he walked over to a sealed bin and dumped the collected waste inside. He then turned a crank for several minutes before moving to gather more excrement. The hooded woman paused, pointing a gloved finger at the bin. A lamp jutted from the side of it, lighting the street in both directions. "What is this device?" "This, my lady, is a marvel of science," Anat cried gleefully. "It's an outdoor lamp, powered entirely by dog waste. The Duke discovered this science himself. Animal droppings give off a special type of gas, which can be harnessed. Every day, we gather the animal droppings, and then place it into these special bins throughout the fortress. The waste is mixed with an oil that doesn't freeze, and the bins are insulated from the cold. The smell is somewhat unpleasant, but the waste powers several lamps throughout the compound. They illuminate the paths without using lamp oil, which is much more expensive." The woman nodded slowly. She seemed intrigued, but did not ask any additional questions. Instead, she turned and continued toward the little black castle. Anat jogged alongside her, struggling to keep up with her long paces. Once they arrived at the entrance, Anat rushed up the steps to open the door. "My lady, refreshments are being prepared for you. Do you wish to bathe and freshen your appearance before your audience with the Duke?" "No," she said coldly. Her voice sounded distant, as though she were speaking through a tube. "Ah, I beg your pardon, my lady," Anat laughed nervously. "I meant no offense. You are lovely just the way you are." The woman stepped past him, reaching for the door handle, but Anat placed his hand over hers. The woman yanked her hand back as if burned. "Please, my lady, allow me to escort you inside. The Duke doesn't allow unchaperoned visitors inside his home. You dare touch me." In sudden fury, she shoved him aside. Anat gasped and stumbled back, shocked by her strength. Shocked and afraid. But he had a job to do, so he reached for the door handle again. She began to growl, like an animal. Then she spun around, grabbing him by the throat. Her grip was like steel, and the man's feet lifted off the ground. She squeezed hard. Anat screamed and clawed at her hands. She released him suddenly, and he fell to his knees, gasping for breath. The color returned to his cheeks. "Touch me again, you mainlander filth, and I'll break your neck." When he turned his face up, he caught a glimpse of her tattooed face. "No! It can't be." He blinked uncomprehendingly and fell backwards, plummeting down the stairs. He rolled like a barrel until he crashed to the bottom, cracking his forehead on the last step. Blood ran down his forehead into his eye. Anat groaned, touching his injured face, but he did not stand up. Instead, he remained trembling at the foot of the stairs. The woman spat at him and disappeared inside the building, leaving Anat in the mud. He sat in the rain for several minutes before realizing that he had soiled himself. The woman stepped inside, closing the doors behind her. She raised a glowing finger, touching the lock. "Risa faster," she whispered, and the lock clicked behind her. A fire burned on both sides of a large entryway. The entire space felt warm, despite the wind howling outside. 2 tattooed guards stood inside the doors, but they made no attempt to stop her. "Follow the green carpet, my lady," one of them said. "It shall take you directly to Druckner's waiting room." These men recognized her, and they bowed deeply in respect. The woman nodded, acknowledging them briefly. These men did not answer to Druckner, they had been sent here in advance of her arrival. Like her, these men were Balberites, and they served the temple. Initially, Druckner had resisted their presence, but there was little he could do. The priests of Balber exercised their authority, and Druckner was forced to obey. She stepped forward, following the green carpet down a twisting hallway. The runner ended inside a small antechamber, luxuriously decorated with paintings and tapestries, but no chairs. Anyone waiting for an audience with Druckner was forced to stand. But she wasn't a normal visitor, and Druckner couldn't force her to wait. She moved to the right side of the room and pulled aside one of the tapestries, revealing a wooden door. The bolt was a simple thing. She muttered a swift spell and the lock clicked. The door swung open, and she stepped into a private chamber. This room was lavish compared to the rest of the keep. The floor was carpeted with expensive rugs. The floor tiles were polished granite, edged with gold. Ornate drapes lined the walls, embroidered with vivid hunting scenes. In each scene, Druckner was portrayed as a hunter, bringing down ever larger prey. In the final image, Druckner was slaying a dragon, his boot heel resting proudly on the dragon's head. "You're a fool for keeping that tapestry up, Druckner." With the dragon riders back in power, such an image would be considered treasonous. "The riders do not frighten me," said a male voice from the shadows. Druckner sat quietly in the semi-darkness, surveying the room from an ornate chair. She heard the growl of Druckner's personal attack dogs, 2 enormous silverback males. These 2 were his favorites, and they were always at Druckner's side. Their fiery eyes shone in the darkness. The dogs stood up and growled menacingly. "Call them off, Druckner, unless you want to add 2 more rugs to your collection." Druckner whistled and the dogs quieted down, scuttling to the foot of his chair. "Welcome, my dear. I'm pleased to see you made it." Druckner was stout and thickly set, his arms coated in muscle. In his late 50s, he still looked youthful, his oiled black hair showing only a hint of gray at the temples. He had never been a handsome man, but that didn't stop the constant flow of women to his bed, from servants to nobles, all trying to curry the favor of a man who was powerful and rich. "How was your trip?" "Tedious," she said, in a voice without emotion. "Yes, well. I suggested you travel by water. Why not take a ship through the Straits of Tyrat? It's more pleasant than traveling through Orc territory, especially on foot. No one in their right mind would risk sailing past the Elvish lands, even at night. I'll take my chances with the Orcs." He shrugged. "Have it your way. In any case, you're here now. This is my chamberlain, Lessim. He will take your belongings." A bent old man stepped forward and held out his hands. A thin tuft of white hair circled his head. His face and neck were so covered in liver spots that his skin looked diseased. The woman handed him her rucksack with a warning, "Take it, but if you value your life, do not touch anything inside." Lessim frowned and took the bag, carrying it into the adjoining room before returning to stand behind Druckner's chair. "Were you delayed?" asked Druckner lightly. He plucked a grape from a dish on a nearby table. "I expected you several days ago." "I was delayed by a heavy blizzard, but I managed. It caused a lot of nuisance and I lost valuable time." "Your travel advice was faulty." "I gave you my best coach and finest guardsmen," said Druckner. "Those men have accompanied hundreds of caravans through the waste. It was a mistake to travel through the frigid waste, Druckner. The snow fell without cease, and it slowed my passage. In fact, I very much feel that you were purposely trying to sabotage my journey." Druckner spread his arms apologetically. "Tut, tut, my dear. Be reasonable. How could I have known about the snowstorm? Only the gods can predict the weather, and I am just a man. Had I traveled alone, I would have arrived faster. Everwood Forest is safe enough. You can be sure I won't make the same mistake again. I gave you the best route. The roads through Everwood Forest pass dangerously close to Miklagard. Must I remind you what the High Council does to Balberite assassins once they're captured? The frigid waste is the best route, and it was better that you travel accompanied. My men would have defended you against any attackers. Of all people, you should know that I have no need of protection, especially by common slaves. Common slaves? Those 4 men are my best trackers. His lips curled into a vicious smirk. Plus, that's a terribly ironic statement, coming from you. Were you not once a slave yourself? She clenched her fist, seething at the insult. Are you mocking me, Druckner? She flipped back her cowl to reveal her face. The Chamberlain's face paled, and he staggered forward. My lord! Her face! Look at her face! He shouted. Call the guards! The effort sent the elderly man into a fit of coughing. The woman did not move. Remove this wrinkled old fool from my sight, or I'll crush his skull, she hissed through clenched teeth. Druckner dismissed the Chamberlain with a nod. Let Sim, leave us, and seal the doors behind you. Be but my lord. She's one of them. He whispered the last word. Stop your jabbering and do as I tell you. I'll speak with my guest in private. The old man scurried out of the room, looking twice over his shoulder as he left. As soon as the doors clicked shut, Skirokina shrugged off her heavy cloak. It fell in a black pool around her feet. She wore a sleeveless leather tunic, leaving much of her muscled skin exposed. Even in the semi-darkness, Druckner could see the elaborate markings that covered her entire body. Skirokina was a blood master, the highest-ranking spellcaster on Balber. The only one above her was the high priest. She was the best assassin on the continent, no one else could match her skill or ruthlessness. Even so, Druckner had his pride, and he resisted Skirokina's authority. They were not on Balber, after all. Do not bark orders at me. You shall respect me in my own house. She ignored the warning and went on. When did you become a duke, Druckner? Are you so bold to confer such a title upon yourself? Or did King Rayleigh really grant you such an honor? She was baiting him, trying to make him lose his temper. Druckner sniffed vaguely. I do not fancy myself a nobleman, and titles matter little to me. My faithful workers have named me thus, and therefore I do not correct them. It is a harmless bit of humor. It doesn't hurt anyone. Your servants have proclaimed you nobleman. She laughed. Your conceit is astounding. I don't appreciate your mockery or your attitude. Unless you have something important to say, I think this conversation is over. I have not dismissed you yet. She flared. I am your superior, and you will sit until I have said my piece. He frowned and said sharply, Peacetime has not tamed you, Skirokina, you're still as bitter and unpleasant as ever. Peacetime? She snorted. What peace? The last 5 years have been quiet. You must admit that. War may have faded from the day-to-day, but these years have been a short reprieve, nothing more. The Dark War is coming. It is inevitable. The temple priests are certain of it. Do you truly believe what you say, or are you just repeating the mumblings of the priests? Skirokina's eyes narrowed. I believe the priests. I have seen the omens myself in smoke and water. Even as we speak, the mainlanders prepare for war against us. It is as the priests have foretold. A war is coming the like of which has never been seen before. We must attack the mainlanders first, while they least expect it. Listen to yourself. Of course war is coming. War is always coming. The Dark War has been coming for centuries, if you believe the priests' predictions. Can't you see the priests are using you? It never ends. It's maddening. You disappoint me greatly, Druckner. Once, you killed men for speaking blasphemy, and now you speak it yourself. Druckner shook his head. No, not blasphemy, it is not a sacrilege to question those who govern our lives. The priests will never stop their fearmongering. A first strike is the best way to start a war, so in that respect, the priests are guaranteeing their own prophecies. Your words are unforgivable. What happened to you, Druckner? Out of all the acolytes, you were once the most promising. The priests sent you to the mainland to learn, to live among non-believers and act as our eyes and ears on the continent. But look at you now, you've grown fat and greedy in your frozen keep, hoarding coin like some pathetic fishmonger at market. Druckner's jaw clenched in anger. I tire of your verbal abuse, woman. Watch your tongue. A blood master you may be, but you are not my equal. Think long and hard before you threaten me. Skirokina laughed. That's true, I am not your equal. In every respect, I am your superior. Understand that, Druckner. He frowned. You don't intimidate me. Despite your magical skills, you would find me a difficult target, I assure you. He patted a gold amulet on his chest. Even from afar, Skirokina recognized it was a protective amulet. My wealth has afforded me many things, including magical protection. If you really believe that little charm will stop me, then you are a bigger fool than I thought. She cocked her head to one side and smiled. Your impudence is astonishing. I'm profoundly tempted to kill you now and deal with the consequences later. Ha! You're bluffing. You wouldn't dare touch me. Druckner forced a laugh, but his fear betrayed him, and his voice cracked. Are you absolutely certain of that? Perhaps the priests have grown tired of your scheming and have sent me here to kill you, once and for all. Skirakina stepped forward, and the hound snapped to attention, snarling at her with open jaws. This time, Druckner did not order the dogs to stand down. I'm too valuable to the priests. Plus, you don't have the authority to kill me. Don't get smug. Or have you forgotten that there are no priests in this room? She said, her voice low and menacing. I would happily gut you as easily as I would gut a pig. That amulet might protect you from magical attacks, but it's useless against a knife across your neck. Druckner's heart pounded. Although she needed explicit permission from the priests to kill him, she was right, the priests were thousands of leagues away. He chose his next words carefully. It is not your business to criticize me or question my fealty to the temple. Why must I defend myself against false rumors? Patience, Druckner, patience, he thought to himself, willing his heartbeat to slow down. His mind raced. He had to think by himself some time. Decades ago, he left Balber willingly, volunteering to live among the mainlanders and act as a spy for the priests. Being young and willful, he jumped at the opportunity to impress the priests. Born without magical powers, Druckner was considered expendable, and the priests offered him no help or support once he reached the mainland. All his training had been religious, and he knew nothing of how to survive or function on the mainland. Forced to fend for himself or starve, Druckner quickly lost his religious fervor. With few options available to him, Druckner accepted a job as a slaver, and rose up through the ranks quickly. In his 5th year, he became the slave master in Sutber, answering directly to the constable. The following year, Druckner murdered his boss in a staged street brawl. Druckner feigned innocence, and the emperor believed him, granting Druckner leadership of the fortress. He had held it zealously ever since. Druckner secretly remained a Balberite spy, and the priests were delighted with his new position of power. However, he constantly wove a web of lies and half-truths, intentionally misdirecting the priests, while at the same time strengthening his position on the continent. He made doubly sure that no one could contradict his reports, and killed any new spies that the priests sent to the mainland. He was careful to make his murders look like an accident. Druckner swore to himself that he would never return to his old life or to his cursed homeland. Let the priests believe that he was still under their control, and let the priests fight their endless holy war. I have my own kingdom now, and I won't surrender it to anyone. Of course, he couldn't say any of this out loud, or Skirakina would kill him on the spot. Skirakina was a constant reminder of his past, a tangled web of lies that he could never completely escape. But as long as the priests wanted him alive, she would think twice about killing him. Her cold eyes never left his face. The priests consider you a useful spy, but I know that you are a fraud. I advise the priests to replace you. I can't fathom why they haven't killed you already. Druckner returned her glare. Perhaps the priests are smarter than you. The priests know my value. I have done my job well over the years. Besides, do you honestly believe the priests would trust a non-believer to deliver their intelligence? As far as I'm concerned, the priests are already using a non-believer. Skirakina held her arms up. The swirling tattoos covering her skin were a walking testament to her dedication to the temple. These markings are proof of my faith. Where are yours? Your tattoos signify nothing. I am not mageborn, so I do not need a face full of black ink to prove my worth. I serve the temple as faithfully as you, albeit in a different fashion. He crossed his legs and popped another grape in his mouth. Moreover, who could replace me? Skirakina smiled, as if she had caught him in a trap. I know a dozen others who would gladly take your place. Don't forget that. Damn this infernal woman, he thought, swallowing his bitterness. He had to keep calm and play this deadly word game with her. If she discovered that he was a traitor, she would eviscerate him. Skirakina's eyes were fixed on Druckner's hands, which began to tremble slightly. I swore to serve the temple, the same as you. And I don't appreciate what you are implying. She watches me with such loathing, he thought. Skirakina glared, folding her arms across her chest. I'm going to expose you for what you really are, a spineless traitor. Stop these wild accusations. What am I, compared to you? You are a master assassin, and I am just a spy, not even mageborn. In fact, I could just as easily accuse you of treason, so get out of my sight. Her upper lip curled into a snarl. Are you so bold to speak to me thus? She stepped closer to his chair. He flinched. What are you doing? Stay back. His voice rose in alarm. Druckner's 2 dogs barked menacingly, moving forward to defend their master. You sicken me. Skirakina waved a glowing hand. Sofna, she said, and the dogs collapsed in a jumble at her feet. She stepped over them soundlessly. Druckner's face blanched. Don't come any closer. Guards! Guards! No one can hear you scream, you egotistical fool. She slid toward Druckner slowly, like a snake stalking a mouse. I cast a spell of silence as soon as your chamberlain left the room. Yell as loudly as you wish, you may as well be screaming into a windstorm. I order you to stand back. He screamed. I am the Duke of Sutbur. His voice was frantic. I will kill you, I swear I will. She let loose a harsh bark of laughter. Your pathetic title means nothing. I only answer to the priests. A king or a slave, it doesn't matter to me because you all die the same way. Druckner gulped loudly. You do not frighten me, he whispered. Skirakina smiled. You are lying. I can smell your fear. She loomed over him now, silent and menacing. She was so close that he could smell the almond oil on her skin. It was used by the Balperite assassins to keep their tattoos dark and fresh. He sunk down in his seat, retracting his neck back like a turtle. Don't touch me, you vile woman. In a blur, she clamped her hands over his wrists. Druckner struggled to free himself, but could not break her grip. She leaned in, her breath hot on his face. You forget your place, Druckner. Allow me to remind you who you're dealing with. She pushed down hard with her left palm and heard a crack as his wrist snapped. Druckner screamed, and the sharp odor of urine filled the air. An amber stream ran down the seat cushion and pooled beneath his chair, trickling down in hot rivulets. She pushed again, and Druckner cried out as his other wrist collapsed. Mercy! He said, writhing in his chair like a trapped animal. She pressed her lips to his ear as if whispering to a lover. Stop your sniveling and be silent. Do not beg for pity like a dog. She leaned back, and Druckner crossed his limp hands on his lap, sobbing quietly. Please, just leave me be, he whimpered. Go away, and leave me be. I intend to, but first, you must listen. She stepped back and picked up her cloak from the floor. While it is true that I do not have authority to kill you, if you ever speak disrespectfully to me again, I'll skin you alive and throw your body to your hounds. Is that clear? Druckner nodded dumbly. Good, good, I'm pleased we understand each other. She reached over and patted Druckner on the head, as one would pat a dog. He looked up at her with terrified eyes. What are you going to do to me now? To you? Nothing. I'm going to sleep. I had a long journey, and I'm tired. Tomorrow, I'll search your entire keep, gathering information for the priests. I'll be looking through all your records. Advise your men not to approach me, because anyone who interferes with my work shall be killed. But why did the priests send you here? Just for that? Or only to torture me? I would have provided any information that they wanted, if they had asked. The priests have been uncertain of your loyalties for some time. I am here to verify your faithfulness to our cause. Druckner didn't like the sound of that, but he nodded his agreement. Anything else? He asked quietly, trying to keep his voice steady. An icy smile materialized on her lips. Yes, as a matter of fact, a bit of friendly advice: you should clean up the urine on the floor in here. It's slippery, and you wouldn't want to accidentally break your neck. With that, she spun on her heel and left. Druckner sat trembling on his wet chair, cradling his broken wrists. It was an hour before he had the courage to exit the room and find his healer. Outlanders. Tallin and Duskai stayed at the southern oasis for another night, enjoying Sadan's hospitality and excellent food. On their last evening among the nomads, a feast was prepared, and they were honored with a storyteller's performance. After the evening meal was over, Tallin and Duskai said their goodbyes and ascended into the air, taking advantage of the cool evening air. The pair continued south, stopping frequently to rest and explore. Tallin's promise to help Endrel's wife and son had not been forgotten, but he was deeply distressed that Shisha, a surviving female dragon, might be starving to death somewhere in the desert. His eyes scanned the horizon constantly, searching for the sulfur mudhole. Finally, after many days of travel, he and Duskai crossed over the Albergian Mountains and into the southern territories. They arrived in Whit Rock soon after, landing in a forested area away from the main outpost. The area was clouded with fog. After decades of living in the desert, the frigid dampness of the air seemed foreign to him. He dismounted and donned his heavy cloak, drawing his hood down low over his face. "Stay hidden, and keep your eyes open," he said to Duskeye. "It will be difficult enough to keep from drawing attention to myself." Tallin's dwarvish features made him an unusual sight, even in a busy port like this. Duskeye nodded his agreement. "I shall wait here until you return. Be careful." Tallin walked through the trees, avoiding the main path, then cut through a small meadow to the portside section of the harbor. Whit Rock was larger than he remembered, but the wharf still looked impeccably clean. He watched a sailboat maneuver carefully next to dozens of others already moored along the dock. At the waterfront, men unloaded cargo onto waiting cart horses, goods bound for nearby cities and villages. Everywhere he looked, people were conducting business. He encountered an old woman selling spiced ale, and she struck up a conversation with him. "Where do ye hail from, boy?" "Pharaoh," replied Tallin, "just got into port today." He accepted a cup of ale, paying her with a few copper coins. The woman's eyes narrowed. "That town's full o' crooks. What brings ye here?" "I've come to purchase some herbs." "Pharaoh doesn't have a proper apothecary shop, not a good one, anyway." The woman smiled understandingly, accepting Tallin's simple lie. "Oh, I understand ye, the shops are better air, and the prices, too. Not all herbalists are good, but the one air is worth his salt, he does quite well for hisself." Tallin nodded as if it was the most interesting comment in the world. The old woman was thrilled to have such a rapt audience, and she expounded her opinion on everything that was happening at the outpost. Tallin listened attentively to every word, responding frequently in order to continue the conversation. Eventually, the discussion turned to smuggling, as Tallin knew it would. "Yep, we've been having a bit o' trouble with smugglers here. Smuggled goods come through this port sometimes, but our mayor is working hard to stop it. Dock sentries search the boats randomly now, and they've caught a few bad apples. The confiscated goods get turned over to the king. Usually they find stolen merchandise, but one time they found a ship full o' slaves, headed for Balber. A dozen of them all tied up in the ship's hold. That was a sad day, those poor wretches were in terrible shape." This was the information that Tallin had been waiting for. "Who do you think is smuggling goods around here?" he asked as casually as he could. "Well, there's a lot o' theories, but," her voice dropped to a whisper, "everyone knows it's Druckner. Druckner Theoric." Tallin gave her a blank stare, and she explained. "You know, the constable from Sutbur. He's the governor up there, but everybody round here knows that Druckner's no better than a common criminal." "I see. I've never heard of him myself. Don't much like the cold, so I've never been that far north. If Druckner's so bad, why doesn't the king do anything about it?" "Don't rightly know. Maybe because no one seems to work for him directly. Druckner hires a lot o' mercenaries. But there's always clues. A few outlanders come here to collect his goods every few days, and they've got loose lips. Everyone knows who they work for, 'cause they never shut up about it. They sound dangerous." "I'd just as soon avoid them altogether," said Tallin. "Well, don't go to the miller's shop, then. They're downright chummy with that bugger. If ye ask me, they're a hornet's nest o' trouble." "Great, thanks for the tip." Tallin smiled and walked away. The woman's face fell once she realized her audience was gone. Now that he knew where the outlanders were staying, it would be easy. Tallin walked along the coastline, watching the boats come into port. Once darkness fell, a thick fog rolled in from the water, cloaking the entire outpost. The sky was dark, and there was no visible moonlight. Only the dim glow of scattered oil lamps lit the road. Once the shops closed and the streets emptied, Tallin walked away from the outpost and down a narrow street, which led to the small village. There were fewer than a dozen houses, along with other buildings used for storage. These were the few permanent residents who made this outpost their home. Tallin moved through the fog like a phantom, slipping back and forth between trees whenever he heard footsteps. He silently thanked the gods for his dwarvish eyesight, which made travel through the semi-darkness easy. No one saw him as he peeked through windows, stopping at every home. He didn't see anything unusual until he reached the largest dwelling, which was also the farthest from the other homes. Tallin tiptoed quietly to the window. The sound of raucous laughter drifted through the air. Peeping through a tiny window, Tallin's gaze fixed on two men seated inside, drinking ale. The glow of an oil lamp illuminated indigo tattoos on their necks and wrists, a telltale sign of the outlander's trade. The symbols were protective runes and had the power to block some spells. The runes made Tallin nervous. The outlanders were definitely northerners, pale complexion, blue eyes, and white blonde hair. There was also a third man in the room, older and greasy-haired, with a distended belly from overindulgent drinking. The fat man sat cross-legged on the floor, counting coins into stacks. In the shadows beyond the firelight, there was a mound of straw covered with a heavy blanket. Tallin felt discouraged. There wasn't anyone else here. But then, he heard a loud wail. The straw moved. One of the men yelled, "Hey! Shut up and stop moving around, or I'll give ye another fist in the gut." There was a whimper, and the straw pile was motionless again. Tallin smiled. Success! These were the kidnappers, and their victims were alive. He crawled through the shadows, hiding behind a tree near the front door. Moments later, he threw a pebble toward the house. It hit the window, startling the men inside. Tallin heard their chairs scrape back on the floor. What was that? One said. It's nothing. Just the wind. Sit down and enjoy your beer. Tallin waited a few seconds and tossed another pebble. This time, it hit the front door. Bugger it, I'll check the door, the miller said, draining his cup before getting up from his spot on the floor. It's probably my idiot neighbor. He's always complaining about something. I'll straighten him out. The miller opened the door and stepped outside. There's nobody. His words were cut short as Tallin sprinted forward and smacked the door against the man's temple. He screamed, "Ow!" He didn't even have a chance to look up before Tallin kicked him in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him. "Ung!" he gasped, crumpling to the floor. The miller rolled into a fetal position, his mouth opening and closing like a fish as he struggled to draw air into his lungs. Tallin kicked him again, rolling his body back inside the cottage, then slamming the door behind him. Tallin drew his sword and faced them. The two bounty hunters hopped up, drawing their own weapons. The men were lean and tall, wearing blue-patterned leather armor. The first man said quietly, "Cut him off, Gunnar." The second man made a motion to advance. He held a short knife in his right hand. "You've overpowered a fat old drunk. Good for you, but I guarantee that we won't be such easy targets." The blade hissed through the air in a silver blur, passing so close to Tallin's neck that he felt it flutter against his skin. Tallin ducked sharply, and the blade stuck into the wall behind him. "Lucky," growled the bounty hunter. The man lunged, but Tallin feinted with his sword, blocking the blow. The other one thrust forward, and another knife materialized in his hand. He aimed for Tallin's armpit. Tallin twisted his body back and avoided the blade, the knife only grazed him. Swords flashed, and both men attacked Tallin at the same time. They pressed him back until he was almost pinned to the wall. Tallin dropped to the ground, twisting his body as he fell. His right leg swept under both men, flipping them onto their backs. The Outlanders cursed and jumped up in an instant. This time, Tallin was in a better position, away from the wall. One of the bounty hunters winced. He had injured his ankle in the fall. Tallin noticed the limp and aimed for the man's injured leg, swinging low with his sword. His aim was true, and his blade sliced a bloody rent in the man's thigh. Bright red blood spurted from the wound, and the man collapsed, cursing as he fell. "The bastard stabbed me, Gunnar. Get him before he gets away." The other bounty hunter snarled and brought his sword down, aiming for Tallin's neck. Tallin moved quickly, but was unable to avoid the blow completely. The weapon sunk deep into Tallin's shoulder, cutting to the bone. He clenched his teeth in pain. Tallin drove his knee into his attacker's stomach and lurched back, breathing hard. His injured arm hung at his side, limp and useless. Pain shot through his body, and blood soaked through the front of his tunic. Tallin knew he would have to use a healing spell, or he would lose too much blood. "Curatio," he whispered under his breath. A shiver ran through his body as the healing spell drew its energy from him. The spell drained him by degrees, and he felt weaker and weaker with each passing second. It would be several minutes until the shoulder healed enough to be of any use, and he would have to stall until then. Tallin glanced around the room. The miller, now recovered, rose up from the floor. He had a small knife in one hand, and an iron poker in the other, red-hot from the fireplace. The bounty hunter with the injured leg propped himself up against a chair and tore a piece of fabric from his undershirt to make a tourniquet for his leg. The other bounty hunter was unscathed, and he leapt forward again, aiming for Tallin's injured shoulder. Tallin anticipated the attack and jumped forward to deliver a spinning kick. There was a sharp crack as the man's jaw connected with Tallin's foot, but the blow only stunned him. The man swung his fist, but Tallin ducked, landing a punch with his good arm before kicking him hard in the groin. The man collapsed with a groan, holding his groin in pain. Tallin withdrew, breathing heavily. He waited against the wall until the healing spell could finish repairing his shoulder. The drain on his energy was incredible. He felt exhausted, as if he had run many leagues without stopping. Now, the fat miller approached him, keeping his distance while swinging a hot poker in Tallin's face. Despite his portly appearance, the man moved quickly, and Tallin's flesh sizzled as the heated iron grazed his cheek. He hopped forward and grabbed the miller's forearm, twisting the poker out of his hand. It clattered to the floor. The miller swung his knife, but Tallin blocked his arm, flipped the knife, and sank it into the man's cheek. The miller's head lashed back with an agonized shriek. He clawed at his face, trying to pull out the blade. He succeeded and then fainted, falling onto the pile of straw in the corner. Oof! Emerged a muffled sound. The prisoners! Tallin rushed over and kicked the unconscious miller off the pile. The man rolled over and tumbled to the floor. Tallin looked back at the two bounty hunters. The one with the injured leg was awake but deathly pale from loss of blood. The other was on his hands and knees, rolling on the floor, still clutching his bruised groin. Tallin tossed aside mounds of straw, revealing two bound prisoners, a frightened boy and an unconscious older woman. Their wrists were chafed and bruised from the ropes. The boy was awake, his cheeks covered in bruises. "Are you Marin? And is this your mother Pinda?" he asked. The boy nodded, staring at him with huge, terrified eyes. Tallin cut the ropes on their wrists in a single stroke and offered the boy his hand. Marin stood up, almost hitting his head on the low beams. Tallin estimated that he was little more than a teenager, but he was already so tall that his head almost touched the ceiling. Tallin pulled the unconscious woman off the floor and flung her limp body over his good shoulder. "Follow me, we're leaving." The bounty hunter with the injured leg stood up for a moment, pointing at the exit. "Stop. I wouldn't do that if I were you. We're Druckner Theoric's men, and those two are our prisoners." "Thanks for the advice, but I don't scare easily," replied Tallin matter-of-factly. "Druckner will skewer your head on a pike for this." "I seriously doubt that. I'm not afraid of you or Druckner." As Tallin exited the house, he glanced back at the men. "Don't follow us. If I see so much as a shadow behind me, I'll kill you both." Marin followed Tallin into the forest. In the dim light, Tallin could see the boy was still very afraid. Tallin touched the boy's shoulder and whispered reassuringly, "Marin, you can trust me. I'm a friend of your father's." "You know my pap?" Marin asked, his voice anxious. "Yes, Endril asked me to come find you. Just follow me and keep quiet, all right? Everything is going to be fine." "Okay," said the boy, nodding timidly. They walked swiftly, and were soon far enough from the settlement that Tallin felt safe enough to stop. He placed the unconscious woman on the ground and reached out with his mind. Dusky's gravelly voice reverberated in Tallin's thoughts, through their mental telepathic link. "Are you all right, friend? I felt a stabbing pain. I was injured by one of Druckner's men, but I'll be fine. Fly toward the village, but remain hidden in shadow. Use our Dragonstone link to find me. I'm waiting in the woods nearby." Dusky arrived shortly, his blue chest heaving. "I flew as swiftly as I could," he said, landing with a thump. Marin pointed at the dragon with a trembling finger. "Ach! What in bloody hell is that? Don't yell, boy. You'll wake the whole village." The boy's head shook back and forth with terror. He screamed even louder. "It's a monster. It's gonna eat us." Tallin shook his head with exasperation. "For goodness sake. I didn't want to have to do this, but... Sofnafuggle." Marin paused, and his face lost its terrified expression. Seconds later, his body relaxed and he sat down, a dazed smile on his face. "Silly boy," Tallin murmured. He turned his attention back to Dusky. "Well, I found the boy and his mother." "I can see that," Dusky replied. "That big one seems rather skittish. He may look huge, but he's just a frightened child. I must stabilize the woman before we go, she isn't well. I can make her comfortable for the journey, but I can't help her beyond that, I'm afraid. She's very sick. The lad is fine, though. Other than a few bumps and bruises, he'll be okay." "And what about Druckner? What if he sends out more bounty hunters to search for us?" "I'm betting he won't. Druckner's men had no reason to suspect that I'm a mage. I was careful not to use any obvious spells. But what about all that blood on your shirt? You healed your injured shoulder. Did they notice?" "No, I don't think so. I don't think they knew how badly I was injured." A hint of roguishness crept onto his face. "They'll just assume I'm a good swordsman and a scoundrel brave enough to steal their take. So where are we taking these two?" "None of the human cities are safe for them at the moment. We're going to take them to the Elder Willow. Let's go visit our old friends Chua and Starclaw. She-dragons." Tallin and Dusky left for the Elder Willow right away, with Pinda and Marin in tow. The two snored happily, slung across Dusky's saddle like sacks of potatoes. Tallin kept them mildly sedated for most of the trip. They stopped frequently along the way, allowing Dusky to rest. The boy was incredibly heavy. They reached their destination the following day. The Elder Willow was a magical place. Chua, a retired dragon rider, lived there quietly with his companion, the dragon Starclaw. Starclaw preened her emerald scales while Chua sat nearby, meditating under a tree. Chua's legs had been amputated at the knee during the war, and Starclaw was missing her right wing. They were both blind. Despite these injuries, they lived independently in this sacred place, and Chua's prophetic abilities drew frequent visitors. Dusky landed heavily, struggling under the load of his extra passengers. Tallin hopped from the saddle and greeted Chua and Starclaw warmly. Dusky placed Marin and Pinda gently on the ground, where they continued to slumber. Tallin described his fight with the Outlanders to Chua before deactivating the spell that held his charges in a daze. Once he released them, Marin and Pinda sat up, yawned, and rubbed their eyes. They were a bit bewildered, but none the worse for wear. Marin grabbed his mother's hand. "Where are we, Mum?" Then he noticed the dragons. "Look at those giant lizards. There's 2 of them now." Pinda regarded the dragons with curiosity rather than fear. Then she noticed the dragon stone on Tallin's chest. "These are dragon riders, son. They won't hurt us. They're our friends." She patted her son's hand comfortingly. Marin wiped his nose with his sleeve, puffing out his round cheeks. "Are you sure? Those bloody beasts look hungry." Pinda smacked his ear. "Don't use that saucy language around me, young man. I raised you better than that. Those aren't beasts or lizards, they're dragons. They don't eat people." Despite the boy's colossal size, his voice was that of a child, not a grown man. The Outlanders had really roughed him up, as well as his ailing mother. "Don't be afraid, Marin," Tallin said, "I won't hurt you or your mother. You're safe here." Marin huddled closer to his mother, trying to hide behind her tiny frame. It would be almost comical if he hadn't been so terrified. But. "Come now, Marin, stop being so daft," said Pinda. "We've been invited to a little forest picnic. So there's no need for you to be scared. Now apologize to our friends for your impolite language." Marin hung his head, embarrassed. "I'm sorry, sirs," he mumbled. "Didn't mean to poke fun at your dragons." "That's much better," she said. "Now stand up and help me greet our new friends properly. It's bad manners to sit when your guests are standing." Marin rose up, offering his arm to his pale mother. She placed her frail hand in his and tottered over to Tallin. "We haven't been officially introduced. I'm Pinda and this is my son, Marin. We're pleased to meet you." "Likewise," said Tallin, accepting her delicate handshake. "This is my companion, Dusky, and that's Chua and Starclaw over there." Chua raised his hand in greeting, and Starclaw nodded politely. "I know who you are," said Pinda. "My body might be broken down, but my memory's as sharp as ever. Dragons aren't legends to me. I remember seeing them before the war. My father told us stories about the dragon riders when I was a girl." "Indeed," said Tallin. "It's been a long time since the sky was filled with dragon riders. It's so nice to see a dragon up close. How many dragon riders are there now?" "Fewer than a dozen remain," Chua said, answering the question in his gentle voice. 6 dragon riders serve the whole continent. It's a meager number, and that includes Starclaw and me. Obviously we are unable to fly anymore, but we do what we can to help those who come to us for guidance. The other dragon riders are unable to serve as many people as they would like. There are also a handful of dragons living among the elves. It's a shame there's so few of them now," she said. "People never stop talking about them, you know. I played dragons with my siblings. I grew up in Faro and liked exploring the countryside a lot. When I was a girl, I discovered caves a few leagues outside the city. My curiosity got the best of me, and I scaled the hill to explore them. I found a dragon's nest filled with eggs. A little female nested there." Tallin could not hide his shock. "You found a dragon's nest near Faro?" Dusky's head shot up, and he stared at Tallin. They were both thinking the same thing. "I never imagined there were she-dragons this far south." This was the second time on their journey that they had heard stories about wild dragons. If she-dragons nested this far south, it was possible there were wild dragons anywhere on the continent, Tallin thought. The realization was like a bolt of lightning, and he felt overwhelmed by guilt. "I should have searched outside the desert. Instead, I remained isolated, never imagining that there might be survivors hiding anywhere else. I am a fool." "Please, go on," he urged. "Can you describe the location of the nest?" Pinda nodded. Yes, I remember it well. The cave had a very narrow entrance, covered by prickle shrubs. The first time I climbed up there, the shrubs scratched me up something fierce. The welts on my arms didn't go away for a long time. I found the cave by accident. I never would have guessed that there was room for a dragon, at least from afar. The female must have really squeezed herself in there. The entrance was small, and there wasn't much space inside. Did you see hatchlings in the nest? Pinda nodded. Yes, a few times. They gave me the fright of my life. Those babies screamed bloody murder when they saw me. It frightened me nearly out of my wits, and I ran out of there. Thankfully, the mother wasn't in the cave. My curiosity got the better of me, though. I came back a few days later and counted 12 hatchlings. They were so tiny, only a few days old. 12 hatchlings is a large clutch of eggs, said Tallin. A nesting female could bear over a dozen eggs, or as few as one, depending on her health and a few other factors. The smaller clutches were usually comprised of the rarer dragon colors. White dragons were the rarest of the species, and white hatchlings were enormous. Because of the voracious appetite of the hatchlings, a female would usually lay only one egg if it was a white dragon. Conversely, a female might have upwards of a dozen carnelian hatchlings, since red dragons were the smallest and took the least amount of energy to feed. It was simple biology. Did you ever see the female? Once, Pinda nodded. I peeked inside and she was there, sleeping. I held my breath and watched her for a few moments from the entrance, and then I left. I didn't want to disturb her. After that year, I never saw her again. She was such a pretty thing, bright scales with a silver underbelly. She seemed so small, too, stunted almost. She looked up at the sky, and her expression became wistful. I still remember that little dragon. Do you think it's possible she survived? I never told anyone else about her, even my own parents. And she seemed so smart, hiding in that poky little cave away from everyone else. I took a bit of broken eggshell as a souvenir, but lost it when my husband and I moved to Starry Ford. Can you remember when you last saw her? Asked Tallin. Let me think, Pinda replied. I'm not sure of the year, it was so long ago. I was a young woman then. She tipped her head back and sighed. Did you ever return to the cave? Asked Tallin. No, I was too afraid to go back, and a few years later, we moved to Starry Ford. She shook her head sadly. I wish I could see dragons flying in the sky again. The dragon hunters killed so many. Very few survived the war. It's a silly notion, but I like to imagine that somehow that little female survived. I always hope she made it through the war. Some of them did, at least. Pinda walked up to Starclaw and caressed her good wing, feeling the leathery skin underneath her fingers. It's amazing to see a dragon up close. TSK. You're such a beauty. It's a shame about your other wing. Her voice was soft. Starclaw sniffed Pinda and nuzzled her gently. Oh my. She giggled, stepping back. Forgive me for asking, but now that the war is over, how come the dragons don't start mating again? Tallin paused, taken aback by the question. It's a complex problem. During the war, dragon hunters targeted nesting females and their hatchlings. Precious few survived to reproduce. There are only a handful of females on the entire continent. But there's still a few. Pinda continued. Times have changed, it's mostly peaceful these days. No one would dare harm a dragon now. They could start laying eggs right away, and soon there would be dozens of dragons. It's not that simple, Tallin explained. It's impossible to force a female dragon to mate. So many newborns were slaughtered during the war, the remaining females became too afraid to nest. Dragon fertility is a mystery, even to the dragons themselves. Well, how about the dragons living with the elves? What's stopping them? They're safe over there. Those females could start laying eggs. No, unfortunately, they can't. Elf magic suppresses dragon fertility. A she-dragon will be unable to produce any eggs while she remains within Brighthallow's borders. Well, that's a bunch of silly nonsense. Why don't they just come back to the desert and lay their eggs there? They can always go back to Brighthallow later. Tallin pursed his lips and shot Duskeye a despairing look. Mating behavior was an unseemly topic to discuss around the dragons themselves, but Pinda carried on as though it was the most innocent conversation in the world. Chua sensed his discomfort and spoke up. Pinda, this is a delicate subject to discuss. Before a female will nest, she must choose a suitable male, and she-dragons are very particular about their mates. Dragon females must be courted first. Before the war, it was not unusual for a female to reject dozens of suitors before deciding on one. With so few males and females left, it makes all of this rather challenging. Why, they're a lot like us women, then. Pinda laughed. Even when there's nothing to choose from, we're still a picky bunch. Maybe the easiest solution would be to encourage the she-dragons not to be so particular. Tallin smiled, despite himself. He liked this woman. Has any one of you found any dragons recently? Asked Pinda. No, not for several years. Dusky and I searched the desert constantly, but we haven't had much luck finding other survivors, I'm afraid, Tallin said. Pinda patted Tallin's shoulder reassuringly. Well, don't lose hope. Those dragons are very clever. I'm certain there's more, hidden out there somewhere. Maybe you just didn't look hard enough. Tallin felt a dark flush creeping over his cheeks. Pinda continued to smile. She hadn't intended for her words to sound condescending, but they did, and he cringed inwardly. I assure you, Pinda, we've never stopped searching. A short distance away, Starclaw snorted loudly and jiggled her head. Tallin glanced over at the she-dragon curiously, waiting for her to speak, but she remained silent. Pinda went on. That's good. Don't give up. I'd so love to see the sky filled with dragons again, before I die. She whispered the last part, but everyone heard. Pinda sniffed, dabbing her eyes with her tattered sweater. Tallin cleared his throat. He knew it was a good time to change the subject. Are either of you hungry? Shua set out fresh food for us. He pointed to several bowls nearby. There was a variety of nuts, pears, plums, and plates of sliced vegetables to choose from. There's no meat, but everything is quite fresh. It will strengthen you both. Marin, who had been silent until now, tugged anxiously at his mother's sleeve. Can I, Mum? I'm really hungry. Go ahead, she replied. Marin grabbed handfuls of food and ate ravenously. He paused for a moment, looking at his mother. Aren't you gonna eat anything, Mum? Pinda regarded the bowls dejectedly. Nothing looked appetizing to her now. I feel a bit dowly, but I'll try to eat a little bit. Pinda selected a small plum and sank down on the grass to eat. Despite her layered clothing, one could see that she was rail thin. Pinda's illness curbed her appetite, and she nibbled at the plum, taking only tiny bites. Pinda, I know that you don't feel well, but I need to ask you about the kidnappers, said Tallin. Just a moment, please. She turned to her son. Marin, see that firewood over there? She pointed to a pile of uncut logs. These nice folks need help splitting and stacking it. Now run along and make yourself useful. She swatted him playfully. All right, said Marin. He tucked a few plums into his pocket and jogged over, grabbing an axe jutting from a stump. He started chopping wood immediately, thankful for something to do. Once Marin was out of earshot, Pinda nodded. Go on, then. I knew this was coming sooner or later. I've already questioned your husband. Tell us your version of what happened, said Tallin. Pinda inhaled deeply. Please understand. Endril, he's not a bad man. I'm dying, you can see it. Endril was desperate to find a cure. Marin's a hard worker, and he never complains about anything, but his mind's like a toddler's and it isn't ever going to get any better. I love my son, but I worry about his future, especially now that Endril got himself in trouble. So you know why we came to find you? Asked Tallin. Pinda nodded. I figured it out. The bounty hunters talked a lot, and they didn't seem overly worried about us overhearing what they said. They were always planning to kill us, whether Endril settled his debts or not. They're bad people, those outlanders. Start at the beginning, and tell me everything that happened. How did Endril start smuggling in the first place? Pinda sighed. We needed money. When my husband found out I was dying, he went crazy trying to find a cure. I begged him to just accept our fate, but he wouldn't listen. Everyone told him that there wasn't any hope for me, and we should just enjoy the time we had left. But Endril kept searching for someone who would give him the answer he wanted. He found some sleazy shadow grid mage that promised a cure, but the mage wanted 20 silver crowns to make a healing potion. It may as well have been 100 crowns, for all we could afford it. Endril gave up for a while after that, but then, those two bounty hunters came to Starry Ford, and Endril talked to them. Tell me about the Outlanders. Don't leave out any details, no matter how trivial. When the Outlanders first came to Starry Ford, they rode in flashing Empire coin, stomping around like real braggarts. They didn't hide the fact that they were bounty hunters, and everyone could see the blue tattoos on their necks. What happened next? Asked Tallin. They snooped around the marina for days, then made a few shady deals to transport some goods. They stayed in town for a fortnight, causing trouble and spending lots of money. Well, Endril found out about all their money, and he went to see them, begging for work. When my husband came back home that night, he told me that our problems were over. Endril never told me what he agreed to do. I only found out about the smuggling after the kidnappers took us. How did they capture you? Asked Tallin. The Outlanders came to town in the middle of the night and banged on our door. I refused to open it, but they kicked the door down like it was nothing. Marin tried to defend me, but he's never fought anyone in his life. They smacked him down fast. Then they tied us up, and took us to Whit Rock in a covered wagon. Even though they had our faces covered, I could tell that's where we were going because of the sounds coming from the dock. There's a horn at Whit Rock they use when the coastline is foggy. I recognized the sound. Did you overhear them talking after you were captured? A lot. I fainted a few times, but I remember most of what they said. Most of the time, they just sat around drinking and telling bawdy jokes, but sometimes they talked about business. They all worked for Druckner. Apparently, their boss is buying gemstones and smuggling them all over the continent. Even the Elf Queen has purchased a lot of them, or so they said. Druckner schemes his profit off the top, keeping the biggest chunk for himself. Did they mention what Druckner was doing with the money? No, she replied. They did talk about the dwarf clans, though they had a lot of nasty opinions about them. The dwarves need money fast, they're hoarding coin in order to finance a war against their rebels, or something like that. I can't recall all the details. She rubbed her temples. Tallin could tell that she was exhausted, and he decided to cut the interview short. Thank you, Pinda, that information is very helpful. He looked over at Marin. The boy was still chopping firewood, whistling happily to himself. Do you think your son remembers anything? She shook her head. No, I doubt it. The bounty hunters roughed him up pretty good, knocked him unconscious twice. I told him to just stay quiet and pretend to be asleep, so they would leave him alone. Pinda looked off into the distance and then down at her shoes. She twisted her thumb into the fabric of her frayed sweater. Endril's not coming back, is he? She whispered. Tallin felt pity for this woman, but he would not lie to her. No, Pinda. Despite his noble motives, your husband committed a serious crime. He smuggled kudu oil into Parthos enough to kill hundreds of people. King Rayleigh takes a dim view of smugglers, and he's the one who will decide your husband's sentence. It was a harsh truth. Pinda's chin trembled. Endril only did it to save me. Tears welled up in her eyes. Tallin's expression revealed what Pinda already knew. I'm sorry, Pinda. I have no words of comfort for you. She covered her face with her hands and sobbed. Tallin walked away, feeling defeated. There was nothing he could do for this poor woman, except offer her a safe place to die. He gritted his teeth in helpless frustration. These two people weren't Druckner's first victims, nor would they be his last. Tallin walked over to Chua and sat down, calling Duskeye and Starclaw over so they could speak privately. They all sat down in a circle on the grass. Tallin kept his voice low. Chua, do you still have contacts in the Shadow Grid? A few. Some of the older journeymen remember me. Falinrith leads the Southern Guild, and I know him well enough. Good. Could you send Falinrith a messenger? Marin and Pinda have an active bounty on their heads, and I need to take them to a safe house while I figure out what to do about Druckner. Of course, I would be happy to help, but they're also welcome to stay here. Tallin's eyebrows raised in surprise. Are you certain? It isn't too much of an imposition for you? Chua laughed. Of course not. I may look frail, but I'm still a capable spellcaster. No harm shall come to them here, as long as they remain within these groves. Tallin hadn't thought of that possibility. Despite his ill health, Chua had lived independently for years. He managed well enough on his own. Whatever you wish, Chua. I'll defer to your judgment. Where will you go now? He asked. I'm going to the Highport Mountains. The rebel dwarf colony? Yes, and I'll be going alone. Duskeye, I want you to fly me to the Orvass River, and I'll book passage from there. I have a friend in Highport, she doesn't know it yet, but she's going to help me bring down Druckner. I'm going to stop him, once and for all. Good. It's about time we did something about that old snake. Druckner's underlings have been causing trouble up and down the Orvass River for years. Tallin sighed. I know that now. The years following the war were difficult for everyone, especially the dragon riders. There was so much for us to do, so many people needed our help. With so many other pressing issues to attend to, we turned a blind eye to Druckner's shady business dealings. But no longer. By the gods, I swear that Druckner's rule in the north is over. Duskeye looked confused. If you are going to travel alone, what should I do here? You, my friend, are going to search for females. Just use your nose. This is your chance to find a wild female and not be bothered with all the duties that come with being my partner. It's a waste of time. We've searched high and low and haven't found any wild dragons in years. Don't be so hasty. Between Haluk and Pinda, we've already heard 2 accounts of wild females nesting in the south, something I never thought possible. Let me deal with Druckner. I want you to stay here and search. Duskeye rolled his eyes in exasperation. Fine. I'll do it, but I'm telling you, it's useless. Those stories are years old. There's no chance that any of those females survived. Starclaw, silent up until now, cackled loudly. Young fool. You should heed the advice of your writer. Duskeye swung around in shock. Starclaw had never spoken to him like this, ever. What did she know? Tell me, sister. Starclaw stretched herself up to her full height. Despite her injuries, she was still a beautiful creature, and as an emerald dragon, she towered over Duskeye by at least a third. Your writer is right, you are a hasty fool. Do not disregard my counsel, if you want to save our kin. Duskeye and Tallin both gasped. The very possibility of females nearby made Duskeye's heart beat faster. Listen to me, Duskeye. You are still healthy enough for mating, I can smell it. She leaned down and started a careful, sniffing inspection of Duskeye's body. My body is broken, but I recognize the musk of a bull dragon as well as any female. The mating game is a game for the young, and you are already past your prime, but who knows? With so few males to choose from, you might get lucky. Tallin sat dumbfounded. Was Starclaw offering Duskeye the dragon's equivalent of dating advice? The whole conversation was surreal. Duskeye's breath quickened. Please, sister, I beg of you, are there nesting females here? Starclaw spoke, her tone serious. Yes, there are survivors, hiding among these mountains. I have smelled them on the breeze. They hunt at night, when the moon is dark in the sky. They are still fearful, but they venture out more often from their hiding places, now that the dragon hunters have stopped raiding their nests and slaughtering their young. Duskeye bowed his head, prostrating himself before the older female. Please, sister, help me. Tell me where they are. A look of insulted shock crossed her face. I cannot say. You know that I cannot say. What a grave sin it would be for me to disclose their secret caves, after all they have suffered. You cannot comprehend how much fear remains in their hearts. She snorted and turned her face away from him. I think you are very disagreeable and foolish. Duskeye lowered his gaze, chastised. He knew that Starclaw was desperately trying to help him, without breaking any of their complex rules of civility. Starclaw went on, speaking carefully. These females sought my counsel in deepest confidence, and I shall not betray their trust. It is your job to find a willing female. You must find her, you must tempt her. Only a worthy male shall discover and woo his mate. These are the rules, you are old enough to know them. Duskeye's breath grew husky. Are the females receptive? Are they ready to mate? Bah! Why do you ask such ignorant questions? Starclaw snapped at him angrily with her jaws, barely nicking his neck. Forgive me, sister. I meant no insult. Duskeye closed his eyes and bowed his head again. His breath remained labored and thick, but he remained on the ground before the older female, listening respectfully to everything she said. This time, he did not move or interrupt. Starclaw growled, her voice hard. Ignorant young fool. What do you see when you look at me? You see nothing more than a crippled old wretch, covered with scars. I am so ugly and faded now, but I was beautiful once. I was the most beautiful emerald dragon in 1,000 years, and I rejected hundreds of suitors more handsome than you. Starclaw howled, crying into the heavens. Her voice was filled with anguish. Duskeye froze, not even daring to breathe. She arched her back and roared, so loudly that the trees shook. A short distance away, Marin abandoned his chopping and ran to his mother's side. She embraced her frightened son and whispered words of comfort in his ear. Tallin felt enormous tension, as if a wire was about to snap. A deep silence settled over the forest, and Starclaw began to weep. Chua reached out his hand and touched her side gently. He whispered something and Starclaw nodded. When she spoke again, her voice was barely a whisper. Our nesting time is a private matter. Those female mysteries cannot be shared with males. Do not ask me again. Her tone concealed a layer of desperation. She knew that her kin were on the brink of extinction, and she recognized that terrible reality. Tamper your eagerness. Do not fly off half-crazed, like a first-year hatchling. No female desires a male who is too eager with his affections. She sniffed and continued. Wait for your blood to cool. Then chew bloodroot, it grows wild along the riverbank. It shall give you strength and vigor. Rub numbweed on your wounded leg, it will mask your limp during the breeding dance. Females favor a male without injuries. You will not have any competition for your mating gift, or your dance. Entice her with your trumpet call and earn the right to dance before her. If you try hard enough, perhaps she will accept you, despite that cloudy eye and all those scars of yours. You are old enough to be a grandsire, Dusk Eye, but your body is flawed. If there were but 5 other males to choose from, you wouldn't have a chance. As it stands, you may be accepted, or you may not. Either way, you will need to work doubly hard to impress her. Do you understand me? Yes, sister, said Dusk Eye, nodding quietly. Now go, find those females, Dusk Eye. And may the Sun Lion grant you luck, for the future of dragonkind may depend on you. Meeting in Moorholt. Tallin and Dusk Eye spent the night at the Elder Willow, sleeping under the stars. Tallin slept restlessly and awoke early the next morning to find Dusk Eye pacing back and forth. It was obvious that he hadn't slept much. Starclaw lay nearby, listening to the younger dragon's anxious shuffling with amusement. After packing his rucksack with food and supplies, Tallin bid everyone farewell. He accepted a crushing embrace from Marin, who almost lifted him off the ground, and then a motherly kiss on the cheek from Pinda. Tallin felt uncomfortable with all the attention, but he allowed them to fuss over him anyway. Chua called Tallin over and recited a quick prayer, marking his forehead with scented oil from a little tin. Accept this blessing, my friend. May Bagra light your way and Gulka protect you. Thank you, Chua. I'll send a messenger bird when I reach Highport. It shouldn't take more than a fortnight for me to arrive, even if I get stuck on a slow ship. Use a falcon or a crow, if you can. Hawks from the north are rather unreliable. They're too easily distracted by an easy meal, and if they find a carcass along the way, your message will be lost. Dusk Eye sat at the edge of the tree line, staring silently off into the distance as he waited for Tallin to ready his things. On the horizon, a rumbling cell of gray clouds gathered momentum. There's rain coming, he said. We should try and beat the storm, said Tallin. He felt uneasy about this journey, as if the weather was a sign of some dark foreboding. They departed immediately, both of them aware that it would be their last flight together for the foreseeable future. As they flew into the sky, the clouds darkened behind them and the wind blew fiercely at their backs. The Orvas River drew into view a short while later, and Dusk Eye slowed. The normally blue water had turned murky, and the air was cold. Dusk Eye flew along the riverbank until they spotted a village with a small dock. Stop down there, Dusk Eye. This is where we part ways, but only for a little while. The dragon swooped down and landed near the water, where the marshy reeds were tall. Tallin climbed down from the saddle. The dragon stepped past his rider, pulling up a stalk of bloodroot growing on the bank. He grimaced as he chewed the bitter plant. This tastes dreadful. Tallin chuckled. Sometimes you've got to suffer unpleasant things in order to impress a woman. I don't need to be a dragon to understand that. Dusk Eye snorted. He wasn't in the mood for jokes. The storm is worsening. I can fly you farther north, so you can avoid it before it hits. I appreciate the offer, but that won't be necessary. I can handle a little rain. There are boats for hire all along the river, and I'll make my own way. They were silent for a moment, watching the clouds grow darker. A clap of thunder sounded in the distance, and a single drop of rain fell from the sky, dropping onto Dusk Eye's nose. His expression was expectant. Tallin could see he was anxious. What can I say to him? Starclaw had given Dusk Eye a measure of hope, but also much uncertainty. The old she-dragon was right, Dusk Eye lacked the beauty and vigor of a younger male. Even if Dusk Eye was successful in finding a female, would she view him as a prospective mate or would she only see his faults? Would she look at Dusk Eye and see only his scars? Tallin felt worried and defeated. There were so few male dragons left. What options did they have? Nightard and Orshak were barely out of adolescence. Although they were technically old enough to mate, neither had any experience with females. To an older she-dragon, the two of them would be nothing more than immature pests. But there were 2 other males, Tallin reminded himself. Poth and Blacktooth, the 2 black dragons that lived beyond the mortal lands, in the land of the elves. Poth was out of the question, he was old beyond reckoning, and well past the age of mating. Blacktooth was another story. He was attractive and healthy. Blacktooth would have a better chance with any of the females, and Tallin and Dusk Eye both knew it. But Blacktooth was far away, living in the land of the fairy. Tallin began to second-guess himself. Every year that passed without new hatchlings was another year that the dragon race came nearer to extinction. I owe it to the dragons to set my grudges aside, he thought. What if Dusky finds a nesting female, only to be rejected? Do I dare risk it? The future of all dragonkin is at stake. Tallin looked at Dusky sadly. As much as I dislike the idea, I must notify Fëanor that nesting she-dragons have been discovered. Blacktooth is a healthy male, and this information is too important to keep secret. Dusky's face fell, and he turned away in deep distress. He gazed sadly into the distance. Blacktooth is as arrogant and haughty as his rider. I know that. Please understand my position, this issue impacts all of us, Tallin implored. With no other males to choose from, these females could go unmated, and their unfertilized eggs will be lost. Please give me a chance, said Dusky quietly. I know that I'm not as handsome as the others, but just let me prove my worth. If I fail, then you may contact Blacktooth, or any of the others if you wish. Dusky's heartfelt plea moved him deeply, and Tallin reached out to touch his wing. The dragon was trembling, with eagerness or fear, he knew not which. Tallin wished that he had a touch of the sight, so that he could perceive a glimpse of the future. All right, you shall have your chance. If you don't succeed, you must notify me immediately, so I can contact the males. I give you my word, said Dusky, giving his rider a lick of thanks. They said their goodbyes quickly, and Dusky bounded back toward the forest, his mind already somewhere else. The wind picked up even more, and lightning flashed in the sky. The rain began to fall in earnest. It was soon a steady downpour, and Tallin's clothes were soaked through. The storm worsened as Dusky flew away, leaving Tallin on the muddy riverbank to find passage on his own. He jogged toward the little village, ducking inside the general store while the rain poured outside. He was lucky enough to find a ship leaving for Moorholt that evening, and he offered the captain a few coppers to ride along. The captain agreed. There was plenty of room in the ship's hold for another person. Tallin and the captain walked together toward the dock, where a small crew waited with the ship. The boat was a clipper, used for running freight up and down the river. He was thankful that the journey would be swift. Once the ship left shore, the storm turned into a squall, and the captain remained on deck with his crew to keep the boat on course. The boat pitched and swayed on the wide river. He tried to lie still, but his stomach churned. Ugh, he thought, holding his stomach. I'm no good for this kind of travel. I would have done better on horseback. Tallin remained awake, feeling the tug of his dragonstone at the very edge of his consciousness. He sensed a constant buzz from Dusky's nervous energy. Dusky was already searching for the females. He closed his eyes and forced himself to relax, eventually falling asleep in the early hours of the morning. The next day, the ship arrived in Moorholt. The weather was still bad, and the water was dark and choppy. Since the captain made a stop, Tallin decided to visit the capital city. The whole world seemed gray when he stepped off the boat. Cold drizzle soaked through his wool cloak. Moorholt's vast city wall rose up on the horizon. The road into the capital city buzzed with travelers, people of every class and occupation streaming back and forth from the countryside. The city of Moorholt was rather ugly, but the countryside surrounding it was quite nice. Picturesque fields of wildflowers grew outward in every direction, their petals buttery and white as far as the eye could see. Cattle grazed lazily outside the walls, and there were sheep, too, a bit farther off in the distance. The harvest fair would be coming soon, and preparations were already being made for the multitudes who would come here to enjoy the event. The harvest fair was a grand festival, with days of celebration, music, dancing, and feasting. The fair also boasted the largest jousting tournament in the kingdom, complete with prizes. The winner took home a purse of gold coins, so there were always hundreds of competitors, and it was a great show. Tallin covered his head and made his way to the city's entrance. Although it was doubtful that anyone would recognize him, he hoped to avoid any awkward encounters. The crush of people grew as he walked into the city. Moorholt was cleaner than he remembered, and there were fewer beggars on the streets. He joined a queue of men heading toward the busy market square. The cold weather did nothing to deter the vendors, who screamed loudly to anyone who would listen. Customers milled around, moving from stall to stall. Servants ran errands, buying food and other staples. Apprentices dashed back and forth, replacing stock that had been sold. At the far end of the market, there was a grassy area where farmers sold live animals. The air was thick with the smell of manure. One farmer sold woolly black sheep, another had a particularly foul-smelling billy goat, and a third had an enormous sow. Tallin walked over to inspect the pig, and the animal snarled at him from her pen, bearing long yellow fangs. A farmer in a tattered brown hat stepped forward. "Are ye in the market for a porker today, sir?" he asked, smiling. "She's got a fine pedigree on both sides." Tallin gave him a skeptical look. "She looks a bit old to me, and she's foul-tempered, as well." "Nay, she's as fresh as a dewberry and as sweet as a lamb. She'll make a whole lot o' sausages. I can have her butchered and trimmed by the end of the day." What do you say? Do we have a deal? Tallin considered the purchase. It would be a nice gift for the dwarves. The weather was cold, so he knew the meat wouldn't spoil along the journey. What's your price? The farmer named an outrageous sum, which they both expected. They haggled for several minutes, and once Tallin was satisfied with the price, they shook hands. I'll be traveling up the river, so pack the meat with ice and deliver it to the docks. Will do, sir, said the farmer, tipping his cap. I'll have her ready for you by this evening. Tallin returned to the main market, heading for the food stalls. He picked up a loaf of bread from a local bakery, and then ducked under a doorway to get out of the rain. He took his first bite and began to watch the crowd. The bread was excellent, so he ate slowly, listening to the chatter of the people walking by. Then his ears started tingling, someone was watching him. On the opposite side of the street, his eyes fixed on a lone figure, a woman. Tall and thin, she had delicate features, like an elf. He felt a spark of recognition. Their eyes met, and he saw green eyes and a flash of red hair. Sisrun! What is she doing here? He focused his gaze on her, but she vanished into the crowd, leaving Tallin to wonder if he had imagined her presence. He knew that she had recognized him, too. Sisrun was the best tracker he knew. How long had she been following him? Since his arrival? Or even earlier? He handed the rest of his bread to a beggar, and stepped out of the alcove, melting into the crowd. Soon, he felt a tug on his right sleeve. Your pardon, noble sir, the woman said. Tallin recognized the soft voice. Without turning his head, he said, Shall we go somewhere private to talk? She nodded and pointed straight ahead. There, that tavern at the end of the alley. It's quite crowded. It was a seedy-looking building with peeling paint. It's a dodgy place, fights break out every day, but no one will pay any attention to us there. They entered the busy pub together. Tallin paused inside the doorway to allow his eyes to adjust to the dim light. It smelled strongly of smoke and sweat, and it was very noisy. He scanned the room. A traveling minstrel played a fiddle by the door, a hat on the floor had a few coins inside. Locals chatted at the tables, and there were a few foreigners. 3 soldiers sat on bar stools at the counter, dressed in their orange and white tunics, official colors of King Rayleigh's private guard. 2 merchants in brightly colored silks argued back and forth about the price of fabric. The place was so busy that no one looked twice at them. They found an empty table in the back and sat down. Tallin hung his damp cloak near the fireplace, and tendrils of steam drifted up from it as it dried. Sisrun also removed her cloak, setting it on the back of her chair. Her tunic was richly embroidered and paired with blue breeches. The stitching on her clothing was incredibly fine. Sisrun had a dagger tucked into her waistband, and a short sword belted to her hip. Her red hair, grown just past her shoulders, was curly and damp. It fell in loose waves around her face, except for 2 braids that crisscrossed along her temple. She was exactly as he remembered, strikingly beautiful and confident. Sisrun placed a quick order with the serving girl. The girl disappeared behind a yellow curtain, returning moments later with 2 flagons of cider and slices of black bread. The cider was bubbly and sweet as Tallin took his first sip, and his eyebrows shot up in surprise. It's been years since I tasted cider this fine. It's good, isn't it? This place is a rubbish hole, but their cider is superb. It's the innkeep's own brew, and it's popular throughout the city, even with the nobles. He does a brisk business. She pointed at the fireplace, there was a gold ribbon hanging above the mantel. The owner took first place at last year's fair, so he guards the recipe. Sisrun sat back with her arms folded and her legs stretched out in front of her like stalks of wheat. What brings you to Moorholt? She asked. Have you come to enjoy the fair? Tallin smiled faintly. You know me better than that, Sisrun. This is not a pleasure trip. She gave a deep chuckle. Enigmatic as ever, I see. It's unusual to see you without your dragon. Dusky had other duties to attend to. Of course, she said, waving her hand. Everyone's so busy lately. How many years since we saw each other last? 3? 4? You haven't changed much, if anything, you look younger than before. What longevity charms are you using? I have no need for charms, Sisrun. My dwarf ancestry is not a secret. I could ask the same of you, though. You haven't aged a day. Perhaps what they say is true, that you have a touch of elvish blood? If one listens to gossip, your real grandfather was one of the fair folk, who tricked his way into your grandmother's bed under a glamour. I've heard that ridiculous rumor all my life, it's nonsense, just chin-wagging by jealous housewives. I assure you, there's no fairy blood in my family. She gave him an amused smile. He stared at her face, and just for a moment, her features wavered, like a heat haze. How old are you, exactly? Sisran lowered her eyes and smiled coyly. Hasn't anyone ever told you it's impolite to ask a woman her age? The buzzing in his ears grew louder. He shook his head to clear it. I don't hear much news from the northern mages anymore. How are things in Miklagard? Sisran shrugged. I have no idea. I left my position in Miklagard last winter. Now it was Tallin's turn to be surprised. You quit the High Council? Sisran nodded. More than that, I no longer teach at all. Many moons have passed since I spoke last with anyone in the Crystal City. When I left, the High Council was turning mageborns away. Anyone below level 4 is no longer permitted to train there. Over a dozen applicants were rejected last year, even those who arrived with a dowry. The council is turning away dowered mages? It was a shocking change in policy. They claim that they don't have the space to accommodate lower mageborns. I don't even know if the High Council can afford to reject them, but they're doing it anyway. It might be outright snobbery, or some kind of ridiculous scheme to only train certain types of spellcasters. I fought the decision, but I was overruled. In the end, I couldn't sway their opinion, so I left. Sisran took a sip from her drink before continuing. She relayed information about her travels, and Tallin felt the buzzing in his ears again. Sisran's gaze was unwavering, her voice cloying and sweet. Whenever she spoke, he felt a prickle along his spine. Was she using some kind of charm? Was she telling the truth about the High Council? She used to be a leader in the Shadow Grid. Was she roaming the countryside, recruiting mageborns for the Shadow Grid's increasing numbers? Perhaps she offered the rejected mageborns her own brand of training? Where will you go now? She asked, her eyes flashing. To Mount Velik? There's deep trouble up north, Tallin. The anger between the clans has grown. I'm going north to visit my kinsman, he said. But I'm not going to Mount Velik. I'm going to the Vardmiter colony. I'm glad. Those poor rebels could use some help. The caverns in Highport Mountains were never designed to support such a large group of people. I would like to see a peaceful resolution to the infighting. Sisran shook her head. That's unlikely at this point. The clans have ceased any pretense of reconciliation. Even the border between the kingdoms is now under dispute. Did you know that any dwarf from an opposing clan who sets foot in enemy territory is attacked? A few dwarves have even been killed. I passed through the Northern Territory only a fortnight ago. Kurgun claims that killing women and children is a moral obscenity, but it's only a matter of time before a child is killed by accident. If that happens, there will be open war between the clans. Are you certain? I would have intervened sooner, had I known. It wouldn't have helped. You're a halfling, Tallin. The clans aren't going to take advice from someone they consider an outsider. I was at Mount Velik last winter, said Tallin. The clans were arguing, but the leaders were still speaking to each another. Clan squabbles have plagued the dwarves for centuries, but even the bitterest of clan wars has never divided the dwarves like this. Now the clans have split off into separate kingdoms. The entire dwarf nation is at risk with this petty civil war. The dwarves have not had a war of aggression between the clans in millennia. Give the clans some time to work out their problems. She paused and took a deep breath. I'm afraid they don't have that luxury. The Orc King is waiting for an opportunity to strike Mount Velik. King Nar waits for the dwarves to weaken their numbers through civil war, and then he will strike. His orc armies will bring utter destruction to the dwarf kingdom. If the greenskins succeed in taking Mount Velik, the entire region will fall, and all the clans will be destroyed. Tallin snorted. You exaggerate the danger. If the orcs are considering an attack upon the dwarves, then they have forgotten their past failures too quickly. King Nar's readiness for battle is questionable. His ambitions outweigh his common sense. King Nar is smarter than you give him credit for, she said. He has outlawed the bride death battle. Alpha males are still allowed to challenge one another, but the loser is no longer put to death. She nervously tapped the side of her glass. Tallin had mixed feelings about this news. I have no love for the orcs, but it's good that Nar has outlawed the practice. It was a barbaric ritual, even by their standards. You're missing the point, she said firmly. King Nar outlawed the practice for one reason only, to grow his armies. Orc males used to cull their weaker members through battle challenges. The drive to increase their harems is a popular sport among the greenskins. Nar does not discourage the fighting, but forbids them to kill each other. When orc males used to fight over women, the victor took the loser's females, and also had the right to slaughter any newborns that were not his get. Now the losers are allowed to live and retain all their pregnant females, so the male orcs have even more reason to keep their women pregnant. Their population has exploded. Even if all this is true, it's impossible that Nar could raise an army so soon. He lost tens of thousands in the desert during his siege of Parthos. That was less than 6 winters past. Every season, the orcs grow in number. There's an entire generation of young males whose battle urges are being stifled, and King Nar is promising them victory against the dwarves and the spoils of war, as well as expansion of their kingdom. The orcs aim to conquer Mount Velik and occupy it for themselves. It's an ingenious plan, really. Nar knows that Mount Heldiafol can't support their increasing numbers. The orcs must look outside their own borders to expand. What is your solution? Are you advocating war against the Greenskins? Our own king has promised peace throughout the land. He will never consent to a first strike against them. It's unavoidable, Tallin. She argued. The dwarf civil war must be contained, or else the orcs will invade. The dwarves are weaker than they have been in centuries. Their largest clan has split off, and Hergung is a pathetic, weak king. If King Nar succeeds in taking Mount Velik, it will be nearly impossible to expel them, since that mountain is an ideal defensive stronghold. A dwarf civil war would place all the eastern territories at risk. We must find a way to reunite the clans. Tallin finished his drink and slid off his chair to order another round. When they returned, the serving girl brought 2 more flagons of cider and removed the empty ones. Do you have any evidence of a troop buildup in Mount Heldiafol? The orcs have kept to themselves these past 5 years. I would prefer not to stir up trouble with them, at least not right now. The orcs have expanded outside Mount Heldiafol, creating above-ground settlements outside the mountain. I've seen the new settlements myself. Their numbers have doubled, at least. Sisring grabbed his hand and stared at him straight in the eye. Listen to me. The orcs are our biggest threat. Their very existence is an affront to nature. They are creatures of darkness, an abomination against the gods. They must be destroyed. Tallin leaned back, surprised by the vitriol in her voice. What do you propose then? Wholesale murder? Genocide? Where will that lead us? Have you become so bitter in your own heart that you would destroy an entire race? Sisrin's mask of serenity fractured. Orcs are different. They are not like us. Cruelty and death are the only things they understand. Even the Balbarites have some concept of morality. Tallin's voice grew cold. Of all people, you defend the Balbarites? Have you forgotten that it was Skirakina, one of their trained assassins, who attacked the dwarves 5 years ago? It was she that crippled Hergung and killed 2 clan leaders. If anyone is responsible for the current situation in Mount Velik, it is them. Sisrin frowned and pursed her lips. The Balbarites are like us, except for their blind fanaticism to that blood religion of theirs. At least they believe in the rule of law. The orcs are cold-blooded lizards, more like their Drask than us. You sound so much like the elves. They would happily eradicate the orcs completely, given the chance. Do you support war against the Greenskins in order to please the elf queen Zilthera? Sisrin sniffed dismissively. Don't be absurd. I have no obligations to the fair folk or their pretentious queen. The ancient grudge between the elves and orcs is none of my concern. I'm only worried about the future of this land, and orc conquest in the east would be catastrophic for the entire region, and none of the mortal races would be secure. It would affect everyone, not just the dwarves. How can you be so certain that the clans will fall into war? Hergung is still king, and he supports a peaceful compromise to the clan rebellion. Have you the gift of sight? I do not need the gift of prophesy to know that Hergung shall not survive another winter, and his son is too young to succeed him. The clans have had years to work out their differences, and have not. In Mount Velik, there is one whose power grows stronger with each passing season, and it is she that will take Hergung's place. Bolreiki. He pounded his fist on the table in frustration. That manipulative, scheming witch. A humorless laugh escaped Sisrin's lips. She's crafty and as ruthless as they come. And she knows how to manipulate others to get her way. Unfortunately, she's ambitious and intelligent enough to rule. The clans treat her with deference, and she pushes strongly for war. If she takes the throne, she will crush the rebellion by force. Bolreiki will never accept a treaty from the Vardmiters. She wants to make an example out of them. I knew of Hergung's weakened condition, but not of Bolreiki's plans. Skirakina almost killed her 5 years ago, when she infiltrated the mountain. Bolreiki was tortured and left for dead. She survived, but I discovered that she had been passing information to Skirakina for years. Once Bolreiki's collusion with the Balbarites was exposed, she was stripped of her office. I assumed that she had abandoned any leadership aspirations. Bolreiki has never given up her ambitions. She would declare herself a queen tomorrow, if she thought the clans would accept her. Hergung is crippled by illness, and Bolreiki's power grows. There is no clan leader powerful enough to challenge her. I didn't know she was reinstated, he said. Then you have been ill-informed. Bolreiki aims to supplant King Hergung either by controlling him through puppetry, or removing him by force. Hergung's health has been steadily declining for years, and no one would question her if he were to die. Why did the Dwarf Council reinstate her? The mountain of evidence against Bolreiki was damning. Hergung could have executed her for treason. She was utterly disgraced. Sisran looked at him with flashing green eyes. Hergung should have executed her, but he didn't. There's a separate set of laws for the rich and powerful, and Bolreiki is both of those things. She bribed the Dwarf Council for her reinstatement, claiming that any collusion with the Balberites was against her will. Her request was granted. No one can stop her now. Bolreiki's ascension to the throne is all but assured. The rain had stopped, and the breeze coming in from the doorway smelled fresh and cool. I must go, Tallin said, standing suddenly. He drained the last swallow from his flagon and turned to leave. My ship will be leaving soon. Wait, she said, placing her hand on his forearm. I'll walk with you. She rose from her seat and put on her cloak. As you wish, he replied. Sisran was taller than Tallin by more than a hand's breadth, and he had to tilt his chin to look into her eyes. He felt the caress of her hand, but her touch left him cold. Despite her beauty, he felt nothing for her. As they exited the tavern, Tallin dug in his pocket and dropped a coin into the musician's hat. The man tipped his cap and smiled up at him. The once crowded streets were now deserted, and most of the vendor stalls were closed. Tallin returned to the livestock area and paid the farmer for the hog, which had been slaughtered and packed in ice. Tallin slipped the farmer a few extra coppers to deliver the meat to his ship before the city gates closed. He looked up at the sky. Overhead, the clouds had cleared and stars began to appear. I must go, he said, with a shred of a smile. The hour is late, and the ship's captain won't wait for me. Tallin felt the beginning of a headache settling around his temples. They said their goodbyes awkwardly at the city gates. May Bagra guide you, she said, placing her hand over his curled fingers. She smiled, and once again Tallin felt prickles along his spine, but they were even stronger this time. Thank you, he replied, covering his mouth as if he were coughing. Instead, he quietly whispered a warding spell. He felt a burst of power. Sisran gasped and yanked her hand away, but it was too late. The damage was done. She had been touching him when he uttered the spell, and his hastily spoken words shattered Sisran's carefully built illusion. Her true face appeared, with all her fair glamour stripped away. Tallin frowned deeply. I suspected as much, you're one of them. She was ugly. Her ears were pointed and longer, her skin slightly greenish. Her hair, once a glorious mane of copper curls, was now a tangled mass of rust-colored knots. Tallin saw her true face, the face of an elf halfling. How could you? She cried out, her cheeks flush with embarrassment and rage. I make no apologies. I sensed something. You tried using fairy magic on me, to manipulate me. You've disappointed me greatly, Sisran. It's none of your business. She shouted. You meddlesome dwarves are all alike. I could say the same of you elves, he shot back, flicking her a disgusted glance. Don't bother trying to explain yourself, I don't want to hear your reasons anyway. You chose to hide your true nature. Take your spitting rage elsewhere, and don't debase yourself any further with me. Sisran shook with fury, but did not respond. Instead, she turned on her heel and left. As she walked away, Tallin saw a bright shimmer as her fairy glamour was restored. Without another backward glance, Tallin left Moorholt. The Vardmiter clan. Tallin jogged to the river, making it to the docks just in time. He ignored the captain's angry stare and went below deck. The water was calm on this night, but sleep would not come. He sat in the clean straw, trying to rest, but he could not settle his thoughts. The ship continued up the river, stopping several times along the way to unload cargo and pick up new goods. Tallin remained the only passenger, and he kept to himself, avoiding the crew whenever possible. Days later, the ship passed beyond Ironport, and Tallin disembarked. There were patches of snow on the ground, and the air was bitterly cold. The waning light of the dusk turned the horizon a pale shade of orange. He went quickly into town and bargained for a cart and horse, an old chestnut gelding with a graying face and a calm demeanor. The seller wanted 10 silver pieces, but Tallin haggled him down to 8. The horse was older than he would have liked, but fit enough to ride. Tallin placed the sow carcass in the cart, packing the meat with snow again before continuing his journey. He crossed a narrow bridge and started on the main road toward the Highport Mountains. The path veered upward through the ancient mountain range that was now the home of the Vardmider clan. He knew these territories well enough. The area had changed little since his childhood. A few cottages lined the road at first, but these eventually disappeared as the road became steeper. Mist gathered around him, and the air grew colder and thinned. Evergreens replaced birch trees. The way became narrower as he rode on, and the road eventually became a rocky path. The cart slowed his progress considerably, and he now regretted having purchased the meat. However, the path remained clear, and he only saw a handful of other travelers. When Tallin heard others on the road, he moved his horse and cart to the side and cast a simple concealment spell. Once the other travelers moved on, he dropped the spell and continued on his way. At night, he slept under the stars on a bed of evergreen boughs. The temperature dropped during the night, and although he was uncomfortably cold, he didn't want to attract attention by making a fire. He lay awake most nights, wrapped tightly in his cloak, feeling the dampness of the forest surrounding him. Eventually, only tall evergreen trees surrounded him, lining both sides of the path as far as he could see. The undergrowth was lush and green, with tangled ferns and creeping vines everywhere he looked. The vegetation was so thick and tall that it obscured anything beyond the road. One morning, after he had been traveling for several days, he saw a gray eagle overhead, a freshly caught fish wriggling in its huge talons. The bird landed in a nearby tree to eat its meal, and Tallin stopped for a few moments to admire its beauty. He resisted the urge to call the majestic bird to him. Eagles were rarely seen in the desert. That same day, he discovered a circle of smooth white pebbles at the foot of an ancient tree. He picked up one of the glistening stones and felt the immediate spark of fairy magic. There are tree pixies here, he thought, placing the pebble back on the grass. The little creatures were fond of creating mischief, so he kept an idle watch for them, but did not see any, even in the morning when they were known to drop down from the trees and bathe in dew. Shortly after midday the mist cleared somewhat, and the huge gates of Highport became visible. Once a great mining fortress, the labyrinth of caves had been abandoned long ago. Not even the Kynn Oracle had a record of its previous inhabitants. Only the elves were old enough to know anything about the people who had once occupied this mountain, and it was doubtful that they cared enough to remember. The old iron gates had been rebuilt and painted a garish shade of red. From a distance, the huge doors looked like two pools of blood against the mountainside. There was a little graveyard near the entrance, and simple granite headstones dotted the ground outside. When the Vardmiders first arrived in Highport, they were forced to dig many graves, most of them for children. The deaths slowed as the years went by, and now the clan was stronger. Most of the shrubbery outside the mountain was eaten up by the Vardmiders' goats, but an old apple orchard outside the gates gave fruit. Tallin rode along slowly and arrived at the main gates just before sunset. From deep inside the mountain, he heard the clanging of iron tools. The Vardmiders were hard at work, forever expanding their new home. As he approached the gate, Tallin saw two mismatched staves, wrapped with a colored ribbon. On each stave flew a tattered yellow pennant, the Vardmiders' attempt at an official flag. When he was footsteps away, a tiny panel opened, and a gruff voice called out, "Halt! Identify yourself and state your business. Are ye friend or foe?" Tallin raised his hand and announced solemnly, "I am Tallin Arai, Dragon Rider. I am here to visit my kinswoman, the Lady Mugla Horlick. She is not expecting me. I have a message for her of utmost importance." Through the tiny slit, he saw the guard's eyes widen. Moments later, the doors swung open. The guard smiled, revealing several missing teeth and a cleft palate. He wore a surcoat and leggings, as well as a helmet that was covered in dents. The surcoat was a size too small and was stitched in several places. He grasped a halberd in one hand, sawed off at the bottom and chipped along the blade. It was his only weapon. The guard introduced himself as the captain of the gate, with a lisp so pronounced that Tallin had difficulty understanding him. The guard did not question why a dragon rider would arrive at their city, unannounced, on an old horse, tethered to a donkey cart with the carcass of a slaughtered hog in the back. The man bowed low. "Welcome, Dragon Rider. Please enter our humble keep. Our larder is yours." Beyond the doors, the cavern seemed dark and foreboding. Tallin waited a few moments for his eyes to adjust to the dim light. He turned and addressed the guard. "This horse, cart, and pig are my welcoming gift to Yuten. Please see that they are taken care of." "I will, my lord," he replied, accepting the horse's reins. The guard pointed down a cavern on the right. "Follow that path to reach a set of stairs up to the main level. From there, someone will help you find Miss Mugla." Tallin nodded his thanks. The guard bowed again and turned around, leading the horse away. Tallin exited the chamber and walked about 10 paces before he saw the glow of torchlight. Dozens of oily torches sputtered on the walls, spread out over sporadic intervals. The pungent smell of burning animal fat carried through the air. Tallin paused for a moment, absorbing the sights and sounds around him. He could hear children's laughter and the sound of a hammer against an anvil. Water dripped constantly in these caves, and the path was muddy and crumbling on one side. An adult dwarf passed by him and nodded, and then a few moments later a child did the same. Although they eyed him curiously, they greeted him with warm smiles. Tallin was pleased to see that the dwarves at Highport now looked healthy and well-fed. Several seasons ago, so many of them were starving. Tallin arrived at the Welcomers' Hall, which was simply a larger cave off the main atrium. There was a single torch on the wall and wooden stools for seats. Tallin could smell the thick odor of manure mixed with topsoil. The cave had a steep drop overlooking the main cavern. Tallin peeked out over the edge and saw vast mushroom fields, as far as the eye could see. Mushrooms grew everywhere, including up the walls. There was a pond below, as well as animal pens. Hundreds of goats bleated behind wooden fences, waiting to be let outside to graze. At the center of the mountain, a path traversed the inside of the caldera, where reflected sunlight allowed for limited agriculture. The Vardmiters worked hard to cultivate plants that would grow well in the dappled shade. From a distance, Tallin saw rows of crimson-leafed rhubarb, cabbage, and a variety of beans. An older dwarf walked by, pushing a handcart full of baskets. Several children followed behind him, each holding a basket. They gathered mushrooms as they walked, chattering happily. The dwarf straightened up and stretched. "Good day, sir," he said with a wave. "Are ye the visitor?" "Yes," Tallin responded. "I seek Mugla Horlick, your spellcaster. Do you know where she is?" The man seemed rather excited about this, and he nodded enthusiastically. "She lives in the upper chambers in a cave near the Iron Forge." "Just a moment." The man waved one of his youngsters over to him. "My son will find Miss Mugla for you." The boy raced off in the opposite direction, running as fast as his feet would take him. Tallin exhaled deeply and sat down to wait. "Mugla." Mugla grabbed her tortoiseshell comb and tried to pull it through her hair, tugging at her unruly gray curls. The tangled mess was impervious and she gave up, opting instead to tie it back with a scrap of fabric. Her arthritic fingers struggled with the knot, but she finally succeeded, smoothing a few stray hairs back from her forehead. Her body ached. She was old, even for a dwarf. She had seen a lot in 450 winters. Or was it 451? She could never remember. Taking a moment to massage the crick in her back, she looked into the silver mirror hanging on the opposite wall. The reflection looking back at her was that of an old woman. Long ago, further back than she cared to remember, Mugla had been pretty. Many had asked for her hand, but she never married, choosing instead to study the magical arts. She became a skilled spellcaster, training with the finest dwarf mages in Mount Velik. She had a hazy recollection of those years, when she studied with the great masters. It all seemed so distant now, like a half-remembered dream. Mugla sighed, she could not recall what she looked like when she was a maiden, even the color of her hair escaped her. It had been gray for so long that she had forgotten. Now her face was seamed with countless wrinkles, her cheeks sunken, her hair wiry like a pig's bristle. Some days she felt so old. Then she shivered. "Enough of this nonsense. What am I complaining about? I need to get to work, these people need me." She flung a sheet over the mirror and walked into the kitchen. She poured herself a cup of hot tea, wrapped her shawl around her shoulders, and stepped outside. The main cavern was right outside her door. It was barely dawn, and the Vardmiters were already hard at work. Groups of dwarves toiled below, working feverishly on new caves. 5 years ago, the Vardmiter clan defied King Hergung and abandoned Mount Velik, moving west to the Highport Mountains. Their new home had insufficient caves, deep tunnels that led nowhere, and hazardous sinkholes in inconvenient places. Unlike Mount Velik, which had a logical structure, the Highport Mountains were a labyrinth of fragmented caverns. The Vardmiters dug new caves constantly, wherever there was space. It was not uncommon for several families to share a single cave, sleeping in cramped piles on the floor or crammed into hastily built bunk beds. Any new caves were quickly occupied by growing families. The Highport caves were not well suited to them, but somehow, the Vardmiters managed. Due in part to their history of strife, the Vardmiters believed that true prosperity existed in large families. Therefore, married couples were eager to produce as many children as possible to add to their wealth, and young women were married off right away. There were never any orphans, because another family immediately adopted any child who lost his parents. Since a dwarf's fertility could last 60 years, it was common for a Vardmiter family to have 20 children or more. Despite their poverty, Vardmiter children seemed happy, and extended families were close. Mudla was the only mage serving the entire clan, so her cave was in a place of honor, elevated above the main hall. Her quarters were huge. When she first arrived here, Uten, the leader of the Vardmiter clan, was so thankful that he gave her the best sleeping furs and pottery to decorate her cave. She appreciated Uten's thoughtfulness, but she would have preferred a smaller cave down in the main cavern with the other dwarves. She didn't need the extra space, and she hated walking down the long flight of stairs every morning. But she understood why Uten chose to put her there. Her cave was in a conspicuous spot. Her presence gave the Vardmiters hope. They all felt better knowing they had at least one spellcaster who was willing to help them. So Mudla kept quiet and didn't complain. Before the clan schism, there were 6 spellcasters serving the entire dwarf kingdom. Now there were 5 at Mount Velik, and 1 at the Highport Mountains, namely, her. Unfortunately, she could never return to Mount Velik, now that she was considered a traitor. The other dwarf mages supported her decision, but they stayed behind, and who could really blame them? Mudla knew that she would never receive payment for anything she did here. The Vardmiters were always grateful to her. They offered their humble food, or gifts they had made themselves. Mudla usually declined. She knew that most of them had nothing to spare, especially food. Why would any competent spellcaster choose a life like this? It was a life of endless toil, surrounded by destitution and hunger. The Vardmiters were outcasts, castaways. They were the lowest clan, the poorest of the poor. Many were crippled, blind, or diseased. Evidence of poverty was everywhere, from their threadbare clothing to their meager food supplies. Despite all this, Mudla served the Vardmiters without complaint, because they were a proud, hard-working people. Even in the face of scarcity, there was happiness here, and everyone worked together without vanity or conceit. She had a genuine fondness for these people, and that was why she stayed. She walked carefully down the stone steps, her aching joints protesting with every step. She passed through the main hall, waving at the workers. They all shouted morning greetings as she walked by. Her first patient was a young woman named Heil, in labor with her first child. She had been in labor for 2 days, and the midwife had been unable to birth the baby, so Mudla was asked to intervene. Mudla hobbled over to the cave, nodding at Heil's husband who was waiting outside. The young father's clothing was threadbare, patched in a dozen places. The expectant father was pacing nervously back and forth. Mudla entered without announcing her presence and saw Heil groaning on the floor. She pushed the midwife aside and sat down. "Mudla's here, Missy. Everything's going to be just fine. Help me." Heil whimpered. Her face glistened with perspiration. "That's what I'm here for, young lady." Mudla flexed her thin fingers, placing one hand on Heil's grossly distended belly. "Sorry about the cold hands." She rubbed the woman's belly, her hand stopping right below Heil's navel. "There you are, you little squealer," she said quietly. Mudla closed her eyes and willed herself to concentrate, letting her powers take over. Her fingertips glowed, tingling. She inhaled deeply, and at once, she sensed 2 heartbeats. It was twins. Unfortunately, they were tangled up. Worse, one baby was feet first, a breach. It was a dangerous presentation for any woman, and more so for a first-time mother. Mudla turned to the midwife, waiting quietly by the doorway. "Fetch me hot water and soaproot." The midwife bobbed her head and sped from the room. Mudla leaned down and took hold of Heil's chin in her hand. "Listen to me, girl. I'm going to relieve some of your pain, but not all of it. You must stay awake, and you must push. I can't do this without your help." Heil's lower lip trembled. "Will my baby live?" Mudla scoffed, patting her hand. "Of course. Don't be so dramatic, girl. Do you think you're the first woman to suffer labor pains? I've ushered plenty of little squealers into this world. Don't fret, my dear, you're fine and your babies are fine. These boys will be born soon enough." Despite her exhaustion, Heil's face lit up. Color flooded into her cheeks. "I'm having a boy?" she asked wonderingly. "You're having 2 of them." Mudla held up 2 fingers. "And they'll be screaming bloody murder in a moment, so enjoy the last bit of quiet you'll have for the next 15 years or so." The joke lightened the young mother's spirits, and she giggled. "Laughter, that's good to hear. A birthing is easier when you have a positive attitude, my dear." The midwife returned, placing a bowl of hot water and a fragment of soaproot on a clean sheet near Heil's feet. Mudla washed her hands and put her palms on opposite sides of Heil's belly. The old spellcaster whispered a pain-relieving spell. Heil's body stiffened and then relaxed. "How do you feel?" asked Mudla. Heil smiled weakly. "Better. I'm more comfortable now. Now I'm going to correct the breach." She placed her thumbs on opposite sides of Heil's pelvis. I want you to breathe deeply. This won't hurt, but you'll feel some pressure. Mugla whispered another spell and Hyle arched her back. Then Hyle groaned. I felt it. He moved. Can you sit up, so that you're in a crouching position? It will go easier for you. I think so. Hyle struggled to get up. Mugla waved at the midwife, who slipped her hands under Hyle's arms, lifting her body into a kneeling position. Hyle groaned, feeling a contraction. I feel the baby moving down. Good. Now when I tell you to push, I want you to push. And don't forget to breathe. Hyle puffed as another contraction hit. She held her belly, inhaling deeply until it passed. Hyle puffed and pushed, crying out as the contractions grew stronger. A short time later, a sharp cry filled the room, and Mugla drew out a red-faced boy. You have a healthy son. She slapped his bottom and tied the umbilical cord off with a piece of string. A second boy followed shortly, as outraged and red-faced as the first. The midwife wiped down both boys and wrapped them in clean blankets while Hyle wept tears of joy. They're beautiful. It's good to be thankful. They're both lovely. Mugla rose from her seat, a satisfied smile on her face. The midwife took care of everything else. She cleaned up the mess, put the babies to Hyle's breast, and helped her get into a more comfortable position so the young mother could finally get some rest. She hobbled outside where Hyle's husband waited. Congratulations! Your wife is fine, and you have 2 healthy sons. The man almost fainted with relief. Bless you, Mugla, bless you! He cried, pumping her hand up and down in a desperate handshake. Can I go see him now? Mugla patted his shoulder. Not yet, son. Let the midwife do her job and attend to your new family. Hyle's exhausted, and your boys must be cleaned and properly fed first. You can see them later. The young father paused. But I want to. Listen, I know you're as anxious as a beetlebug. But you're not going to be any help in there, so go enjoy a cup of ale and a hot meal, and come back in a few hours. By then, your wife and sons will be rested, scrubbed up, and ready to meet you. She pushed him out the door and pointed toward the main hall. Now do as I say. The man left smiling. He was soon celebrating loudly with friends. It was a happy ending. 2 healthy boys. 2 more mouths to feed, Mugla thought. Like all the dwarves at Highport, Hyle and her husband were desperately poor. They barely scratched out a living. These young parents had nothing of value, all they had were each other. If they were lucky, they might have enough to eat. Mugla sighed. With this birth, the number of dwarves needing her skills grew. Each day, there were more demands on her powers. And she wasn't getting any younger. Mugla moved on to the next family on her list. She would never get to them all. There were simply too many dwarves here, and only one spellcaster to serve them. And there would never be another to help her. She knew it in her heart, she was on her own. All dwarvish spellcasters were skilled because they had so many years to learn their craft. However, there were so few of them, the mageborn gift was so rare among her people. Of all the dwarf spellcasters, Mugla was the most experienced. She could even forge magical weaponry, given enough time. Few could match her skill. But she was old and tired. She sat down to rest for a moment, setting down her cup and sinking into a wicker chair. In a small cavern off the main hall, a group of children sat listening to their teacher explain the basics of runewriting. The improvised classroom would serve until a permanent schoolhouse was finished, which would take several years. The teacher spoke with a pronounced stutter, writing notes on a slateboard with a sliver of chalk. None of the children were bothered by their teacher's speech impediment, in fact, they hardly seemed to notice it. The boys and girls listened attentively, raising their hands to ask questions, smiling proudly when their answers were correct. Mugla coughed, and the teacher noticed her for the first time. He smiled and waved, clearing his throat to continue, but he grew nervous, and his stutter worsened. By the end of the lesson, he was impossible to comprehend. He looked back at Mugla, and then at the class. The students sensed their teacher's discomfort and fell silent. He tried writing on the slateboard, but his hands started to tremble. Sorry, he mumbled. Mugla stood up. She enjoyed watching the class, but her presence was too disruptive. Don't worry, I'm leaving. And no. Don't go. Sorry. I didn't mean to scare you off. It's fine, she said, shaking her head, I've got to go back to my quarters, anyway. She hummed quietly to herself as she walked back to her cave. Would the other dwarves always be uncomfortable around her? She had hoped to make a few friends here, but even Newton treated her with deference. She missed Mount Velic, at least the other spellcasters treated her normally. A small boy ran up and tapped her on the shoulder. Mugla turned and examined the boy. He was a sturdy young man, just beginning to ripen into manhood. His carrot-colored hair flared up in 1,000 directions, wild tufts that refused to submit to a comb. Red hair, bare feet, and freckles, the common traits of the Vardmiter clan. "Yes, boy? What do you want?" "Miss Mugla, I got a message for ye." His cheeks, streaked with dirt, spread in a cheerful grin. "A message?" she asked. "Who sent you? Who's your pap, boy?" The boy's chest puffed up with pride. "Beak Stoneweaver is me pap, Miss Mugla. Everybody knows him, he's the best stonebreaker on the mountain." The boy's left eye turned in sharply, a congenital defect that he shared with his father and 5 brothers. "Ah, I should have guessed. I remember you now. You're Arid Stoneweaver, then?" "Nah, Arid is me brother. I'm Pendit." "Pendit? Why, I remember you as a ginger-haired baby." Mugla's eyes rounded. Was it really that long ago that she had attended this child's birth? "Now look at you, you're almost a grown man." The boy giggled. "Ye got a visitor at the front gate. My pap said to run and tell ye." "A visitor?" she asked, genuinely surprised. She wondered who it could be. Not anyone from Mount Velik, none of the other clans were welcome here. "Did my visitor give you his name?" Nay, he didn't, but he said you would know who he was," Pendit said, with complete conviction. Mugla waited for the boy to elaborate, but he stood there, smiling up at her. Like many of the Vardmiters, the boy assumed she was psychic. "Okay, Pendit, let's try something else. What did my visitor look like?" Pendit tapped his chin with one finger. Let me think. "Well, he's taller than my pap. And he's got red hair, like mine. Oh, and he's old, but not quite as old as you." Sigh. The boy had just described half the male population in this mountain. Mugla tried to remain patient. "Do you remember anything else about him?" "Ach, aye," he cried, suddenly remembering. "He's got a bloody huge stone on his chest." The boy made a circular motion with his finger, tapping his sternum. "Right air." Mugla's wrinkled face creased into a wide grin. "A stone on his chest, eh?" "Aye. A huge stone, blue as a lingberry. Do ye know him, Dot?" I know him," Mugla chuckled. "I smacked his bottom when he was born. Come to think of it, a few times when he was older, too, after he decided to sass me." "Really?" Pendit giggled. "Shall I take ye to him, then? He's waitin' for ye." His eyes were expectant and curious, visitors were rare, and Pendit wanted to see how this story played out. "Nay, child, that won't do at my age," she said, shaking her head. "I'm too old to rush after every young scamp that comes calling for me at the gate." "What should I tell him, then?" "Don't tell him anything, boy," Mugla repeated. "Just go fetch him for me. Drag him down here by the hair." "By his hair?" Pendit blinked, astounded by this request. He pointed at his face in disbelief. "Me? Of course, you're strong and brave, aren't you?" I'm strong," said the boy, jutting his chin out proudly. "Feel this," he said, yanking his sleeve up above his elbow. Mugla reached out to pinch the little boy's bicep. My. What a big muscle you have." The boy nodded. "I help my pap in the caves every day. I can lift big rocks, as big as this." He spread his arms out wide to demonstrate. "Ach, Pendit, now don't exaggerate. My visitor will be needing a guide to get through these tunnels, and I want you to help him. So go fetch him for me. If you do as I say, I'll give you this coin." The old woman grabbed the boy's hand and pressed a tiny copper circle into his palm. The boy stared at the coin with astonishment. "By golly, do ye mean it? I've never had any real money before." "Hush up about that. That's just between you and me. But what should I say to your visitor?" She folded her tattered shawl underneath her and sat down. "His name's Tallin, and he's my nephew. Tell him I'll be right here in this spot, waiting for him." So many years had passed since the last time Mugla had seen Tallin. She was so happy he was here. The red-haired boy rushed back to the welcomer's cave, grinning. "I'm back, mister. Miss Mugla is waiting for you. I'm supposed to take you to her. She said she's too old to be runnin' after every gentleman caller that comes to visit." Tallin's lips curved up in a slight smile. "That sounds a lot like her. Lead the way, young man." "Follow me, sir," he said proudly. He felt important today, as the official intermediary between these two. They marched down a dark corridor, then down a steep staircase. And there, sitting quietly on her shawl, was Mugla Horlick. She smiled, her mouth opening in a toothless grin. "Tallin, my boy," she said merrily. "Come over here and give me a hug." Tallin walked over and opened his arms to her embrace. "Hello, Aunt. You look wonderful." She leaned forward and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Don't lie, boy." Mugla patted his hand and laughed. "I'm as old and ugly as a dunghill. Help me up." Tallin retrieved her cane and offered his hand. He could feel her enlarged knuckles, painfully swollen with arthritis. Mugla winced as she lifted herself up. "It's been years since I saw you last, boy. You look thinner." She poked his stomach. "It's been a rough year," he responded. She snorted derisively. "Do you have a woman? Are you promised yet to anyone?" "No, Aunt," he answered, not willing to elaborate. "I didn't come here to talk about my personal life." Mugla clucked her tongue. "TSK. TSK. No woman? No children? What about all those nieces and nephews you promised me?" Tallin scowled. "I never promised that." "Let me see you," she interrupted, reaching up to grasp his chin. She moved his face from side to side, examining him as if he were a farm animal. She jabbed a bony finger at him. "You're certainly handsome enough, but as pig-headed and stubborn as your mother." "With all due respect, Aunt, I'll ask you to respect my privacy." Mugla threw her head back and laughed. "Fa. Aren't you just as tart as a raspberry? Have you forgotten that I was the one who birthed you, pulled you out of your mother's belly and slapped your pink bottom with this hand?" She held up her right palm. Tallin drew a breath to speak, but Mugla continued unabated. "I changed your dirty nappies and wiped your butt more times than I can count. You used to pee right down the front of my apron." She hooted and slapped her knee. Tallin's face grew hot. "Aunt, please," a small crowd had gathered, attracted by Mugla's energetic laughter. "Oh, all right, I'll stop teasing you now." She embraced him again. "It's so good to see you, nephew. I've missed you, something fierce." Suddenly, she looked small and fragile again. "Things have been a mite rough for me lately. Are you getting enough sleep?" "No, I'm not. There's never enough sleep, because there's never enough time. You're overworked. Let me help you. I can stay here for a while and ease your burden." She sighed heavily. "I appreciate your concern, but I'll manage. It's just a bit rough juggling all my duties here, especially at my age. I'm the only mage, and I can't help everyone, much as I'd like to." He reached over and took Mugla's right hand in his. "There's no one at Mount Velik willing to help? Nay, none of the other dwarf mages want to come here, and who can blame them? They're sympathetic, of course, but the Vardmiters can barely feed themselves, much less afford to pay a spellcaster. Dwarf mages are used to having certain luxuries, and the Vardmiters have nothing to offer." She shook her head sadly. "I'm too old for this job, and there's no one else to help me or take my place. What if they had their own spellcaster? Has the Mageborn trait showed up in any of the Vardmiters? Have you tested any of them? It's not worth it. There's never been a dwarf spellcaster found in this clan, not in recorded history. There's no mixed blood among the Vardmiters, no one else is willing to marry into this clan. Haven't you noticed that they all look alike? No, unless some elf comes here and decides to bed one of these wenches, there will never be a spellcaster with Vardmiter blood." She patted his forearm and gave him a drawn smile. "But enough of this negativity. It's not my intent to worry you. Let's go up to my chambers. It's time for my evening cup of tea." They walked together until they reached Mugla's cave, where Tallin guided her over to a chair. "Why don't you sit down and relax? I'll make the tea." Mugla smiled and said in mock protest, "You're already giving orders. I would enjoy a little sit down, though." She plopped down into a chair, gathering her shawl around her. Tallin lit an oil lamp on the table with a simple fire spell. Then he went over to the ancient coal stove in the corner. There was a teapot on the stove already, and he added more water from a chipped pitcher nearby. "The tea will be ready soon." She patted the chair next to her. "Come over and chat with me, nephew. Tell me why you're here. Are you just visiting your old Aunt Mugla?" Tallin sat down and grasped Mugla's hand in his own. "In truth, I seek your advice. You know the clan infighting has escalated, and it's getting worse. Ulriki's leadership has been restored, and she's working with Druckner Theorik to smuggle gemstones all over the continent. Ulriki pushes for war, and she aims to supplant Hergung. Ulriki's a greedy witch, and Druckner's even greedier, Mugla replied. But I've been around long enough to see lots of clan quarrels. They come and go. Sometimes these spats can last a few decades, but a little patience will see it all worked out. Tallin shook his head. Patience isn't going to work this time. We can't risk open war between the clans. Not right now. There are deeper forces at work here. So I need your help. Help? From a doddering old crone like me? What could I possibly do? You're the only family I have. I tried to broker peace between the dwarves before, and failed. They don't accept me, and they never will. You're a spellcaster, so all the clans respect you. I need you to intervene, let the dwarf council know what's going on. She scoffed. You're a mage too, and a gifted one. The clans respect you plenty. Tallin looked into her eyes, his expression serious. I'm a dragon rider, and they respect that. But let's be honest. I'm a halfling, none of the clans will ever accept me for who I am. Mugla opened her mouth to speak, but was interrupted by pounding at the door. Miss Mugla. Open up, please. We need your help. Tallin rose and opened the door. Two freckled young men rushed in. They were twin brothers, like mirror images of one another. They were incoherent, babbling so hysterically that it was impossible to understand what they were saying. Stop. Mugla said. Slow down and take a deep breath. We can barely understand you. One clamped his lips shut and the other spoke, wringing his hands. His voice was high and frantic. There's some crazed woman outside the gate. She's throwing lightning bolts and shaking the ground, and spinning boulders all over the place. The main gate's comin' right off o' hinges. Tallin's eyes opened wide. A lone spellcaster? She's all by herself? Aye, the teen nodded, hopping back and forth nervously. We tried shootin' a couple arrows at her, but the arrows bounced right off her skin like it was nothin'. Mugla's expression turned serious. Does she have black marks on her skin? She said quietly. Now the other boy spoke. Yes. She's all warded up, covered head to toe with runes. Tallin and Mugla glanced at each other with horrified eyes. They both knew who it was, and if she gained access to the inside of the mountain, the Bardmiters would be slaughtered like sheep. They were under attack. Skirakina was at the gates of Highport and she was out for blood. The uninvited guest. Tallin and Mugla rushed to the front gate. Even from a distance, he could hear the attacks, with a sound like thunder echoing through the mountain. Everywhere he looked, dwarves were frozen in place, their eyes black with terror. At the gate, the scene was one of utter chaos. The guard that had greeted him only hours before lay dead on the ground, shot through the eye. Frantic men ran around everywhere, carrying ropes and buckets. Women and children ran screaming in all directions. Tallin felt his heart pumping faster. Before he could react, Skirakina struck again, and the iron doors shook so violently that a cindery cloud of dust burst through the cracks. Pebbles from the ceiling showered down on the people below. The Vardmiter's leader, Utin, was barking orders. Reinforce the gate. He cried, spurring a group of men into action. Use boulders, logs, anything you can carry. Hurry up, don't just stand there. People scrambled to help as the attack continued unabated. Another man fell dead, hit in the head by falling rocks. Mugla came up behind Tallin and put her hand on his shoulder. I warded these gates myself. The gates should hold, but the earth surrounding them may not. If the doors are breached, the Vardmiters are doomed, said Tallin with apprehension. They can't defend themselves against her. She's going to bury all of us alive in here if we don't do something. I need to get outside. Is there another exit? Mugla nodded, pointing down a dark tunnel to her right. There's a crawlspace that leads outside. You may be able to fit. At the end of that passageway, there's a round copper gate. I secured it with an enchantment, but you can open it with a counterspell. Go through that gate and into the next chamber. Inside, you'll find a small tunnel. It's very narrow, and you must crawl on all fours. Once you feel wet soil, hold your breath, because you'll be forced underwater. At the end of the tunnel, there's a smaller cave with a boulder at the top of a short flight of stairs. From there, you can exit to the outside. But don't let her see you. Tallin nodded. Don't worry, I won't. I'll try to keep her at bay as long as possible. Be careful. Tallin bolted down the passage, listening to the panicked screams behind him. He found the copper door quickly and unlocked it with a spell. He entered a smaller chamber, so dark that he had to create a flame to illuminate the space. After a long minute he could make out the tunnel at the rear of the cave. The opening was very small, barely large enough to allow him to pass. He removed his tunic and all his weapons except for a boot knife, then dropped down onto his hands and knees and squeezed his way inside, his body scraping stone as he crawled. He continued for what seemed like an eternity until his fingertips touched moisture. Seconds later, his breath was taken away when his body plunged into a shallow pool of icy water. Just before his muscles began to cramp from the cold, his head broke the surface, and he gasped to fill his lungs. After a few sucking breaths, he climbed into a small cavern. The cave was dark, and the only light came from the iridescent red moss growing up the walls. It glowed eerily in the darkness. Moisture dripped down into the pool of water he had just exited. Broken gravel littered the floor, and a musty smell permeated the air. A bleached skeleton lay in one corner, the bones stripped clean and white, mineralized over the centuries inside the hidden chamber. On the other side of the room, a short flight of steps took him to the opening, blocked by a boulder as Mugla had said. Durvar Herfkva, he murmured, moving his hand in a glowing arc. The boulder slid aside, leaving a small gap for him to squeeze through. He crept out and moved the boulder back into place, sealing the exit behind him. Tallin was relieved to discover that his position was not visible from the foot of the mountain. Moving as quietly as he could, he scrabbled down the mountainside. His eyes fixed on the figure in front of him as he crept toward the front gate, crouching in the shadows. The noise was deafening. Smoke and dust filled the air, and the ground shook. It was a cacophony of falling boulders and shattering stone. The mountainside was disintegrating against Skirakina's onslaught. The gates trembled on their hinges, and Tallin knew that they would not hold against her terrible onslaught much longer. Skirakina stood alone before the front gate, her body glowing like a blazing sun. "Come out and face me, you filthy cowards!" she screamed, throwing balls of molten fire against the doors. "Cowards, every one of you!" She battered the doors again with another ball of fire. Tallin continued moving forward until he was close enough to hear her panting breath. Tallin froze. Faintly, she sensed movement behind her. She stiffened and paused, turning her head slowly. She met his eyes, and an evil grin spread from ear to ear. Then she lifted her voice in a shriek of triumph. "My enemy has come." Tallin bit back a curse. He'd lost the element of surprise. The distance between them vanished, and they faced each other. "I've waited so long for this day," she crowed with wicked glee. "How boastful you are. I have bested you twice before. This time, though, I'll make certain you are dead." Tallin circled her, waiting for the right moment to attack. "Fool mage." She laughed. "I've followed you for days through these forests, watching you upon that old horse, dragging that cart behind you like some old peddler woman. I gazed upon your sleeping face last night and could have killed you so easily, but," she let her voice drop, "where is the sport in that? No, halfling, when I kill you, I want you to see your death coming. We have a score to settle, and slicing you to ribbons in your sleep holds no pleasure for me." "You're a fool then. You should have killed me when you had the chance. I won't make the same mistake, I promise." He raised his hand in the air. She gave a grisly, brittle laugh and leapt forward, slamming the ground in front of her with her fist. "Your blood shall fall like rain upon the earth, halfling," she cried. "My revenge shall be terrible, and before this night is over, you shall plead for death." A blue streak of electricity erupted from the earth and streamed through the air. The fiery cable arced toward Tallin's bare chest, and he cried out as the painful current shot through his body. Tallin fought the pain and choked out a counterspell. He crumpled to the ground as her spell dissipated. "I'm going to tear you in pieces, and when I'm done with you, I'll kill all the dwarf vermin inside that mountain." Skirakina raised a glowing fist. "You will not. You'll not touch them, do you hear?" Before she could react, a ball of light formed in Tallin's hand. He threw the pulsing orb in her direction, and she swerved, avoiding it by a feather tip. The orb exploded in a shower of sparks behind her. "Is that your best, halfling?" she taunted. "You're getting old, your speed is not the same as it once was. You've grown weak, soft." She drew a shining sword from a magnificent scabbard on her hip. The blade quivered with white light. Tallin felt his dragon stone pulsing. The blade was enchanted. He could feel the draw of its power. His eyes widened. The blade looked so familiar, where had he seen it before? "How did you acquire this blade?" With a wicked laugh, she flipped the sword in the air. "You like this sword, half-breed? This is truly a magical blade, no armor crafted by mortal hands can defend against it. It's true that enchanted weapons are quite rare, and this may be the rarest of them all. I traded it for a paltry thing, a necklace of black pearls that I found in the orc mines years ago. There's one among the dwarves whose greed vastly outweighs her common sense. She will sell anything for the right price. Tallin's jaw went rigid with anger. Bull Reiki. A woman so greedy that she would barter the dwarves' priceless weaponry for trinkets. The thought filled him with rage. Armed only with his boot knife, Tallin stepped back. He knew that if the enchanted blade touched his skin, he was doomed. Skirakina leapt forward swinging, he ducked as the sword hissed over his head. Twirling like a dancer, she spun again, swinging the blade at his chest, but he jumped back and rolled away. He rose up to defend himself again, and as she swung the blade, Tallin twisted midair and plunged his knife into her side, sinking the blade up to its hilt. Ugh! She screamed in pain, clutching Tallin's shoulder. She was remarkably strong, but Tallin was stronger, and he took the opportunity to disarm her. He jerked his elbow down with all his might, slamming her wrist and knocking the sword from her hand. The blade skittered away, its razor edge sparkling in the moonlight. Both tumbled to the ground, Tallin fighting to get himself free from her iron grip, while Skirakina writhed, trying to wrench the knife from her body. "Get off me, dwarf!" she screeched. She kicked him hard below the ribcage, knocking the air from his lungs. She kicked him a second time, and he heard ribs crack. Sharp pain blasted across his side, and his vision blurred. Skirakina dropped another fierce blow across his face, splitting open his cheek. Without flinching, she stepped back and drew Tallin's knife out of her side, throwing the dagger into the bushes. Red blood spilled from the wound, but she never took her eyes off Tallin. She brought out a small vial from her waist pocket and uncapped it, dripping white liquid into the cut. The deep puncture healed instantly, not even a scar was left on her tan skin. Skirakina tucked the little bottle back into her pocket and moved forward. Tallin rose up again, wincing as he felt the pain from his broken ribs. A colorful bruise was spreading down the right side of his face, but Tallin ignored the pain, not willing to use his energy on a healing spell. Skirakina had come prepared. The healing potion worked just as well without draining precious energy. They watched each other's movements, looking for weakness. Skirakina's sword was lying on the ground behind him, and he reached for it instinctively, but then stopped. Enchanted weapons are dangerous, I should not touch it. Instead, he kicked the sword farther away with his foot, not willing to touch the blade with his bare hands. She stepped closer, her lip curled with contempt. Skirakina lunged, and Tallin slid around her, hooking his foot behind her heel. He locked his forearm under her chin and threw his weight forward. Her head shot back like a cracked twig, and she fell. Tallin moved to pin her body to the ground, but she anticipated the movement and kicked out his knee. Her teeth flashed as Tallin collapsed. She was on top of him in an instant, straddling his body, pummeling his face with her fists. Her fingers had long nails, the tips dipped in melted silver. She clawed at his eyes, and the spiked nails drew blood, scratching over his cheeks and eyelids as she tried to blind him. His anger seethed, boiled over. His chest arched against hers, and he rolled her over, shoving her face into a patch of snow. He tried to pin her arms, but she broke free of his grip and jumped up again. "Skelebrested Elta," she said, and twin strands of glowing white energy erupted from her palms. Tallin shouted out, "Ron Risa." To his relief, a barrier of glowing energy materialized between them in time and blocked the attack. Skirakina roared with savage fury and flung great balls of blue fire in his direction, but they bounced harmlessly off the protective shield. Sweat covered her body, but she was relentless. Even as she continued her frontal attack, she uttered another dark spell under her breath. The drain from both spells would have killed a lesser spellcaster, but even as her awareness dimmed, she willed herself to ignore the agony and remain conscious. Branches cracked and snapped behind Tallin. He glanced over his shoulder at the noise and saw a rustling of leaves before the roots came alive, rising up from the earth to entangle him. The vines wrapped themselves around his arms and legs, enveloping him like the coils of a snake. It was a passive attack, one that he had not expected. "Angly glaze," he said, and the vines around his arms loosened slightly. "Angly glaze," he repeated again, louder, and the vines turned brittle. Tallin yanked his arms free, but his legs were still bound tight. Skirakina whispered words of power, and more vines sprouted from the earth to strangle him. As he struggled against his bonds, his shield wavered, and then collapsed. There was a smell of burnt sulfur in the air, and she stepped forward to finish him. Tallin was overwhelmed. The tendrils wound so tightly around his body that he could not move a finger. Skirakina remembered the sword and turned around to recover it. She found it lying underneath a bush. She snatched it up and rushed back to Tallin, who was still fighting to break free. Now she stood breathless above him like a pillar of fire. Her lips trembled and her face was pale, but her eyes burned with triumph. "This battle is finished. You fought well, dwarf, but I am the victor. Submit to me now, and your death shall be merciful and swift. Refuse me and I will make you beg for death." Tallin jerked up his chin defiantly. I shall not yield to you, blood rat. Do what you will, but you will not strip me of my honor. Skirikina tightened her fist, whispering under her breath. A vine crossed his cheek and wrapped itself around his throat, digging into the soft skin of his neck. Surrender to me, halfling, she said quietly, or I will slaughter every dwarf that lives inside this mountain. She wiped drops of blood from her nose with the back of her hand. Tallin stiffened, his face twisting in anger. I won't submit to you. He struggled and pulled at the vines, but it was useless, he was trapped. Tallin's eyes sparkled with defiance, and the vines tightened again. His vision grew hazy. You worthless, puling half-blood. I will kill all of you. She tilted her head down and raised the glowing sword in the air. Just before his consciousness slipped away, there was a loud crash. Skirikina glanced over her shoulder and stared dumbfounded as the red gates of Highport creaked open. Mugla hobbled out slowly, leaning on her cane. She smiled sweetly, cleared her throat, and said, Excuse me, young lady, but I would appreciate it if you stepped away from my nephew. Old grudges. Mugla Horlick faced Skirikina with a placid expression. Nice sword you have there, missy. You should set it down. Stay out of this, you old witch, barked the assassin. I'll deal with you later. Tallin was unconscious, his skin turning blue as the vines drew tighter around his neck. Skirikina leaned down and flipped his head back, exposing his neck. Then she raised her sword again to strike. Mugla's eyes narrowed. She pounded her cane into the ground, and it transformed into a glowing staff. A ball of green flame erupted on its knobby end. The old sorceress raised her finger and pointed at Skirikina. I'm asking you to step back, and I'm not going to ask you again. Skirikina didn't budge. She looked at Mugla and sneered. Have it your way, then. The old woman raised her staff, and there was a crackling sound. The wind picked up, creating a whirlwind of pebbles in the dirt. The little cyclone seemed to circle about wildly, and then focused on Skirikina, driving her away from Tallin and ripping the sword out of her grip. The sword flew through the air and landed next to Mugla's feet. Skirikina's complexion became blotchy with anger. She clawed the air, leaping forward to attack the old woman. Without flinching, Mugla swung her staff like a club. Her aim was true, and it struck Skirikina hard across the face, knocking her back. Mugla marched forward and strategically placed herself in front of Tallin's body. She pointed at Skirikina with her staff and said firmly, Now listen, you wicked shrew, you've caused enough trouble here already, and I don't want to have to kill you. So you run along now, just run along. Skirikina rose up in shock, so livid with fury that she was unable to speak. She charged toward Mugla, her body glowing with energy. Mugla dodged and unleashed a blast of freezing air into Skirikina's face. It was so cold that ice crystals formed on her eyebrows and eyelashes. It stunned her, and she covered her face with her hands. Don't test me, girl. If you push me, you'll leave me no choice, said the old witch. Her voice was softer now, more menacing. I've been spellcasting for over 300 years. I've forgotten more spells than you'll ever know. Skirikina circled to attack again, but this time she was more wary. She threw a fireball, but Mugla stood her ground, deflecting it easily with her staff. Right then, Mugla rasped. You've run out of chances. She threw off her shawl and raised the staff above her head. A streak of greenish fire erupted from the tip, and Skirikina blinked in surprise as a burst of flame shot toward her. For a moment, the air was filled with black smoke. Another spell hit Skirikina and she stiffened. Seconds later, she fell to the ground, gasping for air. Before she could rise, Mugla cast a blazing circle of green flame around her. Mugla grinned smugly. That's an old spell, dearie. One rarely used, most sorcerers don't like using paralysis fire anymore, but I find that it has its uses. Don't try crossing the circle, or you'll regret it. Mugla kneeled down and slapped Tallin's face gently. Tallin? Wake up, dear. She slapped him again, a little harder. This time, he shifted and groaned. His eyelids fluttered open, and color flooded back into his cheeks. Aunt? What happened? His voice was hoarse. My head's throbbing. You were attacked. Be still a moment. I need to free you. Mugla muttered a quick spell, and the vines withered and fell away, exposing deep bruises on his arms and around his neck. She clucked her tongue as her fingers moved across his body. Your right arm is fractured in 2 places, and you have several broken ribs, as well. Behind them, Skirikina paced inside the ring like a caged animal, waiting for the opportunity to escape. Sparks flew as she tested the perimeter of the circle for areas of weakness. Get up, Tallin. We must move quickly, she said. That spell won't hold her forever. She's growing stronger and stronger, and my power is weakening. She's too powerful, the best I can do is hold her at bay. I can't allow her to escape, Tallin protested. She's a threat to us all, I must stop her before she invades the mountain. Mugla shook her head. You can't harm her while she's within the circle. Any spell that you cast against her will be reversed against you. We must retreat inside the mountain. It's my duty to stop her before she can harm anyone else. Sorry, but there is no help for it, you'll get killed if you step inside that circle, and you're in no shape to fight, Mugla repeated. You have half your strength, you don't stand a chance against her in your condition. Tallin felt sick with rage. He wanted to fly at Skirakina's throat. A shower of sparks erupted behind them. Skirakina bellowed, hurling magic against the wards that held her. Mugla frowned. For once in your life, stop arguing with me and listen. Her voice lowered to a whisper. We must go. Her strength is beyond imagining. Very well, Tallin muttered. He stood up, facing Skirakina, and was surprised to see humor in her eyes. She bared her sharpened teeth and hissed. I'll kill you yet, Dragon Rider. I'll get you, both of you. You failed to kill me again. Shouldn't you find other ways to amuse yourself? Don't worry, she said, advancing to the very edge of the circle. I'll destroy you before this year is finished, even if it costs me my last breath. Mugla gasped, her face flushed pink. Tallin moved forward to steady her, Mugla's strength was ebbing fast. We must get back inside the mountain. He said. Wait. Mugla said weakly. Go pick up the sword. Tallin looked back at the blade. It was lying on the ground at the edge of the path. He hesitated. I dare not touch it. It's enchanted. That's a dwarvish blade, Mugla said, and the enchantment won't harm you. I crafted that sword myself over 200 years ago. It will feel hot to the touch, but nothing more. Tallin knelt down to retrieve the blade, groaning as his broken ribs objected. He felt a flash of heat and light that instantly made him feel better. The blade shimmered a brilliant blue, then turned to white fire. What a magnificent weapon, he thought. That is the sword of Sidaria. It's a warrior's blade. Bulraki may have bartered it for a trifle, but I'm stealing it back. It belongs to us now. Skirakina watched furiously as Tallin sheathed the sword in his belt. That sword is mine, you have no right to it. She shrieked in desperate rage, throwing her body against the circle in a wild frenzy to free herself. Tallin heard a sizzle and the putrid smell of burnt flesh. The green fire surrounding Skirakina began to waver, and Mugla swayed on her feet. He could not wait much longer, his aunt was growing weaker with each passing second. Tallin steadied Mugla with his good arm and helped her back inside the mountain. The guards rushed to seal the doors as they rushed inside. Just in time, the gate swung shut with a clang. Moments later, an ear-splitting rumble filled the air, followed by a tremendous crash against the walls as Skirakina resumed her attack. Man the gates! Tallin shouted. He could hear the iron hinges rasping under the strain. The walls shook and quivered, and rock showered down around them. Support those hinges! He ordered, as men scrambled everywhere. Mugla lay dazed near the doorway, too weak to move. Tallin tried to ignore the shooting pains in his arm and chest. His arm was swollen to twice its normal size and his ribs ached. He felt stunned, every breath he took was like drawing fire into his lungs. Though exhausted and injured, he could not rest. He could not risk a healing spell, it might weaken him so much that he would faint, and he knew he would have to hold the gates alone. The clan leader, Utin, was busy adding wood braces to the gates and surrounding walls. His beard was drenched in sweat, and he rushed about like a man in a fever, doing his best to perform the duties of 3 men. Guards stationed themselves at the doors, armed with a motley collection of weapons, knives, pickaxes, rusty swords, and improvised tools. Utin tried his best to calm the terrified dwarves, urging them to shield themselves as best they could from falling debris. Women and children fled to hide in the deepest caverns of the mountain, others huddled in groups near the doors, paralyzed by fear. Tallin looked around in dismay. The Vardmiters were brave, but they would be no match for Skirakina. The doors trembled as Skirakina struck again and again. He bit his lip and whispered a desperate spell to strengthen the iron hinges. He added a second spell to strengthen the surrounding walls, not knowing if it was already too late, or if either spell would work at all. Urgent moments passed. Torches bobbed on the walls every time the ground shook. Every thunderous blow was like driving a chisel into dry plaster. All around them, the walls and ceiling crumbled. Rubble fell from the walls and ceilings, creating clouds of choking dust. From inside the mountain, Tallin could hear Skirakina shouting out horrible words of destruction. Eventually the blasts lessened, and then ceased altogether. With piercing relief he saw that Mugla had awakened. She uttered a faint cry and sat up, blinking, her eyes glazed with confusion. How long have I been unconscious? Only a short while. The attack has stopped. His legs trembled and he felt a dull ache over his entire body. His chest was on fire. Mugla nodded and got up, walking toward the door. She opened the little panel and peered outside. Skirakina is gone. What a nasty creature she is. She scratched her arms absently. Now that Tallin had the time to notice, he saw that Mugla's face and arms were covered with tiny blisters, a side effect of her spell. Tallin ran his fingers through his hair. I'm the one she's after. I must leave this place. As long as I stay here, you're all in danger. But why you? Mugla asked in confusion. Is it some kind of personal vendetta? Tallin nodded. She wants revenge. She has a grudge against me, there's a history of bad blood between us. The Vardmiters were just caught in the middle of it. In a humorless voice, Tallin added, I'll call Duskeye to pick me up. If anything, I know that my leaving will draw Skirakina away from this place. There's nothing here that she wants or needs. With your permission, I'll take the sword, too. If she knows it's here, she may attack again in order to recapture it. All right. She nodded. But let's worry about the sword later, leave it here with me. For now, go up to my chambers and lie down for a while. I'm in better shape than you right now, so I'll watch the gates while you rest. Tallin opened his mouth to protest, but a quick, hard look from the old woman stopped him. Go clean yourself up and go to bed, that isn't advice, that's an order. He didn't have the energy to argue. After getting directions from her, Tallin walked up to Mugla's chambers and said a healing spell to repair his arm and broken ribs. I'll just lie down for a moment, he thought, but as soon as he put his head down, he was asleep. Down at the front gate, Yuden was now gathering men to help clean up debris. Mugla sat nearby, watching tiredly as the men worked to clear the loose rock and rubble that lay everywhere. Yuten and his guards reinforced the surrounding walls with mixed concrete. It would be dry by the next day. Mugla tried to stay awake, but by the time the sun rose the next morning she had dozed off in her seat. She woke with a start when she heard someone screaming nearby. A curious boy had drawn the enchanted sword from its scabbard, screaming as it seared his flesh. The blade clattered to the ground. Crossing the room, she grabbed the boy's hand. His palm was covered in welts. The boy was hurt and trying desperately not to cry. Mugla frowned, the sword's hilt had scorched the child's palm badly. Curatio, she said, and the skin healed. You've been a naughty boy, she said, cuffing his ear. Don't touch things that don't belong to you. Now go. The frightened boy ran off in the opposite direction. Mugla picked up the sword and examined it carefully in the light of the flickering torches. She had forgotten about the enchantment she had set upon the sword. No, her breath caught in her throat as the realization hit her. Since she was the swordsmaker, only she could brandish the sword and command its full potential. She was the only one, or someone who carries her bloodline. Tallin and Skirakina touched the blade without ill effects. That could only mean one thing, that Skirakina was related to her by blood. Mugla staggered against the wall. How is this possible? I've got to find out for sure, and nobody can know about this until I do. She said a silent prayer of thanks that her nephew hadn't woken up yet. Then she slid the sword back into its sheath and hurried away from the gates. A new beginning. Mugla pushed the hair out of Tallin's face and shook his shoulder gently, hoping that he did not have any other injuries. Tallin, wake up. He groaned and turned over. How long did I sleep? He muttered, wincing as he felt the pain from his nearly healed ribs. Tallin placed his fingers to his forehead and rubbed. Long enough. Let me look at those bruises. He didn't argue as she pulled off his tunic. She rubbed her hands together, then placed them one at a time on Tallin's ribcage and right arm. The skin was still bright purple in many places. That looks like it hurts. I'm fine. The bones are set, but it will take a few days for them to heal completely. I didn't want to waste all my energy on a healing spell, especially under the circumstances. Mugla nodded, with concerned eyes. I understand. They both knew that healing spells took a lot of energy. I contacted Duskeye before I fell asleep. He's on his way here to pick me up. While he could communicate with Duskeye easily over great distances, he still felt exhausted. He had barely managed to send a message to his dragon before he fell asleep. Mugla patted Tallin's cheek and reached for her sweater. I'll make us some breakfast, she said, sliding to her feet. I'm lucky enough to get fresh eggs once in a while. She scooped up a brown egg and cracked it into a pan. She cooked the egg until it sizzled, and then slid it between 2 slices of bread. She brought him the sandwich on a plate along with a mug of tea. "Here, eat this. You'll feel better." Tallin accepted the food gratefully. While he ate, he examined the sword and saw faint writing on the hilt. The scabbard was red and inlaid with striking gold symbols, even the sheath was beautifully warded with spells. "This is a peerless weapon. I had no idea that you knew how to craft weaponry." He turned the sword over in his hands. "The workmanship is superb, only a handful of smiths could create something so fine." Mugla shrugged. "It's been over 100 years since I crafted a weapon. In my old age, I lost the desire to make objects that help men kill each other." She said it without conceit, the one thing she was sure of was her own ability. "I'll give you permission to take this sword when you leave, but only if I can come with you." Tallin paused for a moment, surprised by the request. "You don't understand, it's too dangerous. I'm coming with you." Before he could raise another objection, she held up her hand to stop him. "Rest assured that I'm perfectly capable of taking care of myself. I wouldn't have invited myself along had I the slightest doubt. Now, what's our itinerary?" Tallin saw it was useless to argue with her. "I'm going back to the Elder Willow. Dusky has been searching for wild she-dragons. I need to check his progress, and I'm going to ask Chua for a foretelling. I need to know what Bulraki and Druckner are planning to do. I should have done it weeks ago." "Chua, that old soothsayer," she chuckled. "Is he still as blind as a bat?" "Yes. Chua and Starclaw remain sightless. The elves could do something about that, you know, they can cast regeneration spells. It's a shame they're so stuck up and self-centered. Those elves won't lift a finger to help mortal folk unless there's something in it for them." She went on, musingly, "But who knows? I happen to remember that Queen Zalthara owes me a boon. Maybe I can trick a favor out of those toffee-nosed snobs." Tallin looked at her wonderingly. "That's all we can hope for." Dusky arrived at Highport 2 days later. He was quiet and somber. When Tallin pressed him for information about the females, Dusky brushed his questions aside, reluctant to divulge anything more than vague details. Tallin decided to let the matter rest until they returned to the Elder Willow. After warding the front gate with various spells, Tallin and Mugla left Highport conspicuously, in the middle of the afternoon, riding Dusky into the sky. They rode the dragon through the night. Mugla slept in the saddle, snoring softly while Tallin embraced her fragile frame. They landed briefly to rest and eat, and they were off again, proceeding south. They flew over hills and plains, following the path of the river and passing close to the land when it was warm. Finally they arrived. Chua was waiting for them at the edge of the wood, meditating as usual. Starclaw lay quietly nearby. Pinda and Marin were still there, and they greeted Tallin warmly. Mugla went up to Chua and embraced him. "How are you doing, you old scoundrel?" Chua grinned. "Just who are you to be calling me a scoundrel, you old spindleshanks?" They laughed together as though it was a joyful reunion. Tallin felt a moment's discomfort. He found himself surprised by their familiarity. He hadn't realized that Mugla and Chua knew each other so well, but evidently their friendship was deeper than he had thought. A few minutes later, Tallin went over to Dusky to speak with him. "This is the first time we've had an opportunity to speak privately." Dusky stared straight ahead. Tallin paused. "I'm sorry to ask this, but I must know. Did you find any females?" "Yes," he replied slowly. "I found Shisha." He did not elaborate. Tallin studied the dragon's face with an unnerving intensity. "Did you mate with her?" Dusky grimaced. "I cannot speak of this." It was clear he was deeply uncomfortable with the subject. "But, if you come with me, I have something to show you. We won't be long." Tallin was puzzled, but he followed along. He glanced over his shoulder at Chua and Mugla. They were babbling and laughing like old chums. "All right," he agreed. "Let's go." They flew off in the direction of the sunset and arrived shortly at a deep ravine. Inside the ravine, there was a craggy outcropping of rock, surrounded by whitewater. A solitary cave, invisible from a distance, was at the top of the outcropping. A wall of brush obscured the entrance, which was hidden from view unless you were standing right beside it. "Wait here," whispered Dusky. He craned his blue neck and peeked inside. "Shisha has left the cave. Go ahead." As if in a dream, Tallin gingerly stepped inside. He waited for a moment while his eyes adjusted to the darkness. At first glance, the cave appeared empty. But then, he noticed bones littering the cave floor, but they were not dragon bones, they were the bones of some recently killed animal. Then, his breath caught in his throat as he saw a gleam in a darkened corner. A feeling of feverish optimism seized him, and his eyes grew wide. Tallin kneeled down, staring in silent astonishment. There, in the darkest corner, was a dragon's nest. With breathless surprise he counted 10 brightly colored eggs, 8 carnelian, 1 onyx, and 1 sapphire, the first dragon eggs that he had seen in years. Tallin stood up slowly and stumbled out of the cave in shock. He looked up at Duskeye with wonder in his eyes. "You did it," said Tallin, his voice choked with emotion. "You did it." Duskeye raised his chin proudly and nodded. Against all odds, he had succeeded. Tallin looked at his partner, hope flaring in his eyes. "We must protect these hatchlings, Duskeye, no matter what the cost." The saga continues in the next book. Rise of the Blood Masters. Book 5 of the Dragonstone Saga, Chronicles of Tallin. Coming 2014. ISBN 978-1-937361-12-9. About the author. Christian Alva was born into a family of writers and teachers. She worked as a staff writer and a ghostwriter before publishing her own manuscripts. She now writes young adult and middle grade fantasy full-time. She currently lives in California with her husband and sons. When she's not writing, she enjoys reading all genres, especially epic fantasy. Find out more about the author at her official website, www.christianalva.com.